Hello.
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 Oh, goodness. Okay, so... First things first, invite me to the group, please.
No.
Make me part of the club.
Hang on, I'm unlocking a chest. I don't remember what any of my combat keys are. This is going to be really...
I'm sure if there's any combat, it won't matter.
Ah,
Thanks for your confidence.
None of us will survive. I decided to just let
Stop
us
with
know.
the pep talk.
None of us will survive.
Is this a 10-minute activity something that I should just run around and keep busy during, or something I can tag along for?
You're gonna tag along,
It's
and
the usual.
depending
It's
on...
the Cyrodiil thing. It's
Mm.
usually what we do.
Okay, alright, I guess we're not gonna be clever, we're just gonna say what it is.
No, there's no sense being clever.
There's no
Good.
sense
That's
being clever.
not my default state.
Yeah. I would invite you to the group, but I'm still not.
Hang on.
That's okay.
I'm getting another... I just killed like 4 guys. I'm trying to figure out what my weapons do, and I have no idea.
He's on
It's
an
okay.
old character.
It's okay. Here's the thing.
Yep.
Here's the thing. We go to Cyrodiil. Someone targets us. Is it gonna matter? You know? Is it?
You don't know. Oh, in other words, you're just saying, we're going to die.
It's fine.
just
we
gotta-
Yeah,
do,
I'm being
because
fancy
we're
about it.
there for the tickets. It doesn't
I just got a
matter.
tooltip. Why am I getting tooltips? It says press left trigger to block.
I don't know. I don't know why you would be getting tooltips all of a sudden. You
I've
can
been
turn
playing
off.
this
You
game
can
for
turn
a
this off in settings. I'm sure there's got to be probably under gameplay.
Oh, it's fine. It was just that one.
Oh,
I
no,
am playing in
actually have
VR, so
tutorials
if I have any issues, you can blame me being in VR now.
on. Okay. So if we all die, it'll just be because you're in VR.
I just know that's something you like to do, so I thought I would give you a heads up.
I don't think you need to tell me. I can tell by context.
No, last time you thought I was in VR and I wasn't. I haven't actually played a flat screen game like this in VR in a while.
Well, it's usually when something clumsy happens. I think you're in VR.
Oh, is this
I'm
from
always on
you to
control.
go into Cyrodiil?
This is for all of
Yeah,
us.
is this a Raven Watch? All right, I will accept.
Okay. It's against my better judgment.
I'm sorry. Would you do it
So-
again?
Oh, I have a ton of alliance points.
Press N.
we're-
Press N and then press accept if it asks you to.
We are going
I
to
get a
Cyrodiil, right? Not the
spooling
Imperial
thing.
City.
Here I go.
It auto-loaded.
Okay, so here's how it goes. Cyrodiil, you know, just think of it as like doing the outer ring, and then we're doing the inner ring. Outer ring is Cyrodiil, inner ring is the city.
I know. I just wanted to make sure we were going to the right one.
You know, the Imperial City is in Cyrodiil, so it confuses me when people say
I
this.
realize the question sounds nonsensical, but it makes sense given the options.
So I'm way up in the upper right.
Yeah.
Point.
I need to actually turn in my points because I have thousands of. Isn't the bank in the sewer?
Okay, so this is
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
okay. This is okay. Telvar is only important in the Imperial City, where you'll have a chance to bank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're
All
okay
right,
out
so
here.
Yes.
no, I won't lose if I die. I trust you.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I ever spend it on anything. I just don't like losing large amounts of anything, unless it's debt.
I didn't. I was distracted, so I don't know what you said, but I'm sure it was fine.
He says he doesn't mind losing large amounts of anything.
Oh,
I said I don't like to lose large amounts of anything unless it's like
unless
debt.
it's debt. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Sorry.
Are we on northern or okay? We're on the southern. So
We're on the far eastern side.
look at the map. Daggerfall seems to be winning.
Darn.
So so here's where we're going. This is where we're gonna be going. Here. This is we go down here. We do a quest within like mostly within these walls.
Oh, okay, I see it.
And then we
That's
get our
not too
tickets.
far.
Yeah. So we just need to survive, get there, do the tickets. Here's the thing though, is that this is kind of what a lot of people do. So a lot of people think, let's just stand outside there and pick off any noobs. But I
You mean
haven't
like
really had that
highwaymen?
happen. I'm the highwayman.
Highway man.
Well, there's a fight going on. Just started at Blue Road Keep. That was as far as they were in there. Daggerfall Covenant had the Blue Road Keep, but they're being
Yeah, 'cause they're
attacked
blue.
now.
My
Come
coyote
on,
has the
we're on. Get
zoomies.
ready to go, honey.
I'm
Well,
the
nobody
highwayman.
said a darn thing, and I don't have my arrows, so I don't. Where? Okay.
I make ends meet, just like any man.
I'm the highway.
I work with my hands.
Okay, it just try to keeps talking. It just keeps going.
Yeah.
Oh, now you got Michaela going. Just you're behind me. I'm the highway man.
You started
And,
it.
and there are certain things we don't get here. What did we come in as? Like no CP or?
I came in at new CP. I just thought that maybe we'd have more of a chance.
We never stood a chance. Yes, Michaela, we'll watch
I tried to summon my bear. Oh, I guess I do have my bear. Okay. He came with me.
Oh, this person said, don't forget to take your Pelinal scroll. That's true. The Pelinal
Oh, I haven't
scroll-
even joined.
No,
None of
it's
these
okay.
boys
It's
make
okay.
sense.
You have your scroll by default, unless you got rid of it. You probably have it from last year or whatever.
Am I
you
okay?
were-
What is it in
How
my
do we use it?
inventory or in the tools, mementos?
It's probably in your inventory. That's where I found mine. It's just PEL, and you should find it.
I don't even know what that stuff is.
It's just some kind of buff. I don't remember what it does.
Oh, even you don't
When I
know.
highlight over it,
I have the
Trying to
scroll of
It's-
Perennial's ferocity.
Yeah, that'll be
ferocity?
it. That'll be it.
Yeah, but I haven't joined the
I don't know what that did.
Festival.
It disappeared.
You don't need to join the festival. You're
Okay.
yeah, but I don't think it'll matter because we're not gonna get any player kills, so I suppose it's fine.
We might.
Yeah, we might kill someone. You don't know.
I've killed someone.
The night is
Each
young.
other.
I had a guy yesterday
I mean-
who let me revive him, and I let him revive me.
Wow.
Yeah, he started it by challenging me to a duel, and I got really nervous.
It's a meet cute.
Yes. Oh, you don't have to get off your mount?
Nope.
I did not.
Okay. I love how this guy says, don't forget to eat your Pelinal scroll. Because people just say eat whenever it comes to, like, using anything, like eating a style page. Don't forget to eat your scroll, everybody. It's good for you.
That's how magic works.
I think you're kind of leaving us all behind.
Too fast.
Everyone's faster than me.
Hello from the back end.
Well, you would pass me given a long enough time. I'm sure you're faster.
No, I'm not. I don't
Are you?
hardly ever play here, and I don't level up
Oh, you're
my
Argonian.
speed. Yeah,
I've never seen your Argonian character.
sure you have. Every time we do this.
Hang on, I'm
Like
gonna
it's-
get this.
It's rare enough to where I forgot you had an Argonian character.
Good
know-
grief! I had to hit it twice to get it.
Yeah, because no CP.
Oh,
I only
yeah,
have one
yeah.
body.
I know
I only
this.
have one body.
My soul cannot shift between mortal forms.
So, yeah, this zone is literally a whole zone. Like, literally off to the east, there's a dolmen I haven't done before, you know? It's just weird to say. But there's, like, delves and everything, and quests, and it's just like,
It's
it'd be really
base
nice,
game.
it would be really nice to do them. you know, if I wasn't always nervous that someone was gonna kill me.
It's too
It's
bad you
like
can't be more
Why no one wants to play
stealthy
Sea
and
of Thieves?
hide.
Yeah,
You
you can be stealthy. There's ways to be stealthy, but it's just like
See,
it's hard to enjoy everything
I find
being
that
paranoid,
kind of fun.
being sneaky.
That's
I
why you
just
don't want to
wanna-
play Hunt, because you have to be sneaky.
I just want to have a mode where I can just
I gotta remember how to play this.
set something that says "Don't mess with me."
I want to play Stardew Valley.
Same.
Seriously, put it on your Steam wishlist for the summer sale, and when it can sale for real cheap, just pick it up and we'll play Stardew.
Okay, you just. did a
That's
little
one
hand
that
up.
Mom
Are you
has
standing
done.
still, or are you moving around, Kyle?
We just had a massive drop.
He's purchasing Stardew.
Did you guys experience a drop,
Crouch.
guys?
Everyone,
Are you here,
everyone else-
Kyle?
No,
no,
Hello?
everyone
No.
else is able to crouch. We're all
Okay, you
good.
just crouched. You're crouching.
Yeah. Are you feeling anything, or is it just me?
I think
It's just you.
We're fine.
I don't have any big lag on my computer.
Mm.
I'm able to move around. We're all standing.
Seriously, what the hell? One, Steven agreed with
we're
me
okay.
saying that the router distance is greater, and so therefore I might be having more issues. Two, he never
said-
agreed with you at any point. He was quiet through the whole thing except for
Okay,
mentioning the router
guys, let's be.
distance.
Do you know that Dad, I don't think, has ever said maybe your distance from the router could be an issue?
I don't care.
It's not. I tried explaining to Steven that you're not that far away from the router, especially compared to my computer.
This is a recent
He was-
thing. All right.
Yep. I also told you that if it was router distance, it would be continuous and not sporadic. It would be you always would have a poor connection because you're always the same distance from the router, which is not the case. And then Steven tried to explain that you could have technical, like there's hardware stuff on your
There's
computer.
not
that
a
could...
hardware problem.
All right.
Okay. Well, right now, I believe Kyle is attached to 2.4 gigahertz.
What the?
Hey,
Oh my god.
And it used to tell me that it was Kyle's
you switched
laptop,
earlier
but it's
today.
now telling me it just turned blue to me.
It's blue
His
and
name's Sylvian.
Yeah, it's
This guy.
Sylvian?
Sylvian Harrius.
Is that who we're supposed to talk to, Kyle?
Yes.
It says you've logged off.
I finally Bear
Jared-
K5
Jared
finally
is now
reappeared
leader.
again.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to make him leader once he sorts this
Yep.
out.
I'm gonna freaking scream. I'm gonna have to restart the entire game.
Okay, I see your Kyle Omen is back, and it's on 5 gig.
Yeah, I was just scanning continuously, and it finally just showed up again. I've connected to it now.
So it went offline.
Yeah, it went
Right.
it went totally offline. 5G vanished.
Steven also suggested that you take your laptop downstairs and see
Yeah, I
if
was
you can
kinda thinking
replicate
that
this
myself,
issue.
but I know he doesn't probably.
I would
want
need to
do
sit there
that.
for God knows how long. Like what, 5 hours?
You say that this issue happens rarely, but it happens every 2 minutes.
It does not. I mean, like just it's only at the
Kyle?
worst times.
I still have a laptop that says it's connected at 2.4, but Kyle's Omen says it's at 5.
Then the other
Maybe it's
laptop's probably
Jacob's.
Jacob.
Well, let's see, because I usually have a Jacob.
I mean, it'd be worth a shot. You could sit at the table at the kitchen.
It's
table.
called
don't have time.
troubleshooting.
Well, not right the very minute. I don't know what you mean by don't have time. Don't mean now. And settle down.
Internet's so crappy here.
it might be Jacob.
And Spectrum just completely
It doesn't
vanished this
matter
afternoon
whose it
for
is.
whatever reason.
Well, Dad reset the router.
No, he didn't
No, I
touch
did
it.
nothing.
It was all Spectrum, and it came.
Oh, you
It
told
was-
me. Well,
No,
you
I
told
said
me
he was
he
going
reset.
to.
Ah,
He did not get to it before it came back.
I thought it came back because he reset it.
No. It was beyond our walls, I think.
Yeah, that's a separate issue. The stars
How
are
many
nice.
VODs that made?
Yeah, again, another common factor. The reason Jacob and you have this happen, Jacob and you stream when you play.
We're going in circles.
No one
I
else is
talked
streaming.
about this last night. All right,
Just
you need to start
stop.
listening.
Yeah, let's stop talking
Stop
about
this.
it because nobody does anything. So just be quiet.
Okay, what do we do now? Because we talked to him.
We got our
We
tickets
got our
for
tickets,
today.
Although I guess Jared hadn't done.
I'm
it before,
fine.
So when he talked to him, he
I
took
didn't-
The quest.
I
Jared,
started
your
from the
quest-
very
your quest
beginning.
is right behind you. You grab it, you return back to him, you get your tickets to the end.
So
Hold
shall
your
we?
breath.
Is it
Should
this
we-
white arrow?
It will be.
Probably.
Yeah.
So what do we do now?
How hard is
Stand
this?
there. Not hard.
It's inside this cathedral.
Yes.
All right.
You might have to kill some people.
Yeah, I might, because that's not a good
Oh,
way
I
in.
see a yellow right over there, and under the. In this direction, I see a yellow. He's a
Yeah,
749.
he's looking over here.
I don't
Is
know
he
which way he's looking.
On my side of the river, or whose side?
No, he's
down
here in
with
the-
us.
Oh, hey, maybe you want to come over here with me.
He's doing his own thing.
He's standing over there doing something. I don't know.
Too trusting.
Well, I see where he is. I don't know if he's got buddies that come in from
Yeah,
the other
he's
side.
He's probably the diversion to keep you distracted while his buddies come.
Yeah, it could be.
I hate the enemies that I run away from them and then I'll stop moving. They'll hit me once and then they'll run back to their spot.
Are you watching him, Mom?
Yeah, I see him.
Because I'm looking around to see if there's others.
I'm kind of
All right,
tempted
I'm
to
heading
go
back.
over behind the wall, but
I hide whenever.
I think I'm gonna go over here just
Okay, someone. Okay, I see.
just to not tempt.
There's Kyle. He's over under the pergola. See him over there across
So
the
under
square?
what now?
He's to the west. Look straight west.
All right,
Other
I
way.
completed the quest.
West.
Okay, all right.
Looking west.
Jared, give.
He's underneath. He's in that
I did it.
canopy
Oh,
area.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
he's an AD. I don't know what he's doing here.
I'm gonna
Oh,
give
yeah, I
Kyle the
told
leader
you.
role when we get in the clear.
Okay.
Right now, it doesn't matter. There's really no benefit to him being leader
It's just
No.
like keep track of.
anyway.
No.
It's not like I know how to assign us to the Imperial City.
I will give you the role when I can. Let's just get out
I
of
need
here.
to get rid of. I need to kill 4 archers. That's my class. So
Oh, there were archers out here, but I killed them.
yeah, I know. That's why I hate this one. Okay,
Want to go home.
I got my least favorite just because tonight's going really well. Here's another one. I'm gonna look for more. Please do not kill any archers.
I'm just gonna stay.
Patience. You are a font
I
of
think there's
patience.
safety in numbers.
You have nothing. Patience. Try doing something for a change.
I don't like standing up by myself because if you're together in a group, you're probably less likely to be. Okay, was that it
Well,
for you?
they'll target
One
one
more.
person, pick that one person off, and then everyone else can run away.
Now the
Hey, here's an archer.
Here's an archer right here. Come here. Kyle, right here. He's shooting me.
the
You're
The
welcome.
bear.
AD member might be a little bit dangerous because I don't know why they would choose to be here instead of. Oh,
I'm just gonna stay here because you're coming back this way, right?
yeah, I don't know. You guys are safe no matter where you are, pretty much.
Is
Not-
that true?
Well, no, but
Why did you say it?
not you're
Is he
not.
still over there?
Your tickets and stuff are safe. You could die, but it won't like affect anything
Yeah.
because we'll be going to the Imperial City in a second.
I don't think
it's
he's there
normal.
anymore, so.
No,
I
I
don't see
think
him.
I think I just saw him walk by me, or something. I saw
Let's
him getting
go.
closer.
Okay.
Okay,
Then
now
let's go.
Let's
now-
leave.
Yeah.
Wasting time.
Imperial City,
More time waste.
no CP. Here we go. I'm not lead, bro. Come on.
Make him lead, Jared.
All right.
I guess speedrun this.
I go to social. I go to group. I go to current group. I click on Weather Dragon. I click promote to leader, and you're leader.
Hey.
We're queued.
Okay, so I take it.
Yeah.
What are we doing in the... I have 2 Fs.
I hit Imperial City.
Yes.
And what's this for? More tickets?
Man, we really don't do this.
Or just a death wish?
Same.
This is where Jared will need to empty
You're
his
attempting.
bank
Yeah,
account.
I want to enter in group. There we go. It did it.
Imperial Sewers.
I have nearly 3,000 now.
Yeah, you want to go see the banker.
Yeah, you don't want anyone
Yeah.
to kill you and get that off you.
What do I do with all this? Because I've accumulated quite a
You
bit
can
over the
get some
years.
stuff that might be style pages or polymorphs, but for the most part, you just don't want someone to kill you because they will get a bunch of stuff.
They don't get my alliance points. Right?
I-
Just Telvar.
Can I put it in like a savings account where it accrues interest?
Let's see. Oh, you're there.
Which one? Which one of
It's
these
not
doors
that
is
way.
the
It's
bank?
Not, it's not that way.
I'm gonna walk
I
out
always
into the
forget
streets
where.
looking for the bank, and then I'm gonna ask the first enemy player I see, "Is this the bank?"
And he'll say, sure.
There's so much
Oh.
of these points
Excuse
that
me,
I don't want
sir.
you to
Could you
have.
show
I'm
me
so
where the bank
thank
is
God. I was so
slash?
afraid someone was gonna kill me because I have so many of these.
We'll return these valuables.
I have so many values.
Your goods are probably safe with me.
I'm safer than with
Um,
me. Oh, I only have 7 more free inventory slots.
The reason a lot of people like Telvar is because the more you have, the more of a buff you get. So
I see.
you get a bonus.
So I hit Guild Bank, Guild Store.
You
How
could
do
do
I
regular bank, not guild bank.
regular bank, and then how do I unload these?
You hit, you go to deposit, not withdrawal
Okay.
at the top, and
I
then
see
do deposit
deposit.
currency. And then
Deposit
you'll have
currency.
you'll have to select.
Telvar stones, or
Yeah, you
alliance
click
points.
Telvar stones are the big things.
Okay. Deposit Telvar stones. I have 2.
Okay, Kyle.
Two deposit.
I'd like to
there we
see
go.
my. Never mind. Let me try this.
And then I can
Okay,
deposit
fine.
alliance points too. All right, I have deposited everything. Gold, I don't have to deposit. Wow, I almost have 500,000 gold. I'm only 3,000 away from 500,000. It's crazy.
Oh, I just went up into the temple district. I was trying to get the sack.
So they can't take my transmute crystals,
No.
can they? Okay. Just the Telvar stones. I have 0. So
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Oh, I don't want to deposit that. I want to sell that.
Dad's in the temple
All right.
district.
Yeah, is that where I wanted to go?
I have
We
no
should
idea.
get him out of
trying,
there.
I'm trying to think. I don't
Well, I'm
remember all
coming
these
back
quests.
down
I'm just
then.
trying to think.
Yeah,
I
you
know
should do
this
that.
one. Or am I thinking of this one? I don't know. We could try. Hey, what's?
I didn't think I was ever coming back.
Let's see. Memorial. Let's see. What's Memorial District?
I
Why
don't know
don't?
why, but that's what I think we usually do.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what my brain.
How do we not know this? All right.
I don't know of any of these quests. That's
I remember we're always up on a roof, and then we jump down from the roof,
Well,
and
they're
then
all that way.
we run around.
So what?
To
We
die.
do this here? We're going to the Memorial District?
Mhm.
There was shooting going on when I left.
Oh boy. I'm still loading.
I'm loading.
To see you. Do you have time to speak? Care to spy
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
the
this is the
same
one
as
that we
before?
do. Yeah.
Of course.
Boy, it's all slow.
Why is I hear action music, but I'm not there?
So we talked to Mr. Legate
Oh, here I am.
Gallus.
Yeah,
It's Leggett.
I'm watching an AD and a DC beating each other up. The DC started picking a fight with the AD, and he looks like he's regretting
All right.
it now.
We need to kill Skip's overly complex
Yeah,
word
well,
in
there's
the memorial.
ADs down there, so
I'm gonna hide.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we want to steer clear of that guy. All right, so
he's
Zipkins-
running away. Up.
Oh,
What's he doing?
Oh, he's on his mount. What the heck? We need to. Oh, here's a Zivkin down here. Does everyone have quest on them?
I got
Yeah,
the
we need to
quest.
kill
Kill
two Zipkins.
Zifton.
Throw things at him.
Throw things at him! Boo! Zivkins!
Boo!
Get out of here!
Get off
We
the
don't want
stage!
you. That's 1 out of
All right.
2.
Now we just
that's
wait
not-
for him to respawn.
It's not the complete end of the quest, but it's close. Here's what I'm gonna do. You see that Zivkin over there on the far side?
No, I can hit this one from here.
No,
or
no,
it's
no.
a
We're
skeleton.
gonna need to be down there. We're gonna need to be down there when we're done. So
This is the one that's up on the stage.
yeah. So everyone
Can
follow
we
me.
just wait for the one
Yeah,
in the
there's-
alley to
there's-
I
respawn?
know what
Follow
I'm
him.
doing. Follow me. Go for this guy right here. I need you to help me out. As soon as we get him, we're gonna need to do a thing.
He's down.
Okay, now we need to
Okay.
plant geodes in the skeletons down here.
Let's move quick.
Yeah. So, here's a skeleton. I'm going to stick a spying geode in him.
Okay, we've
Now,
got 3 of them out of 4.
Because there's 4 of us, it did all 4 at the same time. Right?
Good.
Okay,
let's
so
go.
we're done.
Let's
We
leave.
need to get out of here.
Everyone with me? Everyone with me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Don't
Does your
change
mini map show you when
directions.
enemies
I
are
don't have a
coming?
mini map. Not active. And no, it would not show me when enemies are coming. That would be cheating.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
Get in.
I'm going in,
All right.
go.
Okay.
We're still not safe down here.
No,
Loading forever.
we're probably a little safer, but okay, I'm here.
Here.
We're
Here.
alone.
Okay,
So it would
follow,
seem-
Follow.
I'm gonna make sure I
We're
have the right
invincible for a bit.
ultimate. I
We're
do.
wasting our.
Now there are people who try to.
We know about the wandering
Yeah, we know.
terrors and the gangs and the blah blah blah. We've always been fine,
That is not true.
except that one
Well, yeah.
One time.
Clear. It's all about moving quick.
Like the right. Ah, damn it. God.
I made it.
Every second is just.
That was good advice.
You never know what could happen. So, 1, 2, 3.
But
big guy
behind you.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, he's leaving.
He's leashing. It's okay.
That's what I like about this game: the fact that the enemies are tethered.
He's an actual player.
Yep.
We're gonna make a left. If a player was walking through here, he probably walked from where we came from, which means that there probably wasn't anyone waiting. But,
Nope. Or if there was, he killed them.
But we're just gonna. I'm gonna keep sweeping.
What's that coming through?
There's a bunch of players going the other way. We want this hole right here,
Yeah, the
Yes,
doorway
yes,
Yeah,
is
it's
right
marked.
there.
and once you get in here, you're safe. Is
You're
that
safe.
correct?
Yeah. Why weren't those? Were those players on our team?
I mean, this is our spawn, so yeah.
They were blue going out.
Goodness
So
gracious.
Yeah.
Everyone's here. Okay, so you need to talk to the guy in the center room.
Good, you're back. Excellent.
Got the tickets. That just
now we
makes
get to
it
see
easier.
the little theater play.
Their flank is entirely untouched.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta remember Memorial District. I'm at 12 out of 12 tickets now, so I guess I should see the Impresario. Hey, they have an armor in here now. I didn't know that. That's a new thing. Newish, I guess. Huh. Interesting. I did not know that.
Okay, well, I'm ready to go home, and
Yeah, can we go on vacation?
Let's
somewhere
leave the
now?
war. Leave the war out the door.
Is it that way?
This is the way.
Oh yeah, it goes directly to the rift. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm in
Hooray,
Blackwood.
We're all in separate places. I'm in
Uh-huh.
Hooray, we're all
Now
in separate
I
places.
need to go switch characters, and I've done one of 3 dailies, I believe.
I just might stay on my Argonian.
Oh, I killed 2 humanoid Daedra.
What do you want me to do, Kyle?
We're gonna be doing Rift.
Oh,
That's
so
where I am.
Just put myself back on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to do that, I guess.
I'm gonna go back and switch.
Okay, so you're both swapping characters. That means I can go.
You could go, even if I didn't swap characters.
Nee.
The knights who go,
Nee.
Yep.
Nee.
Mom just about did a spit take with her water.
No.
Oh, this guy. Wow, that is gold. That is one shiny gold outfit. Okay.
You a shop? No, it's a shop.
Dad, you're kind of in a group with, I'm guessing, with Mom, so you're gonna have to leave that so I can invite you.
Mm-hmm. Just disbanded it. You can invite me.
I'll make sure I'm getting the right person. I'm missing a striking locale in the Rift, if you can believe it.
You are in a different version of Blackwood. I don't need to
Yeah,
go to you, right?
Nah, you don't. I'm just gonna add Mom, and then she'll tell us what the newest Sky Shard is. What's the next one?
Clank of gears and hiss of steel.
That's gonna be Avanzel, which is right by where Jared is, pretty much. Just go to Jared. He'll.
I'm by the Skull King.
He's by the exact way shrine we need to be by for some reason.
Is that okay? The Honrich.
Honrich. I don't know.
Huh. Yeah,
There's the shop
my
there.
my Khajiit does not have the scroll.
Yeah, that makes sense because there's no reason you probably would have gone into Cyrodiil because you're all married to Minion and you wouldn't have anyone to team up with.
Yeah. Okay, so where are we going? The Rift.
Just go to one of us.
Travel to me
Jared.
or Mom.
Oh.
I'm not there yet. I don't really.
I'm at a packed camp.
Hooray! No one can kill us.
Hooray!
Nobody. Nobody. This,
Oh, yes,
see,
they
this,
can.
This lady's all married to Minion. She can't harm us.
Nah.
You know, that's. Yeah.
Nah.
She has no interest in killing us. We're just like, you can't kill us.
Is Dad here?
I'm coming. You
He's
guys
not.
ran
He
away.
ran off.
That's what you do. You're running back, but here I are.
6, 7.
Okay.
Where'd you go? Are you here?
Yes, we're all together,
Oh, I
except
went-
now we ran
I
off without
went back
you.
to bring you
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Well, you went past me, I guess.
I
'cause-
At some point,
I'm gonna run this direction.
Yeah, both you and Jared came back, and then Jared and I ran back, and
I'm the only one going where I'm supposed to.
oh,
so
there's a
um,
tree in the road. Let's cut this
Yep.
out of the way.
Yeah, we can't pass.
We can't go
now.
past. There's a tree in the road. Sorry, we could get blocked our path.
It's not letting me push forward.
Yeah, man.
I don't have that delve, I guess.
That's funny because some things you can't go through, and other things you can go through. It just seems like, oh,
You ever see the Viva La Dirt League about grouping up for a dungeon before? It's like they wanna do a dungeon, right? And so it's like they got 2 DPS, a heal, and a tank, and then Rowan pops in and he's like, "Guys, I'm here. I can help you take on this dungeon." They're like, "Oh no, sorry, man. The group's full." And he's like, "What do you mean? You need all the help you can get to take on the demons in this dungeon." No, man. Like seriously, we're good. And he's just like, "I can just join the party." You're not joining the party. You're just standing next to the party. He's like, "Let me in the dungeon. You can't come in here. There's 4 of us already." It was funny. It's also funny because I'm pretty sure, I mean, like, I think WoW does 5 per dungeon. I don't know what Final
Yeah.
Fantasy does. Hey, I didn't have this. I didn't have this book.
the journal?
Mm-hmm. Seems to
Oh,
be
I
some
see a
kind of
screenshot.
group of Argonians that came in here or something.
So sad.
Far, anyway.
I need 8 more humanoid Daedra.
I don't know if you're gonna find it in here.
The crafting's no big deal, but
There it is.
it's not for me.
Who put this here?
It's broken.
I've already got that.
All right, now we walk out.
Yay.
Simple
Hooray.
enough. Hooray.
Or run. Oh no, we have someone in our way.
Yeah, they're gonna give
Okay.
us a Dwemer Sphere pet, I guess, to unlock in the next chapter. They said
Won't that be too big?
it's not that big.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them here.
Not for long.
I'm sure you're fine.
Okay. Everybody leaves while we're in there. Fighting for our lives.
I mean, that was the smart move.
They care not. Yeah, let's just leave us behind.
Oh, this is pretty.
Let's see, next up, bears in the hollow. No, we're just gonna go across.
Oh, hold it. The next one
I think we should just go
is
across.
deep in the roots of the tooth.
I mean that's probably not near us. I don't know where that is. Wait, hold on. Where is that? Oh, no, it is the one that I wanted to go to.
Did you show Jared the screenshot you took with your little bat?
No, but I'm
you-
apparently still getting likes on Twitter.
It's the
Just-
cutest thing.
Just put it in the Discord.
Yeah,
okay.
you should.
I was trying. I try to take screenshots for all my streams so I can use a thumbnail, and I was trying to take a screenshot of myself, and my bat decided to make it a picture of him instead.
Photo bomb.
Let me see.
He
here.
did.
I gotta find it and then save it. Yeah.
Oh, there's so many resources there I don't have.
I don't even stop. I just keep going.
This is relaxing.
Anyway, so I was looking at I showed you, Jared. I was looking at a 360 Facebook post, you know, where you could like look around like it's like you're in a bubble. and so they.
You mean a photosphere? I don't
Yeah,
think you
a
did show
photosphere.
me.
Well,
that.
I didn't send you the actual photosphere, but they released one for the new chapter because they were like, you can look around.
We got.
right?
Oh. Do they have a VR version?
Step aside.
I'm sure you could look at it in VR, but it was mostly for like phone gyroscopes and what have you. Anyway, so it's for the new zone, and I noticed when I was looking in the distance, you can see Bardao in the sky, right above the Vex.
Oh, yeah, you
City.
did. You showed me that. I didn't know that was
I
a
thought that was-
photosphere.
I thought that was pretty cool that you can see that.
Yeah, it was a weird mistake.
Weird mistake. Again, though, I don't know if it's going to be like higher or lower depending on if you've done the main quest, but
They'd probably just have an oversight and
I
make it
don't know.
higher. They could just say it takes place before the main quest.
here we are.
Oh, it wasn't an actual tooth.
No. Giant tooth. Okay. Oh, dang it, I thought I saved it. Hold on. It is literally right here. The Sky Shard. You could probably just pop in and grab it and head out, like, ASAP.
Maybe I already
needs
have
it?
this one because I don't see it.
Crap, there's a chest. That's distracting.
Oh, I'll take that while you fight him.
Is this Nocturnal's banner? I'm not that familiar with it.
It's mine now.
I guess it would make sense.
Oh, there's a Discord beep.
Yeah. Okay, I posted it.
Good. Yeah, I've already got this. All right, let's leave.
Let's
Turn
leave.
around.
You could speedrun these delves.
I'm taking all their apples. They're gonna get. I guess it will be scurvy. That would be oranges, but
Well, they're also dead.
I'm taking. I'm stealing all their apples.
well, when they come back,
They will be mighty angry when they do come back.
they might come
Also
back when you kill them.
surprised.
But if they die of hunger, they don't come back.
That's how
Right.
it works.
When you die of hunger, you die in real life.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Where green grows in the fort's wall.
Flank! No!
Oh,
do
we
you
had
have
some
that one?
visitors.
I don't. I am busy.
Do you have any of them until the end, or?
No. I don't
Okay.
have any other.
Okay. That means that we are going to go to Riften because it's the closest way.
Oh.
Shrine.
I am.
I will travel to you when you get there. Let me know.
Anyway, look at the picture in the Discord. He put it there.
I'm in VR, so
I knew it.
Oh.
you're gonna have to wait. Are you there, Kyle?
Not yet.
Well,
Oh,
too
we
late.
just got. Hang on.
Well, right as you said that is when I showed up. So.
Typical.
Now I theorize that this next delve was actually meant for High Rock, and they just kind of put it in Skyrim without.
Are they
because it
dead?
was
Are they
actually-
dead? All right,
I want to
traveling.
learn Jared's.
I'm still in
speaking.
combat.
I want to do that. You do the
All right.
coolest maneuvers.
I'm just glad it doesn't spin me in first person like I am in group. Current group. Where is travel?
So, what are you again?
I'm a slowed.
What are you again?
Hey, Kyle.
Hi.
Are you looking at me?
I am. Goodness gracious, that's bright. That is a contrast. That's a very bright contrast. Where'd you get that?
I bought
Is
it.
that it?
This
Is
is rich.
It cost me
Oh,
something
wait,
like...
we have iron astronaut crates now?
No, I bought him out of the store.
Yeah, but oh, yeah, but he's from the is he from the iron
Oh, is he
astronaut
from the crate? I don't know.
I don't know if maybe he is.
He
I
w-
don't
he
think
was
so.
in the store
No,
as
I
a
don't think
limited
so.
time.
Yeah. Wow.
I couldn't afford him with Jim, so I used my Endeavor
Very
seals.
bright. I like the contrast.
Did you guys see him?
No.
I was traveling. Oh.
Wow.
Crazy. Ah, it breathes fire!
Yeah, he's hot stuff.
Oh hey, they
Goodness
got some
gracious.
goggles in the store as well.
I got him a friend too.
Oh, brother.
Oh
How much
Got a
do you
little
have to
matching
spend?
fire cub.
no,
Oh.
but he's
He's a hot cheetah.
no. I'm trying to remember.
Spicy hot Cheetos.
I'll have to find him now. I don't know if he's a.
Anyway,
Let's
I'm a
see.
Dunmer.
I think
I
she
know
means
that.
what your class
But
Oh,
what's
oh,
your
oh.
class?
Oh.
He was this guy.
I'm the, what is the class? Is it Ranger,
Nightblade.
Kyle?
No.
Nightblade. It's Nightblade.
Night.
Oh, nice.
There,
Oh, you got a little...
Oh, hot.
Was he hot or is he cold?
Yeah, it's like hot and cold.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's fire and ice.
He is a Sunspire Icefire Senche Cub.
Adorps.
Crazy.
They do match.
Kind of.
I think there's a skin you can get like that.
I find him. What a nice guy.
Yeah, it's a little...
I still haven't done that
extreme
quest.
reaction.
You don't know what that person did.
Yeah, maybe he deserves to be gutted.
He's also not even really looking for him. He's been leaning up against that wall since I started playing. I don't know how he's gonna find anyone like that.
He took the last box of Girl Scout cookies. I'm gonna gut him when I find him. Those
Yeah, see?
thin mints
It's
were
suitable.
mine.
Okay, once you go through here, I don't think you can go back. Or maybe
What?
that's the second door. Yeah, you can't go back from this way. So, go through. Go through.
Lovely.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep
Well.
going back through this way, but you can't.
Yeah,
Probably
even
'cause
says
you have to
open
earn it or
straight out.
Very interesting base game choice. Oh,
You're more than hurt.
yeah,
You're dead.
that was pretty dramatic.
I'm hurt.
I'm hurt and then died. Okay, this is where we want to go. Yeah,
Can't loot
I
it.
think this might have been like built for a high rock zone, and they decided to put it in Skyrim because there's like some high rock assets and stuff.
One of the two I couldn't loot. Cheap.
I just left it, yeah.
Like for the statue, for example. But this brazier is definitely Nordic, so I don't know. Make a right. Please tell me it's not in the pit.
That's a pit.
It's at the bottom of the pit, isn't it? Okay.
It
He
is.
just jumped. Okay.
He did.
Well, I need this one, so
Oh,
I
Jerry
don't
didn't
have this
it.
one. I don't either.
Oh, great. Now where are we? How do we get out of here?
This was the only way it could have happened.
I'm just gonna levitate back up.
Yep. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
we
was-
just go back up. You just-
I was gonna climb it back up, but it went away.
Okay.
we can jump.
Yeah. No. We're gonna go south. Follow me.
There's beds.
Yeah. There's
We can just live
beds.
down here.
This is our
Make the most
life
of it.
now.
There was some veggies and stuff too.
That'll probably last us forever.
Veggies are good.
I love apples.
See, it's fine down
You're
here.
just like so obsessed with these apples.
Free food.
Everybody's got an apple on it.
Well, he jumped right into my crossbow chest.
Chest.
Yep. fighting.
Violence. Jared, don't. Not yet.
Just making sure there's only 2 of them.
Hang on.
So, what is that ability that you do when you
The spin?
spin? What's
I'd
it
have to see
called?
what it's called, unless Kyle knows what it's called.
I don't know.
I mean,
It
are you a
could- it could
Nightblade?
be-
Can you?
It could be in
The
the.
Argonian
I think
is.
you can have it. I think you
Oh,
can
no
have it as
chest.
any class, but you need 2 blades.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, I dual wield. Well, I have a
You need
dual
two
wield and
blades.
then I have a 2-handed. Ooh, that's a long way down. But I'm not sure what it's called.
But yeah, see this is also why I think this gel was meant for High Rock, is because you're actually looking at Aelid ruins here, and it's like, when was the last time you saw Aelid
How-
ruins in Skyrim?
How would I check what my moves are called,
You want to
Kyle?
use K and then use your. I don't know how you would do it in VR.
Thing is, you
Well,
can't do any
On
of
the
that, can you?
controller.
Your skills.
Is it under? Yeah, if it's under skills, just say skills.
Your
All right, it
skills.
is called. I press B to do it, so it's called Shrouded Daggers. I fire a secret. No, that's my throwing dagger. Impale? No. Is it Bloodthirst?
He's just reading a book. It's like impale.
What an enemy
is
with
it?
steel.
Dagger.
It's not like.
Lotus Fan, flash through the status and ambush. No, that's my teleport. It's called Steel Tornado.
That makes
I
sense.
launch myself into a lethal spin, releasing a flurry of blades around me.
What does it say? Like, what does it say that it's like? Does it say something morph, like morph of anywhere in the top?
I wonder if
corner?
it's twin
It's a
slash.
whirlwind. It's whirlwind morph.
Oh, okay.
Whirlwind
So it's
morph.
whirlwind. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Dual
Happy
blades,
now.
and it's probably under dual wield. Dual wield.
Gonna kill this guy.
whirlwinds, I'm guessing.
Try to remember that if I ever ask you that again.
It'll be whichever one says turns you into a
I
whirlwind.
guess you could say those ruins were maybe Falmer.
I also like
I
the
don't know.
teleport
I don't know
one
if
where
that's
I
what they were
look at an
trying to
enemy and then
do.
I slash
Falmer
into them
ruins
from
are
across the
something
room.
different, but whatever.
Like that. I lead with that to get close to the group, and then I just start spinning like a blender until they all tip over. This worked pretty well. Okay, I'm at 40 of 40. Let's get out of here. Or 140. 100.
What, you like your inventory's full?
Yeah, my inventory's full.
My inventory goes to 200. You should upgrade yours so that you can go to 200.
Mine's 160, I think.
Could probably afford a backpack upgrade with
Yes.
the money I got.
I will give you money, and you can afford it. So I found a thing when I was walking around Vivek City last night. I found there's these
Crazy thing happened on the way to Vivek City the other day.
I was at the shrines, right? So I was at the. They've got 3 shrines: one for Vivek, one for Sathastil, one for Almalexia, and they have like these unique
Oh, it goes.
engravings on each one of like their likenesses, and it's like, okay. But I think what they probably missed is that at the very top of each of these shrines, like the border, there's a little V, and I think they probably missed it, but they left the V on both Sathastil and Almalexia's, even though there's probably supposed to be an S and an A, and it just says V on all of them. I made a post on that on Twitter, just
They're all
finding
Vivek.
it funny, but everyone's saying like that's gonna annoy them now, and I'm like, oh god, like devs are probably seeing this now, going, this guy should shut up. This guy should keep his mouth shut. And then
Oh, there's a book here I don't
some
have.
people are probably like,
They're gonna go Reggie on you and just delete
Oh.
your
yeah,
Twitter.
they're just gonna.
It's the Lust the
laser on you.
Argonian Maid, Volume 2.
You
I
can't
didn't
read
have
that
one.
part until you have volume 1.
Yeah, you won't really understand what's going on unless you read Volume 1.
It's that's what they gotta do these days. You gotta keep up with all this stuff.
I want to pick up this cat's claw because it's 250 gold, but I need a tiny cat and a hat
Or you could have a crow, but here's a cat.
or crow.
We'll just do one more, I guess.
Collectible. Yes.
Honestly, like, man, I kind of wish we could just power through the last 3 because we were kind of lagging a bit, but let's see how fast we can get this done. This one's Take a Shrouded Approach, which is going to be Shroud Hearth Barrow, which is still called Shroud Heart Barrow on the map thing for some reason. So I'm just talking about mistakes all day. So I'm going to port
This whole
back.
game's a mistake.
I had someone say that. I had someone reply, ESO lore is shameful. I'm like, dude, it's just a little bit of an asset slip. It's not like they never did that in the main games. There's all kinds of little things that fall under the rug that some nerd who's constantly pushing up his glasses is gonna find, like me. You can port to me. This guy looks amazing. I don't know if you can get here to see
Did you
it.
say we could port to you?
Yeah, yeah.
You did.
Jared, I hope that she's still here when you're here, because this is a cool character design. Their name
can just take a picture.
You can call me G. Okay, Mom, you're gonna need to move. Thank you.
I was right then. Oh my goodness, what? She's like a shadow.
Yeah, so you're both gonna need to move. But
Oh.
I think she looks.
Wow, yeah,
I think
it's like
she
a
looks amazing.
It's like a shadow wearing gold. Here, can I take a screenshot in
What
VI?
on earth? What is that?
I can't. Can I get screenshots? There we go. I got
This is because of the
screenshots.
crown. Is that makes the
Oh, is that what
the
you're
hood
talking about?
come down over her face?
Wow, their horse is
Yeah.
dead.
That
Yeah.
that is the Baron Zodris helmet style. It is very rare and incredibly expensive. It is,
Oh,
yeah, it's very hard to
would
get. I
say-
tried to get it once and I just had no luck. I tried so
wow,
hard.
they're pretty unique. You
Yeah.
can
Oh,
go-
they're gone.
Here we go to Shroud Hearth. Just kind of. Oh wait, I thought you could kind of jump in. I guess not. It's got a doorway somewhere. Ow. People are already asking me what my predictions are for next year, because I guess I'm like that octopus that guesses the Super Bowl winners or whatever.
Just
So they're like,
Thing.
soothsayer.
they're like, yeah. What do you think is
I'm
next?
lost. I guess what? I don't know where you are. You're not
Went
even
to
on
we
the
went
my
inside
Dragon
the
Grove.
barrow.
Oh,
So that circle we're standing on top of has a chamber.
Yeah.
There's a door along the perimeter.
I'm fine.
Now run around, and then there'll be a door inside.
I'm still using this personality, even though it doesn't work with me. But I like the idle
You just-
animation a lot.
Gotta do it to him.
Yeah, yes. I like this animation. I like this animation a lot where I do this. The walk I think is a little bit exaggerated and doesn't perfectly fit, but whatever. Crap.
Did you say rats
Rats.
No.
or centipedes?
Centipede.
Centipedes. Wait. Can we go? We're gonna go back. We're gonna have to go back. It's faster. Going down this chamber. I don't know what this hand sigil is. I'm not familiar with it. Am I just being stupid?
Dark Brotherhood.
No.
Talk to
Too
the
old for that. Yeah, that's what it means. Talk to the hand.
Oh, here's the sky shard
Oh,
right
yeah,
here.
here it is. I was like, it should be here somewhere.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
I don't have
see,
this
that's
one.
fast. We're just powering through. Alright, now let's see. Next one is going to be tread carefully and don't break a leg, which is going to be Snap Leg Cave. Oh, that's so annoying.
he's
So
trying
I
to
am
talk to me. I don't know what he wants.
missing the next to last one, but
Okay.
I have the last.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna go for that. Could you guys let's be quick. Let's
Jack beat Nimble.
Jack be agile, Jack be
I
fast.
want out.
Really interested to see if they decide to do Skyrim, whether next year or the year after. They're gonna do it eventually. Whiterun's gotta happen at some point. I'm gonna be interested to see.
They
how
should
they're gonna
do
handle it.
a Starfield crossover to promote Starfield when that comes out in September.
I saw these two people on Twitter made like someone took the Starfield's logo and they just like edited it to make it say Daggerfall, and then another user, it might have been Elder Memes, I don't know, another user took the Daggerfall logo or the cover and then made it say Starfield. It was great. I gotta find
It's just Skyrim again.
I gotta
We're
find
happy to release Starfield. Michaela woke me up this morning with a Skyrim meme. She started playing on her phone. I just hear the Skyrim music starting, and then just, oh, you're finally awake.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, we're just gonna go. I'm distracted now. We're gonna go fast.
That's too cute.
You're finally awake.
Oh my gosh.
Did I just walk past a... Ah! I think that was kind of mean, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
What'd they do to the tiger?
We froze the tiger.
Good. They're asleep.
Yes, that's where it's going to sleep. I posted the Daggerfall and Starfield. They've swapped titles.
I realize they have a lot they work on, but I am kind of surprised they haven't released remasters of the classic Elder Scrolls games.
They haven't released remasters
said
for
that a million
Morrowind or
times.
Oblivion, Jared, or is that what you're
Yes.
talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you meant you meant the
older-
actual classic ones.
No. I mean, some of them it'd be hard. Like Hammerfall would be hard to do.
Didn't a fan do it or?
Fans, yeah. I mean, that's probably why. It's probably
Well,
why they
yeah, I
haven't
mean-
really bothered. Is that like Sky
Like I
is a
could
huge
play
thing,
Morrowind right now
Skywin is a
with
huge
modern-looking
thing.
graphics in
But I
VR.
think
Like
they had.
Morrowind does everything.
VR
No. Someone made a mod for Morrowind where you can play it with modern-looking graphics in VR,
my
like
God.
Skyrim. did.
Yeah, I'm sure you can play
use melee
You
weapons.
can just
Yeah,
play Skywind. Or
Morrowind
whatever.
fans are
Wow.
I think the lead writer for Skywind is following me on Twitter or something. I forget. But I don't know. I'm not really involved in those projects very much. I don't know how much they change. Hopefully not a lot, because
You don't like mods.
I don't
even
like
though they're
things
good.
that add anything. If it's like just an improvement,
It's
it's
fine.
good. No, it's not.
There's a lot of stuff I learned in the
That's his
Cyrodiil
opinion,
mod
it's
for
fine.
Skyrim where I didn't know about a lot of stuff from Oblivion, but they reference it in that mod.
Congratulations, you've
You know,
probably
like-
learned stuff that doesn't exist. Actually, none of it exists. but
St.
you know what I
Martin.
mean.
It's fine. None of it exists.
Ah, crap.
We don't have a leader.
This is not good.
This note is not slashed or bloodstained.
That's not good.
You guys are gonna have to follow me real closely. You have to follow me. up
That's
the map
spooky
real
in
closely.
VR.
I don't. Ice Race are horrible in Skyrim. They're like the worst.
It got up in my face.
I hate facing them.
Yeah, they're much easier to kill in this game.
They're just hard to see and hard to hit.
I just turn the other direction in Skyrim when there's an ice wraith.
That's
Wow, that is there is no this mammoth did not exist. There is not a mammoth that big.
that's what you would say about men if you saw a giant skeleton. And you'd be like,
I'm
"There's no
kind
guy
well,
this big."
I get
What do you mean it didn't exist? It's right there.
it's a prop. I'm tired of game devs taking skeletons and they just make the skeleton super big to be dramatic, and it's like you have to think about that had to have been a thing alive.
If you think anything else inside this cave is
How did
real,
how did that skull even get in here? These passageways are smaller than that skull.
it grew up in here.
There's a hole and it
I
fell
see.
through.
Yeah, a wormhole.
It grew up real fast.
That's
Yeah.
unrealistic, he says, teleporting from enemy to enemy.
The mammoth teleported. You're right.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
I'm
Answered
just
your own
saying, if
question.
once you start seeing game devs putting oversized
Okay,
skeletons in
stop.
games, you see it everywhere.
Do not
This
take
isn't
this man to
Earth.
Fargrave.
This is not Earth.
But I know how big the mammoths are.
But it's a
Not
different
that-
mammoth. I mean, what if you saw? What if all
In
you
a
saw
cave.
was a pocket
Maybe
mammoth?
it
huh?
had a pituitary problem.
There's a lot of creatures in this game.
What if this is the cave analogy where you know nothing but pocket
Yeah.
mammoths, and so you see a big mammoth and you're like, what the heck is that?
That's not the analogy of the
But
cave. The
it's all
analogy
you
of
know.
cave would be I'm seeing a side effect. For instance, you only see smoke, and you don't ever realize that the smoke is
You
a
only
side
hear
effect.
people
of
talking about
fire.
small mammoths there. You only hear people talking about small mammoths.
You're just in the pocket of big mammoth.
You're just in the pocket of pocket mammoth.
Pocket mammoth. Technically, all mammoths are pygmy mammoths, and those big ones are the normal ones. It's like how technically most sloths throughout history have been giant ground sloths, but the only ones we have alive today are the pygmy ones that live in trees, so we think the tiny ones are normal.
You're
When
as
they're actually
small
the
as a
weird ones.
sloth.
Well, that's the thing is sloths, as a whole, sloths as a whole, sloths as a species are huge, but all the big ones died, and now we
So
only
would
have
you-
tiny
would
ones
you
left.
re-
So we
you
think
would
sloths are
react- You
tiny.
would react this way if you saw a giant sloth skeleton. Would you say, sloths aren't
I'd be
that
like, "That's too
big?
bad."
See?
It was
You
more
just
that I
played
know.
yourself.
It's more that I know that they only made it big to be dramatic, and they don't really care
Oh, you're thinking
to
too
think
hard.
that it used to be.
How
an
do you think
actual
this hard and
mammoth.
enjoy Star Wars?
Stop.
I love the
Star Wars
blues.
would never.
Star Wars would never. The blue's pretty. I mean, like,
I did actually notice
Look
a
at that.
human skeleton ruin in Jedi Survivor the other day, where I'm like, that skeleton's way bigger than an actual person would be.
well, maybe it wasn't a human. Or actually, did they say it was a human?
It was just an incorrectly sized asset. Because again, people just dump skeletons everywhere in dungeons. They don't really think about it.
Do they... Have they toned down the Gendai or Jendai or whatever they call them?
Again, I have not fought the Gendai,
Okay,
but
alright.
from what the reports, they have built up the Gendai as like this thing's not something it's not, you don't want to fight a Gendai. They have built up
Yeah.
a rapport of
That's why I was super hyped to
unkillability.
hear that they were adding one. And so, I mean, I was watching some videos on YouTube and they were even talking about, like, they're like, oh yeah, Gendai aren't a
I've
thing in
been
the
avoiding.
modern canon because the videos are so old, I guess. Despite
yeah, they're probably
Dirge being a thing in the comics.
Well, that's another thing, is that you'll still find videos about people talking about how like, oh, my favorite TIE fighter is the TIE Defender, but unfortunately those aren't canon anymore. It's like, but they've been canon for like
Chest.
10 years now.
Yeah, I ain't paying attention.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people complain about it, like, oh, this isn't canon anymore. It's like it's been prominent in canon for like 5 years at this point.
There's one last Sky Shard here. One last
Okay.
Sky Shard. And then next is
This
Vardenfell.
bear is burning.
Okay,
let's
Someone
get it
needs to
started.
put him out.
Yeah, he's gonna
Smokey
stay
the
like
Bear.
that. Ah. It's messed up, yo. We're gonna be going to Terran Grav. I'm gonna be going there, but I'm just gonna mark it in case you guys don't want to wait. I'm there. You know, actually, I've been thinking about it. Like, I'm not saying that it's 100% that Starfield is going to be like world breaking, but if it is pretty good, then we're going to have like Tears of the Kingdom and Starfield as like the main contenders for Game of the Year, and that could be pretty crazy.
I don't think, with the amount of Zelda fans there, I don't think anything's a competition. Like, Zelda could release a tablecloth set and it would win Game of the Year just because it's Zelda.
I don't know. I mean, like, people weren't really that way about Skyward Sword, despite the fact that I like it, but...
It was
But I
still
mean,
probably
like,
weeks above any
you
other
saw
game
those
that came out that
reviews,
year.
though, for Tears, right?
People are also primed to make fun of the next Bethesda game. They're just waiting for it. You know, they got memes already made before it even comes out.
Well, yeah, I mean...
I'm kind
I
of.
mean, they were
I'm worried
criticizing
for
the
it.
trailer. Yeah, well, that's what the memes are gonna feed off of. That see, I knew it was gonna be bad sort of energy.
No,
'cause-
I mean, 6 months past when it was supposed to drop,
oh, every game's delayed. I'm sure.
but it was even delayed in the fall from
Yeah,
when I
well, see,
thought
but
it was
they delay it so that they're not releasing a bad product.
Well,
If anything, every time.
supposedly.
Well, the thing is, when any piece of media is delayed, the idea is that you should be glad that they're taking time to perfect it rather than releasing a product that they
So
know
I
they
guess
should have held
people are
off.
probably going to have really high expectations for it.
Well, it's a Bethesda game, so yeah, they will. Oh, this is gorgeous.
Yeah, the lighting's really nice in here.
Well, in VR,
Well,
this
if I
is
remember.
immersive.
This is probably the Poke Dungeon that we go into the least. It's not my
Yeah.
favorite, but it's a good place
I
to
have
level
this
up.
one, but
Not sure. The name didn't look familiar.
Sky Shard is here. I mean, like, when Redfall came out just a little while ago, like, for the most part, all the reviews were pretty much tearing it apart. A lot of players, too, but the players that I know on my Twitter, they say that they can't stop playing it. They find it very fun.
Whoa,
But
it's
I don't
almost
know
like
what to
the overall Twitter reactions are predetermined to,
I think that,
or getting review bombed on Steam.
I think that it all comes down to players feeling okay with waiting for patches, but reviewers feeling like that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
He's still going. And maybe that's valid, I guess.
I don't care.
It's really hard for me to dislike a game, to be honest. I always find something enjoyable in a game. So I would be the worst video game reviewer of all time.
What's the premise of Redfall?
It's like a sort of seems
Redfall
like
is a 4-player co-op game where each player has different like abilities. Like some people have
Overwatch thing.
supernatural abilities. You're playing in like a small isolated Massachusetts town that's being overrun by a vampire apocalypse.
It's kind of cartoony. It doesn't take itself that terribly seriously, but it's also violent.
Cartoony, but the premise is kind of
I
tongue in
remember
cheek.
seeing it
It's
on
not, it's
the-
definitely
It's supposed to be
it's
kinda
not,
like over the
hyper
top.
serious.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
It's like
kind
a
of campy.
like an 80s movie. Like I want to watch that one of 80 movies about the vampire apocalypse.
So it's got that vibe to it, and so it's a first-person shooter. You play with like other people and kind of run around and do these challenges. They've had AI problems and stuff like that, but it's kind of like
I don't think that's Bethesda Studios proper though. I think that's Arcane that made it.
Now Hi-Fi Rush though, Hi-Fi Rush when that released earlier this year, that made
That wasn't Bethesda, was it?
yeah that's Bethesda.
Okay.
Yeah, that because they advertised it when they were announcing.
Okay, you have to
Necron.
realize there's Bethesda Studios as a publisher, and then there's the Bethesda Studios that actually makes games.
Yeah, I
I don't
know.
think Hi-Fi Rush. Bethesda Studio games are like RPGs, like Skyrim and stuff. They very rarely come out, whereas Bethesda publishes a lot of games that they don't actually make,
Yes,
like Hi-Fi Rush and Redfall.
but they did publish it.
Yeah, but it doesn't really count as a game that Bethesda made. Another studio made it.
What else did Arcane make? By the way, there's a boss in here.
I think
Just
that's the studio that made Dishonored and Deathloop. I think that was Arcane and
Deathloop
Prey.
win Game of the Year or something.
They make good games. I'm not worried about the long-term future of Redfall unless
Okay, I'm confused. Wasn't it in here? Why are we down here?
So that's this guy.
It says protected by race in the beast's den but this is the only like den.
Okay.
we're
pull
on a
up the
totally
map-
different area
know.
from where
Yeah,
it should be
it's
on the
a
map.
whole different section.
Let's go.
Let's go back the way we came and reassess this.
Yeah, I don't want a house in this neighborhood.
Am I
Yeah.
the only one that doesn't have it?
I probably don't have it. Well, the last few I haven't had.
I have it.
Okay, if you look at the map, it's on the main.
It's behind us where we are now.
Yeah, if we had continued down the road from the entrance.
I don't know if you get to it from the other side.
It's
don't know how-
we'll be able to get it. I'll find a way.
We might go through a camp of things we have to kill, but we'll go get it.
Yeah, I mean we're really close to it. There's no way we're getting out of here without that.
Also, I wouldn't worry too much about Starfield because even if it's review bombed 20 times over, it's still gonna sell a bazillion copies.
Yeah, they know it.
Oh, hang on, my inventory's full.
Um,
Oh, how'd that happen?
I see it on the bar. But I don't want to.
Yeah, I see it too. Yeah, I don't
I
have.
don't want to fight by myself. So.
I'll fight.
It's getting
Hang
cold in here.
on.
Hold on. He's doing his inventory.
It's fine.
Okay, I'm fine.
These guys aren't attacking him, they're attacking us.
No, but he tends to break free when he thinks that he's in danger.
Yeah.
Mom, are you launching skulls?
She's a
Yeah.
necromancer.
I turned around quickly and that flew in my face in 3D.
I'm
and it
sorry
was
you had to
a
find out this
terrifying
way.
jump scare.
Scare you. I'm sorry.
I did a double take. I was like, what the?
That's how I became
was
afraid
getting
of
It was like the flurry of
mosquito
combat
hawks.
and the skull just jumped out of the screen at me.
She can also become a giant skeleton monster, so
Well, that I was aware of. I'd been prepared for that.
Okay.
We cleared the way for you.
I like the aesthetic.
of the necromancer.
You like necromancy
No,
aesthetic?
I like the room, the Delphi.
Oh, the environment? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the public dungeon, and we're in like the mountains between Cyrodiil and Skyrim here.
This is literally just the Skyrim aesthetic.
Cold. It's
All of
just
Skyrim
cold.
looks like this.
Is this it? Yay! This
Right
is
here
it!
he is.
Hooray!
The pilgrimage is complete.
We actually completed the rift.
Maybe I might not have. But I'm just here for the snacks.
Yeah, I don't know which ones. I don't know which ones you're missing, but yeah. So next is Vardenfell, which
Alright,
is
so we can
18
just
of
port
them.
out of here. I'm just gonna.
I still need 8 humanoid Daedra.
Oh,
Okay, so for that, for humanoid Daedra, let me just think right off the top of my head, where would they be hanging out?
they're all kind of humanoid in different ways.
Yeah, well, no, there's gotta be a better.
Daedalus Dramora,
Yeah,
however you pronounce it, Zykan,
yeah.
Scoffin.
I'm trying to think of like the easiest way, but like in me spending so much time thinking about that, you could probably find something better. I mean, honestly, like Cold Harbor, you're gonna find a lot. You know, here's an idea.
Oh, go to the marketplace in
No. Okay, here's a good idea. This is a charming idea. So in the Deadlands, there's a place called the Blood Pit. I think that would be a decent place because there's just some Daedra standing around.
That's on the postcard. The Blood Pit, a decent place.
A charming place. The Blood
It's
Pit.
where you marked
A
it?
charming place. That's the way shrine I marked.
I don't
rather,
have that. So if you go, honey, I'll tell me when you're there, and I'll
It
do it.
looks a lot warmer here. I should have worn my
Yeah.
shorts. I'm there.
It's sandals weather.
All right.
And where is the blood pit?
It should be to the.
Oh,
west
I
of the
see.
way
Is
shrine.
that an arena?
No, it's just a place with some Daedra that guard the prison. Yeah, I've got 75 people liking that shrine post already. You got people saying like the ending of the words is VVV. This might be something to point out to the people who matter in the Zos world, says this person. Zos has some corrections to do.
They're not going to change it.
This is
Is it just
annoying.
Mom and I, or are you guys coming?
Oh,
It's
oh, you
just-
know what? You're probably right. I should. Yeah, I know I need it. I wasn't thinking about it. I should probably
I
just
don't
head to you.
need it, but I can still tag along,
Yeah,
I guess.
I'm heading to you.
I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want to see the blood pit? I mean,
Once you've seen one blood pit, you've seen them all.
I've
how
been
many
here
have you
before.
seen?
I drive past one on my way to work.
You know, my horse fits in here, or my
you fit
mount.
right in here. Yeah, look at you.
I don't fit in anywhere. Your little cub one's gonna melt.
Well, he's fire and
here.
ice, so he's like that pain rub, icy hot.
Yeah, you could sell a lot of medication with him as the mascot, just like it's a hot cold pack.
My brain went to Heat Miser and Snow Miser.
Yeah, but they weren't one entity.
No, but now the song's stuck in my head.
Oop, here's a torn cloth.
So what are we doing in hell this time?
Daedra, finding Daedra. There's Daedra.
Oh, that's right, the
everywhere.
humanoid Daedra.
Yeah. Oh, I guess gotta go down here. Okay, so here's one.
No.
It's fine.
That is
well,
one.
I'll let you guys kill this because I don't want to take your things you got to do.
Sorry.
Oh, looks like Dad didn't care. He just straight up did it.
What?
Doesn't.
He needs that.
Well, sure, I do
Oh,
too, and
he
so does
needed to
Mom.
kill him.
Oh, well.
There's plenty
You
for
know what?
everyone.
How do you know?
That's
kinda
right.
I kind of think
They live here.
someone else.
I don't know. I know. I've had it happen where it doesn't even
More
count.
than one
so
can kill.
I feel like you
Just
need to do something.
participate.
Well, I've got 4.
Yeah, see, this is a pretty good place. There's probably better places, but it's hot, you know. This is a Drumnikin that won't really count.
Yeah, he won't probably count, but
He's not humanoid enough. Do Watchers count? They have eyes like a human.
They have eyes like a.
oh yeah.
This
Got more tentacles.
pole is shooting at me. Oh, I can't hit it. I can't hit the
Yeah.
flame turret.
Nah, those
not
are
fair.
also in Oblivion as well. That's why they added them. Ow. Someone pointed out on Twitter recently that technically
I'm at
there's
6
2
of 10.
ESOs because you got Elder Scrolls Oblivion and Elder Scrolls Online, and I didn't even notice that until the 20,000. Technically 2 ESOs.
Yeah, but no one shortens Skyrim as ESS.
No, they don't. But,
You know.
but it's just a technical, funny thing.
I am at 9 of 10.
Same. I don't think this Runok will count, despite the fact that he's technically humanoid, but he's got 4 arms, so does that disqualify him? I don't know.
Well, do those snake centaurs count? You know, the people that are half snake from the waist down.
Me over.
They got 4
Nope.
arms.
They're not.
I still got just
Wait,
9.
the
Do,
harvesters. I don't
Yeah,
know.
do they count?
I
Do
don't think
the
so.
crocodile guys count?
I don't think so.
No. It's really. I mean, they're technically.
There's some
ice
guys
people.
up here.
Talk to the
Dramakin,
Endeavor
this over here.
gods.
They're humanoid.
Yeah,
Okay,
I guess I
that was
didn't need to
my
do anything
10.
because it counted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yep,
kill 10.
Hooray!
I got it. All right.
Hooray, hurrah, hooroo. That is all. But did you guys do your weekly, by the way? Like your public dungeon group events? Or
Yes, we did.
Yes.
I just
Okay.
have to craft 4 jewelry items, but I can do that
Okay.
because I still have to do my other endeavors.
I think I'm just gonna pop out of here.
You can't.
Oh, the
leave here.
Legend of Deadlight. I didn't have that one.
Oh yeah. Do you have this, Kyle?
Oh, not for 500.
I should.
Oh, there's a
I've
big
read
bad
lot
guy right
about
behind me.
Deadlight.
Oh yeah. I don't teleport for money.
I don't teleport very much.
He wasn't so big.
No. He's hairy. You.
I'm still missing a point of interest here. Oh wait, no, I haven't done the quest for it. That's all. Ardent Hope. I'm still missing doing a quest for Ardent Hope. So I mean, this chapter that we're gonna be getting is gonna be kind of like the Deadlands DLC, but it'll be half Oblivion, half Nerd instead. I'm guessing the map will probably have a little icon on it, like this one does. Probably. It'll probably be like an eye or something. It's gotta be an eye. That one's always using eyes. That's for Masmora.
I'm dizzy.
Why didn't they put an eye in the center of the logo? That's what I was wondering earlier. It's just like, the logo's a circle. You gotta put like a Hermes Mora eye in the middle or something, but no.
Failure of graphic design.
They put like eyes on the logo itself, I guess. So that's good enough. But yeah, they've been doing a lot of promotional stuff lately. Like they're really pushing advertising and doing interviews and showing. They really guys, Runak. They released a thing on the web page,
We should
website
get outta
that I
here.
went through. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta like they released a picture of one of the new Daedra. I think it's called the Walking Nightmare is what they call it. They
Surprised
released
they don't already have one called that.
yeah, right. They released a picture of it, and it's like a clear picture. I don't know if we've had a picture this clear yet, but it's it weirds me out, and I'm gonna see if you guys can figure out why it weirds me out. Let me see if I have it on me. There's something
Should we
weird about
teleport
this
somewhere
Daedra.
else?
Oh, I thought you said you didn't want to teleport.
I said I don't teleport. I can teleport to one of you guys after you leave.
Oh, that's what you wanted to do. You wanted to just like, because you didn't want to do it yourself.
Well, we could head to a way shrine.
Yeah. Come on, where is that screenshot? That's a Harada plant, by the way. I think it can hurt you. I'm not sure.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
It's covered in spikes.
Yeah, it can be kind of, but I'm not sure. Let me see.
Let's just use this portal up here. This looks like it's a portal.
I got Somerset.
Yeah, portal
Just
to Warden's Overlook. Let's go.
Jerry, don't just go through random portals. You can't just go through random portals in Oblivion. Think that you.
Yep. There's a
I just wanna
Runak
get out
right
of here.
there, but how come he's not red? Oh, these other ones are. You ready?
Okay, so I'm gonna post some images that they released to the public, in the Discord. I'm excited about them.
I guess I'm gonna head back
Yeah,
to
let's
my
get out
hometown.
of here.
Yeah, you might as well
I'm
just
gonna
do
head
that.
to my hometown.
Okay, so here's a picture.
Wait, it says mom's still in the Deadlands. Is that true?
No, I'm going to Somerset.
I'm
you
letting my
loaded there
counter
yet?
come down.
Nope, still loading.
I'm at
There you are,
90
alright.
coin. I'm waiting until I get to 73. I'm
Oh,
too
did you
cheap.
do an illegal?
Did you do an
What do you,
illegal?
wait,
When you port to other people, it counts. I mean, it doesn't cost you coin, but it racks up your next one.
it does?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow, I must have a
Okay.
huge tab then.
No, I mean it counts down, but it's like
Oh,
if I teleport to Kyle and then I try to go to a way shrine,
Oh,
it's not going to cost me my normal 73. It's going to say, "Oh, you just used a free teleport." So yeah,
So here's
this one's going to cost
like-
you.
It's
sending
not like
the
they need the
images.
gold. The game devs aren't getting any more money by charging more. Why do they?
So
Well, if you don't have it, you know,
Yeah,
a
but why are they
punishment.
taxing you for subsequent teleports?
so you
why the
can't just be
punishment?
jumping around all
Say,
the
well,
time.
what are these pictures?
Why
so
not?
so the first picture is pretty much all three of the images are of the new trial, right? So picture 1, 3, and 4 are all of the new trial, and then the second picture is of a Bastion Mimic, which is the world event. So the first one is the new like, I guess it's some kind of Daedra that's like the main villain of the new trial, which is horrifying. But the second picture is the one I'm talking about, the one that really makes me unsettled. That's the Walking Nightmare, the second image.
Okay.
Now, what's the weird thing you notice about that Daedra? Do you notice anything weird that makes you feel uncomfortable? Maybe it's just me.
Let me see.
It's the long
kinda
it's the long one with the long legs, and it's not the long legs either. There's something about it.
His teeth.
His teeth. Isn't that
Oh my
that
God,
weird?
like human
It's got
teeth.
got human teeth, right? So that. But the thing is, though, it's just like when you're making a Walking Nightmare, your first thought is, you're gonna want to give it sharp teeth because it's creepy, right? But it looks like it has human teeth. So I'm literally thinking, because when you look at the thing from like the jaw, from like the top of the mouth down, it looks like a human head, right? I think that these things might actually be like related to the Hush creatures that they released, because the Hush creatures look like they're related to the Mind Terrors, which look like they're related to these things. I think they're all like evolutionary stages or something. I think that these things are like, because the thing about the Hushed is that they have no mouths. Their mouths are stitched shut. So I think it would be ironic if the final stage would have a mouth, and it looks horrifying. I think they're all related, but I could just be a conspiracy theorist. But I think that that's why it looks humanoid, is because it's a weird mutated version of like what used to be immortal, and so that's like the human part of it is the weird teeth, the mouth. I don't know. It's definitely very unsettling, but the teeth is definitely what I noticed, because it just looks like, it almost looks like a filter or something like that they put on it to add a human mouth. But and then the long nightmare legs don't really match with that. So that's why I thought that there might be a link between all the things. But yeah, there's a lot of cool motif things that they're putting in here. They've never officially said that Vermina is going to be involved in this chapter. They have never made an official statement that I've ever heard of them saying that. But it literally has billboards pretty much that just say Vermina is involved. Because like her motif is everywhere. And like her everything like. All the talk of mind stuff and dream stuff is everywhere. She's got to be involved in some way. Just wait until they officially let people know. By the way, can you hear me? Because everything's bright red on my thing. It's going.
I am at 67 lag.
No, I'm at 86, but my stream is screaming like at me. Man, if Streamlabs didn't start having this issue, I would be so happy. Well, it says I'm still here, but what do things look like? That's not good. Let me restart and try again. No, okay, now it's saying I'm in the green.
Hello.
Okay. Hi,
Hello.
What happened to you?
My virtual desktop on my computer closed, and I had to reopen it.
Did you get to hear us talking about teeth?
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Do you feel the same?
beautiful smile.
Do you feel
I
the
mean,
same?
there's some fish that have disturbingly human-looking
It's
teeth,
very true. There
so
are,
it's not
There are?
it's not unheard
yeah,
of.
There's
I think it's parrotfish.
Could be.
They,
although they
what
have
it
more
is
of a
their
beak.
molars. They have a beak on the front. Yeah, it might be a different kind. I
It's
think it is a
different kind of
reef
fish,
dwelling.
but it is really weird.
They have front teeth that look like they're for biting stuff off, and then they have back molars that are very analogous. They're flat. Just look up fish with human teeth, and you'll
Yeah.
Well,
find it.
don't the
but I-
parrotfish chew on coral?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I think.
kind of
Well,
what
that's what I was
gonna
thinking. The
say.
I
parrotfish,
think
they
it's
might have a beak in the front, but they might have molars in the back.
I think
Right,
it's,
they have
we're
for
saying
chipping away at the coral and chewing it.
Hmm
these danger definitely look
It's like crush
predatory.
it.
Maybe it's a little bit judgmental, but it
Well,
definitely looks like
actually,
they would probably eat people.
Those teeth look more omnivorous because the molars are flat, which most carnivores have pointed, sharp molars. So if anything, it looks omnivorous.
Maybe they munch on books.
I think the dentition was probably not taken into account.
I just personally think that there's I don't have a picture of Hush or anything on me. I'm actually looking at some new pictures I've never seen before. But yeah, basically the Hush are like if someone like from what they've said, if someone hangs out in Apocrypha for too long, they begin to transform into like these husks of themselves. And I think they just have like one eye, pale skin, and it looks like their mouths were kind of like stitched shut, sort of. And then we don't really know much else aside from that. But I just find a connection between the three new creatures that they're adding, and I think there's some relation between Apocrypha, knowledge, memory, and dreams being and mind stuff. It'll all get very, very intriguing.
Well,
I
that
feel like.
chimera is three creatures stuck together.
Yes, there is a chimera, but I think the chimera is probably do you see what's all over the chimera? The symbols? That
Yeah.
is the Eye of Shalador,
Mora.
which is it's the Magus Guild symbol, actually.
Okay.
I'm assuming that that's probably like because you're in the guy's nightmares, right? So he's probably that Khajiit also who's leading the chimera is in Mage's Guild robes. So I'm guessing that he's
Yeah.
probably having a nightmare of this particular member he knows, probably
It looks like
taming
he's
a chimera.
controlling it because he has
Yeah.
he has a staff. Yeah.
So she's probably like controlling the chimera or something in this dream. I don't know. I'm so confused about it because you know you see like Somerset architecture and Orsinium architecture in this trial, and then you see this big slab of rock that has like a lion on it, but it looks orcish as well. So there's a bunch of weird stuff going on here that I can't even begin to theorize about. But I'm sure we'll learn more about it. But the chimera is pretty cool.
Also, that bat picture is very charismatic.
Right?
It's
I mean, I just took a
cutest
screenshot
thing.
and he just stole my thunder.
His little smiley face. He's like, ah.
He's just like, hey, and then he has, and all the pollen around him just looks,
He's
you know,
even
it's like
perfectly centered.
sparkles. He's like, hey.
He's holding his wing up to like try to block your face out.
Anyway, yeah. So he's my Xylo river bat. I named him Ren. He's
Okay.
Xylo Ren.
Oh.
That's
The
adorable.
that Starfield, the Daggerfall logo replaced with Starfield looks like it took a long time.
It looks so clean.
It does.
Both of them just look really clean.
Like the first one, you know, replacing the Starfield logo with Daggerfall, you know,
Yeah, the
it seems simpler. You just gotta erase the text and then add a
Daggerfall logo
default.
is, there's a lot of
The
style
lettering
to
is
it.
way more detailed. Yeah. Back when games had style.
Back when games said style. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that new Daedra with the teeth, that almost looks like a Star Wars creature.
Like an Acklay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like the overall design, it's very well. It's good creature design.
Oh man, just wait until you see like it and the Mind Terror like moving around. It's so creepy.
Yeah. Did you post the Mind Terror?
I'm gonna go.
Alright, bye!
Bye.
Bye.
I don't have a picture of
Right,
Mind
right.
Terror, I'll find one. But I'm trying to look for a picture of a Hush and a Mind Terror because I can't seem to locate one. But a Mind Terror basically, from what I understand, looks like a walking nightmare, except for the fact that it doesn't have the big sloped horns that you see. It has a domed head and a mouth that's kind of stitched shut that looks like a Hush mouth, sort of. And
Yeah, that head design is even like with the teeth, the horns on the side. It's very like it seems it's not overly designed like some Dremora stuff are with like the spikes everywhere, and it's hard to tell where one part begins and the other one ends. It looks
Yeah,
very good.
it's got the
And like the
sloped-
middle arms are arms,
the
like
sloped,
grabby hands.
head, the sloped head style is pretty much just textbook Vermina's sigil. You can, Vermina's sigil is basically just kind of like a sloped point, kind of a mask shape, and that's what the head has. So I'm assuming another reason I have to assume that it's probably from Vermina, and it doesn't belong in Apocrypha. It just definitely does not look like something I think that would belong in Apocrypha. It looks
No, a lot of
different.
Apocrypha stuff looks more Lovecraftian.
If you can zoom
Okay,
in.
I'm gonna say good night.
Okay, night.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Good
Night.
night.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Love you. See you tomorrow.
See
Don't
ya.
forget to Mother's Day.
Well,
No,
All right.
we've
Yep,
taken
I
care.
know. Yep. Okay.
All right.
Bye.
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 The guy who's attacking it, his armor has
Does it have 8 arms or 6?
uh,
I guess it's got 8. It almost looks like.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's got 8,
Yeah.
like a spoder. The armor that the guy's using, you can also see Vermina designs in it because he's definitely wearing one of the new armor
Yeah,
styles.
it almost looks like the head of the thing on the
see,
middle. Yeah.
I mean, you can totally tell that they're related to each other in a way. So they've never officially even said Vermina, I don't think at all. But I think it's kind of clear to assume that she's going to be involved for some reason. So this picture here is a Bastion Nimic, which is the new world event. Let me just hold on. Let me put this over here. And also you can see the purple underglow on its belly, which Vermina, they like to use purple colors for her. You can see the purple as well for Sanity's Edge, which is the trial, like in literally like all the other images, except for the except for the Chimera one. You see purple.
I mean, purple is just prevalent on a lot of magic stuff.
Yeah, but they
in
like
Elder
to
Scrolls.
use it for like Nocturnal and Vermina.
I haven't
Like,
gotten the new
green
picture of the
Vermina.
other.
The new picture?
You said you were sending a picture of another thing, but I haven't
I, was
gotten a new
gonna, I gotta
picture.
look for one. Let me, you know what? I'm going to.
Did Daggerfall really say at the bottom the Elder Scrolls Chapter 2?
Yes, it did.
When did they stop saying?
Morrowind is when they stopped, to my knowledge.
That's weird.
Yeah, they originally just went chapter 2 and they were going to do chapter 3 and stuff, but they just decided to just go for 3 instead.
Well, that would really, around the time where Skyrim was the hype, people really would have been more aware that it was part of a series if it said, like, Elder Scrolls. And then again, sales might have been impacted because studies show that when you tell people that something that just came out is another installment of a franchise, they will steer away from it if they haven't seen the other ones, which is why sequels stop, being called, like, such and such 2. They just started calling it, something with, like, a subtitle, because if you called it, like, something 3 and people hadn't seen the first 2, then they would... That's not 100% the case. Sometimes things are still called, like, Cars 3.
Yeah, but I mean, also, I think it would help if it said chapter, because that's people are always assuming like maybe the next game will take place in the past. It's like it's probably not. They seem to progress with their games.
Yeah, usually things, they use side content like, oh, this is an MMO, so we can set this in the past because it's not really part of the main series.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find in the stream they did in Vegas is when they showed the Mind Terror, and I'm trying to find it because they just didn't spend. They didn't. Oh wait, is this it? No.
There's some, phrases or words that.
It's very hard to find.
So, in Apocrypha. Yeah, so it's a wholly
Here's the
original
color out
creation
of
that we made
space.
for the Necrom release.
They definitely spent a long time staring at Lovecraftian stuff.
They've lost their minds.
That was yes. They spent a long time focusing on it.
Like, aha moment where we were like, oh, that's cool because you can draw from so much power and so many secrets.
I mean, I should probably spend more time looking at this because there's a lot of cool information you can get from it. But
Yeah, it was a gift for us.
let's see, I just don't know where to find it because they don't split it in the chapters.
Right. We were already working on the Hermaeusmore stuff, so some of the glyphics.
The crux. The crux thingies.
Okay, they're
right?
talking about the armor sets.
Don't get technical.
Official.
Cosmic horror, and then you tell artists that they're going to work on something with Cthulhu sort of thematic pieces. Like
Do you say is Cthulhu actually how you can say it, or is Cthulhu like?
Lovecraft clarified that he had no intended correct pronunciation. Cthulhu is just the popular,
Yeah.
what people started pronouncing it as, but Michaela says Cthulhu. But he
Cthulhu.
basically said that human vocal cords cannot actually correctly pronounce how it is. That's just the closest people can get is Cthulhu.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Was
Just I like how it's like it just seems like it almost just seems like a way to just kind of not bother describing something. Now see, there's this thing, it's indescribable. Anyways, next.
Well, that's Lovecraft's bread and butter is describing his things by saying how indescribable they are, and then leaving it up to the reader's imagination, which is obviously now
Scarier.
it's slightly overplayed,
Well,
but
yeah.
at the time he was the first one to do like nameless terrors and cosmic horror. Once people realized that was very effective, everyone started doing it. But
Yeah. But I mean, I just don't
you
think
should listen to some of his stories.
I don't think ESO could get away without. I mean, here's the thing: ESO did that back in Daggerfall, like in the 90s, and like to not do it now would be a disservice towards Hermaeus Mora. So it might seem overplayed at this point, but it is referencing Hermaeus Mora.
I think people are always down for stuff like that.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, it might seem overplayed, but they did get to it relatively early, I guess, in the
Oh, yeah, I
in the
mean,
gaming terms.
Most fantasy things are pretty quick to start copying Lovecraft when they can. For horror stuff, particularly.
Catch an idea.
You know, because it's like, it seems, you know, like the idea of eldritch horrors and stuff. A lot of 80s fantasy took, and obviously Elder Scrolls is heavily inspired by 80s fantasy. Like, we're playing a D&D campaign that just basically, it's not set in the Lovecraft universe, it's set in the world of D&D, but the creatures we're fighting are just straight up, you know, Hounds of Tindalos and Night Gaunts and creatures from Lovecraft mythology, you know, in name and appearance. So it's not even like they did a discount, like a ripoff, like, oh, we call our Night Gaunt something else. It's just straight up. Like, we're going to the Dreamlands, and the Dreamlands are just 100% Lovecraft's Dreamlands. You know, there's Carcosa. The King in Yellow is our main antagonist. You know, Cthulhu exists. They don't even change the names. It's just, for some reason, the Lovecraft mythology exists inside D&D. Just because the D&D creators wanted it to.
Okay.
And
I think
Elder-
if Elder Scrolls did it
Elder
on the
Scrolls is
nose.
just doing. Elder Scrolls is just changing the names essentially, which is what D&D just chose not to do. You
I
know?
definitely would not call her Mesmer Cthulhu, though.
No. But there's other cosmic gods that he does resemble. You know, with the tentacles and the eyes everywhere.
Well, sure, but
The
we're
hunger
not,
for knowledge.
But there's more going on than just how
The fact that he actually interacts with mortals is very rare for elder gods. Typically, only what's his name? It's the Egyptian one. He's one of the only Lovecraft beings that actually like actively interferes with mortals and enjoys messing with them. Most elder gods don't even know mortals really exist, you know, just because they're so far above on a different plane. He's a pharaoh. He's an Egyptian motifed one.
I don't know that he
Azathoth.
did any Egyptian stuff.
Lovecraft ties his creatures into tons of ancient mythologies. There's a ton of Egyptian motifs in Lovecraft lore. Let me go to the Lovecraft wiki. He's one of the main ones. I think he's Stephen's favorite elder god. Monsters and abominations, great old ones and outer gods. Alien creatures, elder gods, extra-dimensional creatures, humans. I have a whole bestiary of Lovecraft creatures if you ever wanted to flip through it. Dreamland's lore particularly is one of the coolest things. Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep is also known as the Great Crawling Chaos, is an outer god featured first in the prose poem Nyarlathotep in the 1920s. He is a spawn of Azathoth. Nyarlathotep appears in numerous subsequent stories by Lovecraft and is also featured in other works by other authors, as well as role-playing games based on the Cthulhu mythos. He differs from other deities in the mythos in a number of ways. Most outer gods are exiled to the stars, like Yog-Sothoth and Azathoth, and most of the other great old ones are sleeping and dreaming, like Cthulhu. Nyarlathotep, however, is active and frequently walks the earth in the guise of a human being, usually a tall, slim, joyous man. He has 1,000 other forms of manifestations, many reputed to be quite horrific and sanity blasting.
Sanity blasting.
Like in
Sanity
old times, he
blaster.
appeared in ancient Egypt and ruled as a pharaoh for a long time, but now he'll like walk the streets as like a tall,
He's like Kang.
mysterious figure. Yeah, he's kind of like Haig. While most outer gods have their own cult serving them, Nyarlathotep seems to serve as he serves several cults and takes care of their affairs in the other outer gods' absence. Most outer gods use strange alien languages, while Nyarlathotep uses human languages and can easily pass for a human being if he chooses to do so. Finally, most of them are all-powerful, yet evidently without clear purpose or agenda, yet Nyarlathotep seems to deliberately be deceptive and manipulative, and even uses propaganda to achieve his goals. In this regard, he is probably the most human-like among all the outer gods. Nyarlathotep enacts the will of the outer gods and is their messenger, heart, and soul, the immemorial figure of the deputy or messenger of hidden and terrible powers. He is also the servant of Azathoth, whose fitful, spastic wishes he immediately fulfills. Unlike the other outer gods, spreading madness is more important and enjoyable than death and destruction for Nyarlathotep. It is suggested by some that he will destroy the human race and possibly the earth as well. And then it just goes on to all the stories he's appeared in. Because again, like Lovecraft would like write a poem about like a creepy entity, and then that creepy entity would then like appear in other stories as he weaved like the first cinematic universe. And like he made the Miskatonic University, which is like his universe's version of the SCP Foundation, of like a Gothic academia that studies these eldritch things and researches them and sends researchers out to, professors and stuff from Miskatonic will show up in a lot of his different stories to kind of investigate paranormal going-ons and stuff. But the Dreamlands is it's almost like a separate franchise where he made an entire fantasy setting set in the Dreamlands and then just tied it in with his mythos as just like another element of reality, like the collective subconscious. Like he incorporates these gods, like even Nyarlathotep appears in some of the Dreamland stories.
Sounds like Kirby.
But it functions more like, like a more whimsical setting. Like, it's cats from Earth can just jump there. There's a bunch of more wacky stuff like zoos and, I mean, obviously it's a horrifying, mind-bending place where, everything runs off of dream logic, but it's not just like all nightmare stuff like his usual writings. It's just like a parallel psychic realm, and you can either get there by being a particularly skilled dreamer, or there's some portals on Earth where you can physically pass. There's some guardians that you have to get past to get into the Dreamlands physically. But if you go to the Dreamlands physically and you die, then you die in real life. Whereas if you just end up in the Dreamlands by dreaming that you're there and you die, you don't die in real life. You just, wake up.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, it's like, I'm guessing when you go to Apocrypha and in Dragonborn, you use the books, you die, you just like wake up back.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming in ESO you're actually like going to be physically going there, so
it's just like that. If you physically go there, yeah. Another cool thing is that Lovecraft was best friends with the author that made Conan the Barbarian. And so they frequently would incorporate each other's lore into each other's stories. And so technically Conan and Lovecraft, like Conan is canon, like the Conan history is canon to Lovecraft, and all the Lovecraft gods are canon in Conan. So like Conan has an age in human history called the Hyperion Age. It takes place kind of in a fictional age sometime around the Bronze Age that we've just lost to history. And Lovecraft just incorporated that, like people will reference the Hyperion Age like it was a real thing. And all of Lovecraft's gods would there'd be cults to them in the Conan mythology. Like even that Conan game that Enchantress wants us to play has Cthulhu entities in it.
Oh, is that related? I just thought it was a similar name.
No. Conan, the Conan game on Steam. What's it called? Conan Exiles. It's a Conan game. I mean, that's the same studio that's going to be making that Dune RPG. That Dune game is a Dune game. The Conan game is a Conan game. It's not
related to the talk show host.
No. That
I think
the Lovecraft mythology is also the Lovecraft mythology is canon to that talk show.
Okay, hold on. I found, it's not a great picture because it's so dark, but I did find what looks like a representation of a Mind Terror and then a Walking Nightmare, and the differences between the two.
Cthulhu thing. I'm sending you the Lovecraft wiki just in case you wanna.
Oh, that's
peruse it.
Sure, there's a better picture I can get somehow. I just don't know where it was. But I'm sure there's a better picture.
There's the yellow sign, the elder sign. King in yellow. Hastur. Yellow's not a good color.
Yellow's a bad color.
Yellow's a bad color in the Lovecraft mythology.
Okay, so, and hold on. I'm just gathering pictures as I go along the stream.
What you see right here is this is the hush. These are like people that.
Ah, I found it. God, I mean, okay, well, I mean, I know I sent you the picture, but so they're going through the hushed, which is basically like they've got no mouths and they must scream.
That's a good picture. It does look biologically, it's physiologically similar to the other thing.
And
I
mean,
I like the
yeah,
that
you like
other
the
thing. It's
concept
like
art?
walking on its knuckles, and its back legs are just like floating.
Yeah, so that's the walking nightmare, which I think is related to the Mind Terror as shown in the first picture. They
Yeah,
look very,
it's
very
got like
similar.
a Wolverine helmet face.
And I know they don't particularly look terribly related, but I almost just really want to believe.
They do.
No, well, I mean,
they've all got the same arrangement of
those two
arms.
do. I believe that the Hushed might be related just by mere force of concept. I think that they want to do something and connect.
Is the Hush that thing with the human teeth?
Okay, the Hushed is a completely different looking creature, which I'm gonna post now. It's what happens to mortals
okay.
when they hang too long in Apocrypha. This is what they become. They got no mouths, so they can't say things. Apparently,
that's cool.
Yeah, so
but they got eyes.
And they've got the purpley tint to their fingers, and you kind of see that with the Walking Nightmare. But the thing about the Walking Nightmare is that just the Hushed have no human mouths at all. The Walking Nightmare has a human mouth.
It's just mouth.
Yeah. So I feel like they're like the final evolution of some sort of mutation between like knowing too much or something. There's a lot. I mean, like, let's see what. It's a very quiet stream today, so no one's probably gonna record me saying this. But there's a lot of vague lore that I don't like talking about. Obviously, about
Would that be bad for you to say on stream?
It would be bad if it was taken out of context and people said, this is what he said was canon, because it's not canon. It's all just fan theory.
Well,
but
who
I'm
cares
sure
what you use? You don't decide canon.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying. Anyways, so it's all just theory, but, and it's definitely very Lovecraftian, because no doubt a lot of the writers were very much fans of Lovecraft from early on in the series. But, you've got the idea that the Elder Scrolls is merely the product of some kind of being dreaming, right? Or some kind of essence of something dreaming, and so therefore you're imaginative because it's a dream.
Yog-Sothoth.
Yeah. So essentially like you exist by mere force of existing, but like you're the imagination of something, and so
the great idiot god, the blind idiot god,
which sounds very Yokudan, but there's no idiot god.
Azathoth, the blind idiot god, nuclear chaos, and the demon sultan, Dark Deep, the cold one. He is the.
Yeah, see, I like that. I personally like that idea. I like the idea of some unknown essence, imagining and you being the creation of that. Like creation comes into being through the mind of something beyond understanding. That's kind of cool. I like that. Personally, it's not canon. However, what?
I was gonna say, in the case of Azathoth, he has smaller entities that swarm around him, playing alien instruments like flutes and drums that keep him asleep. And if they ever stopped playing, alien is an inconceivable, but if they stopped playing, he would awaken, and then all of reality would just stop existing.
But hear me out. So, Vermina is the Daedric Prince of Dreams, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if she's not supposed to know something? I mean, she's the Dream Daedra, right? So, if there's a connection between knowing too much, like you know so much that you become linked to this Dream Daedra because you know it's a dream. that kind of thing. I don't know if it's related, but the hushed are what happens when you know too much. You're here too long, and you end up becoming something that looks like it's related to the Dream Daedra. Knowledge connected to Dream makes me think I don't know if they're going to do that. It seems a little bit too extreme, but they might like drop hints. I don't know. If they want to drop hints, that would be the most hints they've ever dropped since Dragonborn released, because Dragonborn was the last time they ever mentioned Godhead. They've only mentioned it like 2 times in the series or something, and everyone acts like it's common knowledge. Did you know that the Godhead? It's all fan theory. You know, we don't know. We don't know. We can't know. I'm not saying I know. But it has been referenced once or twice in the series in canon. I'm not talking about the non-canon outside of canon sources, because I don't really teach those or trust those as much. So, I think you have a reference in Lessons of Vivec. I think so. But I know that there's one referenced in a book that they released with the Dragonborn DLC in Skyrim. But that's about all I can think of. In one of the Black Books, you have a reference. And if anyone was going to know, Hermanus Moore was going to know. However, there's a, like I said, you know, I do know spoiler about this DLC, but that is not it that I know of. So, I don't know if they're going to bother covering that lore. But I just see that they could do something pretty cool with it.
I'm on the page for Yog-Sothoth, and it talks about Yog-Sothoth's appearance in other media, and the first entry is Doctor Who. Yog-Sothoth, also called the Great Intelligence, appears in the BBC.
Oh my God! Wait,
show
he's
Doctor
the Great
Who
Intelligence.
as the military strategist of the Great Old Ones, who were the equivalent of the Time Lords in a previous universe. Escaping to the Doctor's universe, Yog-Sothoth discovered it had gained godlike powers and decided to play out the various gambits and games it had only been able to simulate before. Over the millennia, it mounted millions of campaigns against inhabited planets, using conquered races to bolster its forces. However, the intelligence is deliberately malign and petty, a stark contrast to the cosmically indifferent alien entity depicted by Lovecraft.
Yeah, the Great Intelligence shows up in quite a few. He shows up several times. Do you remember the episode of The Snowman?
Yog-Sothoth, I do.
That, and the actor, what's his name? Richard E. Grant, I think. It's the same actor. He plays the Great Intelligence, right? And so he's the guy. He's like the guy from The Snowman, and no, wait, hold on. No, maybe I'm getting it mixed up because it's been so many years. Maybe they got Ian McKellen to play the Great Intelligence in that one as like a voice. I think Ian McKellen played the voice.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
And then as a physical form, Richard E. Grant plays him in Name of the Doctor. Name of the Doctor, he played.
It also has
the Intelligence.
Yog-Sothoth in the Marvel database.
I'm not surprised about that, though. That doesn't surprise me.
No.
They take mythology stuff all the time. Are you able to, are you just on Chrome? Because, can you watch a thing?
I'm just on my desktop right now.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still in VR, but yeah, I can watch a thing.
I'm gonna send you, because they show a clip of the Hushed, and then they show a clip of a Mind Terror spawning.
Fractal
and then right after the Mind Terror, they show a Walking Nightmare. So this is pretty much everything I wanted to show you all in one go. I'm gonna send it to you. This is good. This is exactly what I was looking for. I'm glad that I found it. Okay, so I'm gonna link it to you. I'm gonna say go to 1.1904. Let's see here. Facebook. 1 hour 19 minutes 4 seconds. 1 hour 19 minutes 4 seconds. Okay, let's do. So just go to 1 hour and 19 minutes. I'm just gonna type. Just go to 1 hour and 19 minutes, and you should find it.
1 hour and 19 minutes. All right.
1 hour and 19
Twitch.
minutes, and it'll give you It'll show they're gonna talk about the Hushed, and then they're gonna show the Mind Terror.
I'm there.
Nightmare.
I see the concept art. I see the little guys with the eyes. I see him.
Do you see the thing spawn? It freaks me out, man.
Yeah, with the head.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
It just looked like he was slender, and then the arms.
Yeah, but it starts like a human, doesn't it? I just noticed he stands. He's standing upright like a person.
And then the arms go crazy.
I'm telling you, they're connected. But
yeah.
But
they do look like entities from the Dreamland.
But the way they said they like to animate the Mind Terror, and I'm guessing also the Nightmare, is that they said they took a lot of cues from like 1930s stop motion.
Yeah, where the
said,
head just goes like.
They said that was something they really wanted to focus on because it makes people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It makes it feel like your skin is crawling sometimes. So they wanted to do that. I'm a huge fan of it because they really want to. Because the whole thing is cosmic horror, right? And the most cosmic horror you can think of is not only Apocrypha, but also Vermina. And no one thinks about Vermina because Vermina
And Go Motion.
And Go Motion as well. Vermina gets the back seat, right? Everyone knows Hermes Mora and his tentacle mists and all that stuff. But, like, who talks about Vermina, right? I mean, no one really knows that much about her or focuses that much on her. So, it's good to put her in the forefront because she's definitely, as well, she fits super snugly in the cosmic horror thing. But she just doesn't get the forefront. Yeah. Now, another Daedric Prince I've heard that's involved, but I only have one source. It was a site that claims this. I don't know where they got this source, but they claim that Periite is also involved, being the Daedric Prince of Disease. Periite was also like a villain in one of the dungeons that came out this year that's related to the story, so I can see that making sense. But I don't know how Periite would fit in, like conceptually. Because I don't understand because, like, what really fits. I mean, like, dreams and the mind link perfectly with knowledge and memory, right? So Apocrypha and Vermina seem to work suitably together. I don't know where disease comes in, but Periite is also the Daedric Prince of the Natural Order, but that's basically just kind of, like, keeping things balanced, you know? It's like, as the Reachmen see it, it's like the weak die from illness and the strong survive, and that's kind of the natural order. So that's kind of his realm. I don't understand where he could play in this, but
I'm gonna send you the entity that I'm pretty sure Hermaeus Mora is inspired by. It is Yogg-Sothoth. The visual description is pretty much the same. Yogg-Sothoth appears as he appears in different forms, but the most common agreement is that he visually manifests as a mass of glowing orbs with eyes or tendrils, and that he is outside the universe and is omniscient, so he can see all of space and time at once, meaning that no secret is hidden. So his whole thing is like knowledge and secrets.
Yeah.
Which
is weird.
So he looks basically, in a lot of pictures, he'll look Hermaeus Mora like, with eyes and tentacles and floating orbs, and green, the color green, and his whole knowledge thing.
His original motif until Skyrim decided to make him.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure, and again, if you know the Master from Doctor Who, or not the Master, the Great Intelligence,
Jerusalem's
it's
Lot.
it's similar.
Crouch
They're very intelligent.
Opener of the way. The one and all, the all in one. The all-encompassing...
I also like at the very end, he is also the father of Wilbur Whately.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
At the first, Yogg-Sothoth is a fictional cosmic entity, an outer god created by H.P. Lovecraft. He is a core part of the Cthulhu mythos, which Lovecraft would refer to fictitiously as Yogg-Sothothery. That's what he called his Cthulhu mythos, was Yogg-Sothothery. Born of the nameless mist, he is the progenitor of Cthulhu, Hastur, the Unspeakable, and the ancestor of the Vormi. He is also the father of Wilbur Whately.
Wilbur? Like, it's also Wilbur's dad.
Wilbur Whately is a penultimate character in the famous story, The Dunwich Horror, which, if you listen to The Dunwich Horror, the fact he has a human name is because he grew up in Dunwich, but the connection to Yogg-Sothoth having a spawn in Dunwich is... Michaela and I listened to a very dramatic reading by Horror Babble, where he did it in a role play style, where like he was playing a reporter who had like car trouble and like went to a small tavern during a rainy night on the outskirts of Dunwich, and he was just talking to some of the tavern patrons that were also reined in, and they were telling him the story of like what had happened in Dunwich like that one time, and so it was done this like a tall tale, and like he had like sound effects and music and stuff. It was very... I'd recommend, if you like want to listen to good audio Lovecraft content, Horror Babble does top notch.
Horror Babble is probably
Horror
the
Babble.
best
The name
name
sounds
to come
silly.
up with. No, it's the best
His
name.
voice sounds like 1920s
It's got that like transatlantic
It's perfect.
voice.
It doesn't sound like as tinny as that. He sounds more like deep and academic. And it was upon that night that Wilbur Whately discovered, like that kind of reading cadence. He has like a deep, like someone that would read vampire stories to you. They don't just do Lovecraft stories. He does any. They'll do readings of any weird tales from the 20s. But yes, in terms of analogous, which great old one, Hermaeus Mora is, I think Yog-Sothoth is probably a match.
But is he voiced by Wes Johnson, and does he take 3 ages to say one thing?
I'm sure that's probably in Lovecraft's notes, which he'd write himself, like lots. Like Lovecraft is famous for like being an author. I think Lovecraft might have more letters as an author than any other author. Like there's like 4,000 something Lovecraft notes that people have uncovered. One of my favorites is on the page for Azathoth in his trivia or inspiration. It says the first recorded mention of Azathoth was in a note Lovecraft wrote to himself in 1919 that read simply, Azathoth, hideous name.
It's
So
hideous name. I hate it.
He essentially he would just come up with things that sounded weird and then like take a note for it and then just find ways to weave it into stuff. Like coming up with a name and then fleshing stuff out of it. A lot of Lovecraft stuff is actually from his dreams. He'd take dream journals. Like night gaunts are an entity that would appear in his dreams as a child. They were like night torment, things that would torment his dreams, and he essentially just made lore for them and put them as entities in the dream lens because they existed in his dreams. Actually, night gaunts kind of look like they have no face. Their faces look like stuff in the images that you sent, but that might just be by virtue of them being humanoid with no faces.
That is always scary.
Night scrapers, night. Here it is, night gaunt. Yeah, let me send this one. And a lot of Lovecraft stuff does sound like Doctor Who. Like Hounds of Tindalos are canine-like alien interdimensional entities that can only enter our reality through right angles, and they essentially exist to kill anyone that's messed with time. Like if you do something that messes with time, Hounds of Tindalos will start popping out of right angles to hunt you down and kill you.
Oh yeah.
Which sounds like exactly like a Doctor Who entity.
Because Stephen Moffat would make you afraid of right angles.
Yeah, it's like that sort of logic. But yeah, the concept of night gaunts first came to Lovecraft as a young child in a series of reoccurring nightmares in which they would whirl me through space at a sickening rate of speed, and while fretting and impaling me with their detestable tridents. Lovecraft credited the illustrations of Gustave Doré as inspiration for their appearance.
I think that one ball that Doctor Who kind of dropped was definitely having the episode about the like other dimensional creatures trying to fit into our dimension was spectacular, but they just did it in one episode. But it definitely felt like a Lovecraft thing, and I was like really into it, like 100%. You know, I was like, this is incredible, but they decided just to do it once. And
they do a lot of Doctor Who did a
Sorry,
lot of high concept stuff that could be an entire series, but they just do it for one episode.
How you doing? It's appreciated. I said that twice. It was good though. Though I do wish they picked a better like setting for it, but I really like the idea. I feel like it'd be cooler. I feel like it would be awesome if it was like massive on a super wide scale. Like
might work better as like a video game, like Mass Effect.
I mean, it was creepy though, like, and it was obviously not realistic, but that made it creepier for some reason.
Hellboy is kind of like that. There's a lot of similar weird things from weird places all coexisting in shanty towns, sort of thing.
I mean, like,
with a secret organization monitoring them.
you'd have like, I mean, also I think that because Doctor Who was such on a low budget, they didn't use CGI. They used like really weird practical effects and like stop mo, I think, to make the boneless effects work. They CG'd the boneless like as they were shifting around, but I think they used
Really, I thought they were all CG.
I think they CG'd the boneless when they like attempt to create their own forms in our dimension. But I think the practical effects were like when they show like them converting the couch against the wall or something. Like that was all practical, I think, which is why it looked so weird. And so they would like, and it looked just horrifying because of the frame rate. But they're like turning things into completely and obviously it's like, well, a wall is not the second dimension, you know. But it's because it's flat. It's because it's flat.
Yeah.
But and so like if you took away the wall, it would still be there. We all know that, right? I think they even say that in the episode. If you take away the wall, it would still be there.
But what they could have done is just having it floating in
Yeah, they could have
midair
done that.
as a flat. That would have been better.
But either way, it was creepy. Also, seeing someone's nervous system against the wall was creepy. That was also horrifying. And I liked that. I thought it was really scary, and that could have been like the new Weeping Angel. To be honest, I was more scared of them than the Weeping Angels. Because like they don't talk to you, right? I mean, the Weeping Angels don't talk to you either. The Silence do.
I actually did some research on Weeping Angels yesterday because it dawned on me. I was like, wait, like what? Surely there's somewhere where they explain why Weeping Angels just look like angel statues and not anything else. Because obviously they picked that because, you know, just like the Silence, they picked men in suits just as an interesting.
They picked it because of Slenderman. Slenderman was like super popular at the time, so.
But, you know, it was like that, where I think Moffat said, you know, he saw a weeping angel in a graveyard and thought, you know, that'd be a creepy Doctor Who enemy. But I was like, in universe, why did the Weeping Angels choose that form? And it turns out that well, at least the general consensus is that Weeping Angels don't look like angels. Humanity decided, you know, made depictions of what angels look like based on Weeping Angel statues. So it's actually a reversed inspiration where humans started making angels. Because, you know, angels in the Bible don't actually look like humans with wings in togas. The idea is that humans that encountered Weeping Angels started depicting angels as humans in togas with wings. And the idea is that Weeping Angels, like, looking that way isn't based on anything from Earth. Whatever reason they have wings and wear togas is completely alien and has nothing to do with our depiction of angels. It's the other way around, where our depictions of angels are from them.
It's a fun quick fix, of answering that. I mean, obviously you could probably easily track the origins of togas and that hairstyle and what have you, but you know,
or the fact that they're human. But some fans,
it's fun.
Made nonsense excuses saying like, oh, well, they probably look different for every race. Like if you were an alien, they look different. But then other people pointed out there's literally a Doctor Who episode where this alien race discovered that Weeping Angels were appearing and hiding as statues in their graveyard because this alien race has two heads and the Weeping Angels only have one. And so the Weeping Angels would actually go through the gravestones and knock the duplicate heads off the headstones so that they could blend in as, you know, singular headed.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And that obviously didn't, you know, they caught on to that pretty quick that these statues shouldn't be here.
Yeah, interesting.
Whereas if the Weeping Angels changed appearance for every race, then they would just obviously have two heads like that alien race did.
There's also like I don't know if I haven't finished going through 13. I don't know what they do all with 13, but I know that 13 encounters Weeping Angels at some point. So I don't know if they explain their origins or what have you. But I do know that like when like 10's final episode came out, I think it was his final episode. They reference punishing the master, I think. and they said something like, God, I don't remember, something about punishing him like the weeping angels of old. And they show these Time Lords in the back. They're like holding their faces like weeping angels, so people assume that they might be related to Time Lords. But that might be like such a 2010 theory that it might be outdated.
I mean, the whole idea is that weeping angels cover their faces so that they don't look at each other.
Yeah, like, I got
they're not
Discord
actually
message. Hold
weeping.
on. Did you?
I don't think so.
Oh, then I just be...
No, it was Mom. For some reason, I haven't heard the Discord messages.
You in streamer mode? I doubt
No.
it. She's scared. Let's see, I gotta tell her, yeah, that's the, God, I need to get this right. Mind Terror.
You don't have to get it right.
What did I do? Walking Nightmare. And Husk. Also, the Husks, like, claw at themselves, which is weird. Oh, they also show up in the cinematic, right? The Husks are like trying to kill trying to kill them. They're like swarming them like World War Z. I don't know why though. Which also makes me think that the Husks might, I don't know, like why would they be attacking someone who seems to have the favor of Hermaeus Mora, which that character does? So I don't know. But here's the thing. I was going through the ESO cinematics last night, just for fun. Oh, there's another message. What the heck is she? Oh, it's the teeth. It's the teeth! It's the teeth!
Yeah, that's a fish with human teeth. I mean, it's not exactly human teeth, because the dentitions, evolved separately from humans, but it's very close. Like the front teeth.
So, no, see, I was watching the ESO cinematics, and, like, I was going through them, the Elsewhere one. The cinematics are, like, pretty good. They're not, like, strict canon. Like, you're not seeing something, like, that's, like, usually depicted in canon, except for the Morrowind one, which you can find an almost word-for-word depiction of. Discord messages, but...
Sheep shed fish. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. But I might have to mute the channel if everyone's gonna keep blipping. But here's the thing. For the most part, they seem to fit in. Like the Elsewhere one's a little bit different from how it plays out in the game, but it's pretty much the same. Morrowind one, like I said, is pretty accurate. Somerset's works pretty well. Even if it doesn't like depict anything that happens really in the game specifically, it sets the stage really well. The Blackwood ones are like, what the fuck happened here? Like, there's a lot of weird stuff for Blackwood. For example, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to mute this. So, I mean, I like the Blackwood cinematics. They're really gorgeous to look at, and there's cool action and stuff and all that. But there was obviously some confusion between like the story team and the cinematic team, I think. Because like for one, the Waking Flame literally don't look anything like they do in the game. They look much cooler. The Waking Flame in the game just don't look anything like these badasses in the cinematic. The stuff that happens in these Blackwood cinematics, despite the fact that there's like, I think they made 3 of them, doesn't seem to reflect much of anything that's actually happening in the game, and I just get so confused when I watch it. No one ever really talks about him, because it's like, I mean, they're like using the Mysterium Xarxes to do some ritual on someone. They take the Mysterium Xarxes, beat up the bad guys, get taken to Oblivion, the Deadlands, where they're like being attacked by Dagon. Dagon manages to get a hold of the Mysterium Xarxes, where he begins to attempt to create a portal using the book. His portal ritual gets interrupted, and like the heroes save the day is pretty much how all 3 cinematics go when you wrap them all up. None of that happens in the game. Nothing really close to that happens in the game. I don't even really know. I mean, Evely's there. Like, you know Evely. I don't know who the player character is supposed to be. I'm guessing the Imperial. And then there's that Argonian who looks incredible and has really cool action and really cool markings, who doesn't appear in the game at all. That Argonian character who I was so hyped to see doesn't appear in the game at all. And I was sad. And I don't know, he's cool. He's got like a bandage on his head, and he's got white markings, and I think he had tail armor too. I think he had tail armor. It wasn't like, it didn't like completely cover his tail, but anyways, so that was cool. I mean, I like the cinematics, they just don't reflect anything that really happens in the game. High Isles is pretty good. High Isles is like, it doesn't actually depict something that like actually happens in the game, because you've got like the three heroes that don't actually seem to really exist in the story, but the whole general thing of like, you know, the Ascendant Lord and what he's trying to do and what he wants, that's all pretty consistent, and they're also really pretty. I like the cinematics. Necroms seems to be pretty good because they have a character in it that actually is a character in the story. I mean, it seems like Necroms is probably okay to just kind of be one of those that just seems to passively fit, you know, these Daedra are trying to do something, trying to do some shenanigans, and then you got these people who use the power of Apocrypha to try to stop them. It's kind of basic, but it seems to hold up. It just seems like Blackwoods was like trying to tell a story that doesn't really seem to translate, but I don't know. Also, there was promotional stuff for Blackwood, like there was promotional like videos of gameplay and stuff that they used to advertise, and one of those had like the Blackfin Legion attacking the Ivory Brigade, despite the fact that they were like allied, and I'm like, I don't even know what's happening here. It was weird. They're like charging each other on the battlefield. I'm like, what are you doing? There is no conflict between these two groups. They're allies. I don't know. But like, I can't think of any other mistakes aside from that. Blackwood was weird in terms of advertising. It was probably the weirdest. I don't think it's been that weird ever since. Greymoors was pretty fun. Greymoor also doesn't happen, but it just kind of... It also just is just very generic. It's like they're fighting werewolves and stuff like that, and it doesn't really seem like they're particularly trying to tell a story with points of interest or anything. It just kind of seems like they're like, oh, there's werewolves here, and then they fight the werewolves. And it's like, that's all you really need to sell your product. Just show the big Nord lady hitting werewolves, and you've sold Greymoor at that point. So
I'm still on the wiki page. I'm looking through the comments for Azathoth on the wiki, and the top comment is, people be like, but can he beat Goku? And then I search Azathoth on Google, and one of the top things is, could Azathoth beat Goku?
I'm gonna say yes.
I'm guessing it was probably a thing that took off as a meme.
Yeah, I mean, Goku
Narla
versus
stated that
everyone's a meme.
Azathoth is the most powerful outer god in existence. Azathoth is so powerful that it would take the combined might of Duat, Goku Prime, Nazareth, and Tempest to defeat him. Okay, that's all.
Tempest being like from One Punch Man?
This is Azathoth in the Dragon Ball Next Future wiki, which I'm guessing is someone's
Oh my god.
fan project.
No, isn't that an actual thing? I can't
Maybe.
know. I can't know.
Who keeps Azathoth asleep? NyQuil. It's a great sponsorship, NyQuil.
We keep Azathoth asleep.
Azathoth lies outside the universe, and indeed outside all universes. He exists independently of space and time, and is most likely the creator of the multiverse and the Outer Gods. But he is continuously kept asleep by the music of the Outer Gods, because if he woke up, all life would end. If he became sentient again.
This guy says, looking to buy skins, how much for blue skin? I don't think you could just buy blue skin. I don't know what.
Blue skin.
How much for blue skin? Man wants to be a Navi so bad.
I think it was, what, 5 billion?
$5 billion. Okay, you have $5 billion
For an avatar.
on you.
This Lovecraft wiki looks like it's just taking a lot from actual Wikipedia, because nowhere on the Azathoth page does it describe him as the creator of all reality, because he's kept asleep at nowhere. I mean, it mentions his power is reality dreaming, but nowhere in the actual description of him does it ever mention why he's the central role.
I'm pretty bummed that the Mercy Mother art is still in the store. I mean, I don't know, did they come to an agreement or something? Because it's just been so long since that became a thing. Someone is screaming, I think, for whatever reason. I'm not gonna pay attention to that.
Probably overreacting.
Probably. How's the Iron Astronaut staff? Oh, that is pretty cool. Oh, that is pretty neat. Dang. If I had a fiery character, that'd be great. Why isn't it pulsating? There we go. Why isn't it pulsating?
Fixed.
Why isn't it pulsating? Said the heart surgeon.
I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be moving.
So here's a weird thing about Namira that I'm trying to understand. I don't really know who I should talk to about it, but so like Namira traditionally like has been the Daedric prince of pretty much things repulsive, like bugs and snakes and gross stuff, and for the most part, but and also like
That's subjective, though.
I mean, kind of, yeah, but alongside with that, she's also got this association with like being, you know, comprised of the chaos before the creation of everything, and those don't really seem particularly related. but so it's like she's connected to the void a lot, you know, she like is the void, and so it's like I don't really know how that combines with her also being associated with like repulsive gross things. They seem a little bit different, but she is. I just don't know what the correlation is. I also get kind of confused sometimes between Nocturnal and Namira, because Nocturnal's like, you know, the darkness prince, and then Namira's also like the void kind of a thing. And Nocturnal's like, I was here before everyone. I'm like the ancient darkness. I am the darkness before everything. And then it's like, it sounds more like Namira, who literally has legends of coming from that. I mean, then there's the Khajiit, who I think say Nocturnal came from Namira or something, or is at least like came after her. And so it's like, okay, well then is Namira technically older, or what? I don't know. What is age,
Speaking
anyway?
of weird, gross things, I decided to look up the new Nickelodeon logo, and this is the new Nickelodeon logo. This is their official rebrand. I actually can't find anything of what you were talking about yesterday.
That's not what I saw.
Well, it's what it is.
Let me find what I saw.
I even checked the news story. It's people are actually happy about this because they say it's a redo of the iconic Splat logo.
Why would someone? No, okay, give me a
People
second.
on Reddit are happy. I see news stories.
Stop. Yes, of course they're gonna be happy. It doesn't look like what I described. So give me a second.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna have to find blah blah blah. Oh man, so many things I gotta scroll through. I made a comment. Oh, maybe I should do... Let me go to my page and click on
Yeah, it's even on their website.
replies, maybe? God, that might be harder, actually. Why do I talk so much on Twitter? Scroll, 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 scroll. I'm getting close, I'm getting close. I can feel it. It's somewhere around here. It's somewhere around here. And... No, that's not it.
Yeah, Wikipedia has that as their current logo as well. Logo changed on March 4th, 2023.
Oh my god. Okay, so here's the post, and then like you scroll. So I saw someone retweet it. So I'm looking at the and then the original under the original tweet it says the logo above is one iteration of it. It's not the full logo. So here's what I saw. Because someone retweeted it, and so I only got to see the first tweet without seeing the additional details. So let me get a... But I think you'll agree with me from my perception of it.
Well, I think the actual new logo looks good.
Yeah, it looks fine. So here's what I saw. And there.
All right, so if you look, the background's the same. What I'm guessing this is there's probably an animation that plays where like the letters inflate and then deflate to the new logo.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I said that I thought I was looking at, right? And then they were like, no, this is it. And I was like, okay, then what?
So what you have done is you've looked at something called Adweek, which probably makes rage bait.
Yeah,
you know, for
probably.
instance, the way this is worded, like, can you believe someone was paid to make this horrible thing?
Did you?
This is the first brand change for the first time in 14 years. And honestly, this just looks like marshmallow puffs. This doesn't look
Yeah,
like
well.
disgusting organs, which is what I was expecting it to look like.
Okay, it's not like Hylix colors, no. But I was saying it kind of reminds me of Hylix. You can see where that would come from.
Yeah, it looks like clay,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's also fake news because
Did you hear like there's a I don't follow this group because I don't really care about this topic, but it came up on Twitter because Twitter doesn't care about what you want to see anymore. It cares about what's popular.
get off Twitter.
So there's this, I think it was like Rap TV or something. They cover rappers and stuff, and among I guess other celebrities and things like that. They said something like Jamie Foxx's family hopes that he recovers soon, but they're preparing for the worst to come, or something like that. I'm like, what the fuck happened with Jamie Foxx? So I go into the comments and I'm like, what happened? And everyone's like, he had a heart attack. I'm like, or it was I think it was a stroke, or something. I'm like, well, one, he's really young, and I was like, what happened? Like I didn't hear anything about this, and I don't have updates on it or anything, but because I'm like, he's a pretty big actor, and so then like a little bit after, I think it was his daughter gets on Instagram or something, posts that same article or whatever, and they're like he had that like a week or so ago. He's recovered and like he's fine now. Like he was just playing. He was just playing outside the other day or whatever. I'm like, and she's like, why are you even saying this? It's just straight up a lie. Like they're acting like he's about to die and he's been okay for a week or
Twitter.
so. It's just like, I didn't
It's
share it.
tabloid stuff. Like
I didn't share it.
The
or
ghost of
anything.
Abraham Lincoln is challenging the ghost of Elvis Presley to an arm wrestling contest.
Okay, that happened though. That was. We've been through this. That happened. I've got like 10.5 endeavors, and I'm thinking like, what do I spend them on? This is pretty cool, but I think it shows my arms too much.
Yeah, some of the pages on this wiki are super in depth, and then other ones are just like just cataloging the stories a certain entity appears in, and then doesn't actually describe the entity at all.
It's because we can't. Like just like the description is indescribable.
It should at least have the basics of like what role they function as.
It
You know,
says-
that sets them apart from under.
This is like an elder
It's just a
god or something
million
like that.
pages of the meme, just indescribable. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah. It's just like one of the other gods it just says like description. You just like scroll down under description. It just says, "What do you expect to find here?
Why are you here?
Why are you bothering?"
Shrug emoji.
Just a shrug emoji. Like it just says, "Fuck if I know."
Big fish.
Big fish.
Drives you mad. I do like that there's a mix of interdimensional, like, crazy stuff outside reality, but then there's also, like, actual aliens in the Lovecraft mythos. Like, Earth had an alien colony, like, of elder things in the Cretaceous period. You know, he has, like, a whole, like, all the ways aliens have been on Earth in, like, deep time. Here's Yuggoth, which is a planet. Yuggoth is a planet located on the very edge of Earth's solar system. It's essentially Planet X. It's in the Kuiper Belt.
But is it also a person?
Migo. No, but it has an alien race known as the Migo on it.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say ego, which is a living planet.
No, Migo, also known as the fungi of Yuggoth.
So, like, planets are interesting, like, planes and stuff are interesting in the Elder Scrolls because they're usually seen as, like a god has a corresponding plane, sort of.
Yes.
So, like, the
Like
divines have
Yahweh
their
rules
corresponding
Earth.
planes. It's kind of like there's a plane. I think that, like, the plane's like actually called Arche or Koch, I think, or something. And it's like this is the like basically Adric plane of Arche, and it's like, you know, is it the god itself or what? And like when Mannimarco ends up transcending, which he does end up doing at some point, he ends up transcending and becoming a god. When he does, he essentially also gets a corresponding celestial body that's called the Necromancer's Moon, and so. He basically, like, the way I understand it, he's like one with the moon. He is the moon itself, kind of like how I'm assuming what happens with the Adric gods. They are their planets. I don't really think. I mean, one could easily say maybe Nirn is that for Lorkhan or something like that. But to my understanding, can't really think of any theory where Lorkhan actually gave much of himself into the Adric plane. Or into the creation. I can't actually think of anything really saying that. Maybe he did, but it feels like Nirn was made from a lot of other things as well. So I don't know. I mean, like, a lot of people say the moons are Lorkhan's corpse instead. That's kind of what most people say. The moons are what's left of him, and there's a couple sources for that. Like I can think of a couple legends that say that, and then Khajiit lore sort of says that, but they also believe that the moons were gods before the Lorkhan stuff happened. So they think the moons are their own gods, but then their lore also suggests that Lorkhan's ashes were spread across the lunar lattice. So it kind of sounds like they're related in some way. I don't know, but it's like I like the idea of planes being the remnants of gods in a way, but it's all very mysterious. It's like, could you go to an Adric plane? I mean, you can go to an Adric plane and, like, in terms of Sovngarde or whatnot, but in terms of, like, actually going to one of the Adric planets, could you do that? Because space is a very sketchy thing in the Elder Scrolls. It's like, what is space as a whole?
Well, the stars aren't even really stars. So.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, it's like, are the stars holes, or are they holes in the way of being, like, portals, right? Because holes can also be portals. And so it's like, could you, like, move around a star in a three-dimensional fashion while also it being a portal to Aetherius, or what? Because it's like, it might not be as literal as it seems.
Yeah, I would assume that they're probably three-dimensional. You know, like black holes. The way Interstellar says it, you know, when they first see a black hole and the guy's surprised. Well, actually, they see a wormhole, and there's one of the astronauts is surprised that it's spherical because he always saw depictions of wormholes as being flat,
Wait,
and they're like, well,
How
you're
educated are
you're-
these freaking astronauts?
you're punching a hole through space and time, right? Which
Yeah.
is, you know, like if you do the piece of paper analogy, you know, you fold a piece of paper and you punch a hole through it, it's flat. But what happens when a hole is in three-dimensional space? Well, it's a sphere. So essentially, a sphere is a hole where you can enter through any side. So if they left, you know, they're punching holes as they're leaving, but those holes, if they're three-dimensional, would be spheres like actual stars, which I would assume is probably what the stars look like. They're still probably glowing, you know, white or blue holes in space, but, you know, you could, like, travel through them, or they're leaking energy out of them.
Yeah.
So they're not like actual stars where it's, you know, carbon undergoing thermonuclear fusion.
And
It's probably...
and so that's fully possible what stars might be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same concept. It's just three-dimensional instead of being like
Yeah.
actually holes in what you would expect to be just a understood dome. But
Well, it's not like, you know, someone pinpricking a firmament, like a dome overhead.
I mean, like, so there's an interesting concept that I was doing some research into recently, because I was doing some research into the Serpent constellation, which is a weird constellation in the Elder Scrolls because it is the Serpent itself is not like any other constellation. It moves around by itself instead of the other constellations which have a pattern. So the other constellations move like you would understand, you know, stars to move, and the Serpent does whatever the heck it wants, pretty much. So people have wondered, like, why is this, and what's the properties of the Serpent constellation itself, which I think is made up of 4 stars, but I'm not sure. And
That's not a big constellation at all.
I say stars very lightly, because from what we can understand, these stars don't actually give out what they call Varliance, which I believe is basically means starlight, but I don't think they ever say that. I know that Varla is like ancient Elvish for star, so Varliance is probably like starlight or star power or something. But they know that, but apparently the Serpent stars don't give out that energy that the other stars do, like Magnus and all the other stars. These stars don't do that. They tend to move by themselves. Instead, they are considered unstars, and they give out some other different kind of energy, I suppose. So they're not holes to Aetherius, it seems. They would be something else. And as we're talking about this, because we were talking about Namira, I was talking about Namira because I was getting this thing from the Crown Store that I've wanted for a while, which is basically, it's called the Orb of the Spirit Queen. It's pretty much the Dark Heart of Lorkhan, but you can put it in your house, and it's a little bit different. But it pretty much is, it's pretty much void, right? So it's pretty much exactly like you said, where it's a hole punched into reality, but you're punching a hole. It's 3-dimensional, not like flat.
Yeah,
so that's what
it's not 2-dimensional, because
basically-
a hole is 2-dimensional, a sphere is 3-dimensional.
It's basically what the Heart of Lorkhan is, and I'm guessing what this new furnishing is as well, because they share the same properties. So it's basically like it's like outer space or void, but in reality, you can look around it and it's actually there. And that's why I like the Dark Heart of Lorkhan so much. It's probably it's definitely my favorite thing that ESO's added is the Dark Heart of Lorkhan. I'm just obsessed with it because I just love this idea of literally the primordial, before everything, chaos void existing in like you're just walking around it. You're like, I'm basically looking at nothing. You know, I'm looking at basically my entire world is a giant sheet of paper and I'm looking at a hole in it. You know, and it's just so weird to me. And also, there's a bunch of other lore that goes along with it that just makes it cooler. But
Well, it's just like the Nothing from Neverending Story.
Yes, I need to see that again. And so, as we were talking about that, but the Serpent constellation is made up of what we consider to be unstars. Could it be that unstars are somewhat related? I wonder. I don't know, because they would be.
They
into the
glow?
void. Probably not, because the heart glows, but it's not the same kind of glow. But there's something weird about them. But they do look like normal stars. But they don't act like normal stars, if that makes sense. I'm just wondering.
They're moving.
Yeah. That's for one thing. Yes, they move independently just by themselves, trying to mess with the other constellations. But the term unstar it's just the closest that they can get. They don't know what it is. It's just like not a star.
Yeah,
So
they couldn't call it Death Star.
they couldn't call it a Death Star, no. So, I mean, I guess it probably wouldn't make sense for it to be the same as the Heart of Dark Heart of Lorcon, because it probably wouldn't glow like that, and it would also be like in void, I guess. So it probably wouldn't. It probably wouldn't make much sense. But it's cool. It's something to think about. It's something that's a mystery about what even is an unstar, and what kind of energies would it even give off? Because we don't know. But it's a cool question. And I mean, like, it's not. I know it's like you can hear the term unstar and you immediately think that's Kirkbride, because it just sounds like Kirkbride. You know, you put in front of stuff, untime. It's like that's Kirkbride.
Unmath.
Yeah, it's on anything and it's Kirkbride, but it's like I like it. I like it. Sometimes things can get obviously a little bit crazy with Kirkbride's ideas, but I think it's great in moderation. For example, like I'm a big fan of when things get Elder Scrolls has a place where things get weird as shit, and that's where it's cool. And I just don't like it when so like Kirkbride has a lot of stuff in unofficial lore that I don't really pay attention to that tends to get really crazy where I feel like it's not necessary to get crazy. It's like, okay, like the Nords don't need to have this crazy thing. The Nords are very down to earth. Maybe you could add a few crazy things in their history, but like,
well, again, if
like,
everything's crazy,
yeah,
nothing is.
Exactly, that's exactly it. And I just he gets a little bit
yeah,
out of hand sometimes.
Like,
he just really likes it. You know, he just really likes making things more sci-fi, I think.
To go
that's
back
okay.
to Lovecraft, if the whole point of the Lovecraft mythos is, you know, he focuses on like small Massachusetts towns and like normal rural America in the 1920s, which the juxtaposition with, you know, horrifying, you know, like insane geometry and like colors you can't describe, that clashes with the everyday normal stuff. But in the Elder Scrolls, if there is no normal stuff, like normal races like the Nords, then crazy eldritch stuff doesn't stand out as crazy. You know, like dark elves don't seem exotic if Nords aren't normal.
Yeah, and I mean, like originally, like in Morrowind, you find books on Nords, some stuff that they decided to change. Like the Nords were like using tongues as whips and living in like these houses that were described as being completely wild. And it's like, okay, this is definitely stuff that they decided not to go with, and it's like that's okay. I think that when you do that, Elder Scrolls becomes a lot more diverse and exciting when you have stuff like here's this tavern in the middle of Skyrim, and it's not special or important or anything, and the Nords just like to live down to earth, and then you have a goddamn space station, right, of the Battlespire, and it's like that's cool because it's diverse and it's different.
You need a baseline.
Yes.
And so, I'd argue most of the races in Tamriel, for the most part, should be fairly quote-unquote generic or relatable in a normal way.
Yeah.
And then you get some, like the Altmer that like are more a high society, have differences, but the differences aren't like super crazy magic based. I mean, sure, Altmer are tied to magic heavily, but
yeah, the original idea was definitely to have the Altmer to be a bit more exotic than they ended up being. The Pocket Guide.
It sounds like a lot of the races were.
Talks about their Alinor being made of glass, and it talks about like,
which again could just be a descriptive term.
So,
I guess so. Their castles are covered in mirrors.
There's also a lot of talk about
windows.
like insect wings and stuff. I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from, but
yeah, it makes them sound like fairies. I guess
because I think they really wanted to be like hyper exotic, and it's like sure, but again, I think that you need to have some normalcy, or nothing is special. I've got a friend who's not a fan of any of the spacey stuff in the Elder Scrolls. I personally believe that there's a place, and like you can have the Battlespire if you want, and you can have the Void, and you can have your Adric planet, so you can go to the moon, but just don't overdo it. So I learned.
That's a great quote for like, you can have your Battlespire, you can go to the moon, just don't overdo it.
Just don't overdo it. And again, it's just my opinion, but like, so I didn't actually know the story.
What did you say?
Yeah, I didn't actually know the story behind the big Kirkbride thing that he made that everyone likes to really follow and uses real lore. I have a friend on Twitter who I have a couple friends. One was asking some cool questions about like lore, and then someone popped in and decided to relay some Kirkbride lore that I've like never heard of before, right? It's pretty much like saying, you know, imagine this. Someone says, "Guys, I'm really into Star Wars. I want to learn more. Tell me your favorite Star Wars fact." And then someone pops in, they're like, you know, "Did you know that Tatooine used
Luke
to
was
actually,
married for 5 years.
Tatooine used to be like a massive city planet that was also like half of it was volcanoes, half of it wasn't. It was attacked by like a giant volcanic creature that destroyed the city, and eventually it all became a water planet and then a desert." And it's like, and you're just
Well, that
reading.
sounds like something that happened in a Marvel comic in
Like,
the 80s.
you're
Star Wars Marvel.
But you're just reading it and you're like, what would you think, right? You're like, where are you getting this, right? Like, where are you getting this? Is what your first thought would be. You're like, and you're also thinking that's not an actual Star Wars fact, right? And you're like, and you're sad because this person's really curious about Star Wars. You know?
I would put it in perspective that I'm wading through the internet known as the ocean, and
Well,
more
sure.
often than not, I'm going to come across empty void, devoid of any. There's very few facts on the internet are anchored to any sources, and
Yeah,
I can't
know, but,
correct them all.
But I mean, and I guess maybe again this would be kind of like if I just straight up say it's not canon. I'm not saying it's not canon because I can't, because it's technically not been disproven, and therefore because it's kind of like a Legends thing. It's like you're like Mara Jade has never been spoken to never exist.
Yeah, just because
but
Mara
she's
Jade
probably
hasn't.
not
Yeah,
gonna be a
I would
thing.
say currently Mara Jade has not existed in canon.
Would
in
you
any
say
form,
would you
not been
say it's
hinted at.
would you say it's likely, so likely that you should teach
Yeah,
it?
well, for instance, I could say that Yuzhan Vong are not canon. You know, by virtue of them not ever being referenced in canon, we have no reason to believe they exist. I could say there's potential to adapt some variant of the Yuzhan Vong into canon, but as they existed in legend storytelling, too much has been, you know, contradicted in terms of what happened after Episode 6 for the Yuzhan Vong to exist as the Yuzhan Vong.
Would you teach it as like
I wouldn't teach anything.
you wouldn't teach anything? I mean, like, so, like, for example, apparently, like, there's this city that's not in ESO yet because it's in Middle Elsewhere, and we don't get the exact sliver where it is, but it's a city called Torval, and it's
Torval.
Torval. It's a
It reminds me of my new favorite character in Jedi Survival, Turgle.
Turgle. Yes, everyone knows Turgle.
Turgle. They literally, the voice actor in Vader Zim plays
Oh
a frog
my
person in
God.
Jedi Survivor, and he just
Of course
sounds
they
like
got
Zim.
Of course they got.
It's great.
But
Everyone loves Turgle.
apparently this lore that I'm not aware of involves Let me get this straight. Torval being the location, it has a docking station for the divine body of the Main, which is a moon that comes down from space and docks
These
at
all
a
sound like
at a
sci-fi
station
things.
in Torval, where mortals can communicate to the divine body of the Main or something, and it's like, this is not canon. I've never heard of this in my life. What are you talking about? Since when does the Main even have a celestial body? I don't think that's been confirmed.
I think they're probably accidentally linked to like Star Citizen Reddit.
Yeah.
You know?
So apparently that's part of Kirkbride's like extended lore thing that a lot of people just take as fact, right? So I didn't really know about it, so I was talking about it in my Discord, and my friend informed me about what it's about, and I didn't know until now. That's how divorced I am from that portion.
I
of the
keep telling
fandom.
you to at least become
Fun fact, you're second Agronian as a
tangentially
refugee.
aware
Nice. Sweet.
of the nonsense. You know, like if you want to teach about, if you want to become an expert in teaching about the U.S. landing on the moon, you've got to at least be aware of what the moon landing conspiracies are, because it's going to pop up if you're trying to teach about the facts about the moon landing.
I guess so, but I also like to be so
not even a
confused
guess.
that they're like, oh, he doesn't know what I'm talking about.
But what they're gonna do is when you act confused when they give something they think is a fact, is they're gonna be like, this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's never heard of these correct facts before.
It's correct facts. Okay.
What would really counter it is if you were so on your game, you're like, see, I'm very familiar with this, and here's why that. You can easily deconstruct their arguments because you've heard them before.
Mm-hmm.
If some young Earth creationist quote unquote catches me off guard with some argument I've never heard for young creationism, they're gonna be like, what does this guy know? He's never even heard of the
well, here's the thing, though, is that you don't know everything about everyone that believes in the flat Earth. Like apparently there's a
you
lot
can
more
know
going
the
on there.
basics, like obviously every flat Earth conspiracy theorist has a different idea for how orbital mechanics work. There's literally every time you look up Google images for how flat earthers think things orbit, you'll get thousands of conflicting.
Okay, so here's the information. This is what she sent me. This thing. I guess I am gonna sound.
Probably
like
shouldn't refer to her as a thing. That seems rude.
No, not her. This story, I guess, which is so alien to me that I don't really know what its extensions are, how long it's existed, or even where to find it, or if it's a book or something else. But it's called Coda. It's got a 0.
Everyone knows Coda. Why are you acting like this?
No. But do you know what it is?
Something called.
Do you know what
Coda.
it is? Tell me. Everyone knows. What is it?
Coda is spelled all in caps for some reason.
He just loves that. I mean, LNoFX is always in caps. It's probably supposed to be LNoFX or something. I don't know. It's probably.
Yeah, that's probably it. I did read I read a whole rundown of Coda just so I could become familiar with it. I didn't commit a ton of it to memory, but I did one time read a description of what Coda is. Okay,
well, here's apparently what it is. I've caught wind every now and then, but I don't really know all that much until a couple days ago. It's set in the far distant future of the late 5th era, which already sucks because it means that if they make this canon, it would keep Elder Scrolls from going any further than the 5th era, which probably could really blow if they do that. Because Nirn itself is only 6,000 years old. Did you know that? It's like young Earth creationism out in this shit. It's like 6,000.
Yeah, no,
years
I did.
Old.
I was surprised with it because most of the time, crazy fantasy stuff goes way all out with the dates.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's just like this current. If you want to get into,
I just caught a guy.
Stuff, but...
Sorry, this is off topic. I was going through our vacation photos and I found a guy wearing a Bluey t-shirt right in the background of one of our pictures.
Track him down. Say hello.
It's right here. We were in the Tangled section.
I was literally
right in between
I was
Mackenzie
thinking about getting a Bluey shirt, but I don't know.
I mean, this is an adult wearing a Bluey shirt, so.
Yes. So here's what it is. Far distant future, the late 5th era, where an apocalyptic event known as Landfall has forced the remaining inhabitants of Nirn to take refuge on the Moon Master. The story centers around the Dunmer noble Jubal Lun Sul, who seeks the means to shepherd his people to a safe world away from Landfall. His actions eventually culminate with the defeat of the Numidium, his marriage to Vivek, making way for the birth of a new universe. As you can see, Numidium and Vivek is involved because Kirkbride can't stay away from those, apparently.
Yes.
But it's like, I mean,
Kirkbride's not a good writer.
He's an incredible writer.
I'm just gonna say.
No, he's an incredible writer. I think
he's an incredible writer that went overboard and completely.
I guess I can sort of
what he
agree with
does,
that, but
he repeats the same tropes and markers to the point where, like you said, he'd be like, oh, this is obviously Kirkbride because he just keeps doing this one thing over and over. He's got like a handful of things he likes to just keep repeating, and it's like you do it once, it's good, it's fine, just do it once. It's when you start doing it over and over, it's like, okay, we get it. Yeah, time travel, robot, space, crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was saying about.
That's
what I was saying about oversaturation. Yes, but
yeah, it gets dumb.
I think he's a little
bad writer.
He's a little less subtle than
fact
other writers of the Elder Scrolls.
That's what I'm saying. When I say he's a bad writer, I mean he doesn't know when to stop.
Which is the foundation that he's set is incredible, and
but
it's really good to work off of. I think, and the writers are doing a great job of that. But yeah, I think the fact that I mean honestly I can't say. I mean I don't have any evidence, but I think maybe the fact that he could not is probably why he doesn't work on it anymore.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I'm glad because, everything would become an amalgamous mush of over complexity if they had kept him on board.
Yeah, it definitely could have. It would have gotten a little bit too strange and lewd and sci-fi.
And he wouldn't even
for-
realize it. He would just keep going
Maybe,
without
I don't
any.
know, but-
He would never stop.
But I think it's good to have other writers put in their own little bit to
Yeah.
the Elder Scrolls and seeing what they bring.
That's another thing. The world feels more exotic if each element, different people are contributing to different aspects. Then everything feels unique.
It's kind of like
or
being,
more
being the
diversified.
president. You're there for a bit. You put in your cultural footprint, and then
I guess
you
so.
move on.
I view it more like, having a variety of storytellers in Star Wars makes different elements of Star Wars feel more different from each other. Like Andor feels different than, Star Wars Resistance, which isn't a bad thing. It just means that those two aspects of the galaxy, it makes the galaxy feel more diverse in what's possible, like the kinds of storytelling.
Yeah.
If every Star Wars story was just done by the guy that did Andor, it'd be like, okay.
I love this thing.
I do think that Kirkbride might be trying too hard to be the next Lovecraft in trying to just make things weird, except they don't ever make sense. A Lovecraft story that sounds really Kirkbridean is the Great Race of Yith, which are there was an alien race in the distant past. It's from his story, The Shadow Out of Time. But their planet is invaded by entities known as the Flying Polyps, and in order to survive the extinction of their planet, they project their minds in mass as an entire civilization, just across time into other beings. So, they can psychically control people like avatars. So the story that Shadow Out of Time is you're in the 1920s, and this guy that you've always known starts acting differently because his consciousness, he's been shoved out, and now the person piloting him is an alien from
Where'd
a
he
distant
go?
galaxy in the past.
Where'd he go?
I don't actually know, but the whole point is that the Flying Polyps eventually, as an entire race, inhabit an insectoid race of intelligent beetles that actually, this is the end where they're trying to go is inhabiting an insectoid race of beetles that actually exist in the far future after humans. So after humans are extinct, the next intelligent race on Earth will be beetles, apparently. And all of these beetles, after they rise to intelligence, get possessed by an alien race from another galaxy that their planet got destroyed in the distant past, which sounds like a Kirkbride concept.
I think
Just in,
I think weird
an
is a
entire
good way
race.
to describe it.
Well, again, this is weird fiction, but the whole gist of that story, though, is that some of the aliens appear in different times, inhabiting different intelligent species, like humans. I forget if it's just an accident or what the nature of their mind control is. But the idea that a race from the past is possessing people in the future.
Yeah, because he really
That
likes that.
could
He really
pop
likes
up.
that past and future shit a lot.
Exactly, yeah. I'm saying in Lovecraft, that makes sense. It feels clean. It feels like a good, this is a great alien weird tale of oh, my best friend is now possessed by an alien from the past. But in Elder Scrolls, I don't know if you could do that correctly without it feeling
I think something that can make it hard in the Elder Scrolls is that the Elder Scrolls has its own laws of how things work sometimes, and it just feels
Exactly.
it feels too fragile sometimes to do things like that.
Because
I'm
that's the thing,
surprised they did
and-
time travel this year, but they did it okay. So
the whole thing is in the Lovecraft mythology, they play off the fact that the laws of physics, no one understands them. The way the universe works is mysterious. No one knows the rules. Everything is madness, and space is big and doesn't care about you. Whereas in the Elder Scrolls, we know where space came from. There's set rules to how reality works. There's divines
there's
that
a lot of cultures that give you some hints, but I wouldn't say
exactly they have different
no.
stories, but there are different entities in Tamriel or Nirn that preside over different aspects of how reality works, right? There's a general consensus that everything's got a different different entities have different domains, right?
I think it helps that also mortals and everyone are a lot more aware of these strange concepts than Earth or whatever, where we are all living our lives and that are getting messed up by interdimensional gods, and we're not really that involved in that. But like here in Elder Scrolls, it's like, oh, you're talking about Vermina, the literal Daedric prince of
like
dreams.
in Lovecraft, there could be a whole town of like Innsmouth where like the people are fish human hybrids because of an ancient sea god, and like no one else in the United States knows this is going on because it's just like a small town in Massachusetts.
And they wouldn't
Whereas
believe
in
you if you
Elder
told them.
Scrolls,
They'd be like, what?
yeah, they'd be like, oh, you're crazy. That's not happening. But like in Elder Scrolls, everyone knows about, well, not everybody, but
sometimes
the
in Elder
scholars
Scrolls,
would know
someone's weirded out by something. I'm like, dude, do you leave your house?
I really put off when they're like,
Yeah,
it reminds me of I was just talking to Mikhail the other day, like Hermione and Harry Potter scoffs at divination magic. Like they have divination class to like see the future in crystal balls and tea leaves, and she's like that's not real. You can't see the future. Just like magic's not real, and it always very funny. It's like, I mean, surely in Harry Potter there is some
there's rules.
I was going to say there is some question as to whether seers can actually have future telling abilities, because it's very rare for a magic person to be born with the sight, which is the ability to divine the future, tell, vibes of what might happen in the future, to the point where some people just believe it doesn't even exist, and people are just kind of giving, just like in real life, people give vague answers, like something bad will happen in the future. That's what my magic says, so that makes more sense, where like there's some elements, just because magic is real doesn't mean everything's real. If I told you, I was a god of all time, and you said I don't believe you, and I was like, but brooms can fly, so maybe I am, like, you would still doubt my claim.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's just because one thing seems unbelievable to you does not mean that everything.
Yeah, so I guess it's fair, if someone in Tamriel was like doubting something happened, you can't just use the excuse of like,
I've seen this lady be like, I can't believe it, that skull just talked or something like that. I'm like, come on, man. I've had skeletons talk to me.
But again, even the way like the divines work and stuff, scholars are very familiar with that, but your average farmer might not, be totally up to date on the cosmic hierarchy. Exactly. It's just like everyone overestimating how many people know about the Jedi in Star Wars. Yeah. They're like, how do people think the Jedi are a myth? It's like there's there's 1 trillion people living on Coruscant alone. Like, imagine how many planets are in the galaxy and how many individuals live on those planets. Like, the Jedi Order is not that big. It's existed for a long time, but it's not, Just like you don't know about every alien in the galaxy. Like, that's why we keep seeing new species pop up all the time, because, there might be a ton of them, but the galaxy is so big that they're spread out so thinly. But yeah, the point is the rules of Tamriel and how they work, how we know, quote unquote, know the universe came into being, and the hierarchy of everything makes it feel more well, there are a lot of mysteries. It's still more understandable than our actual universe, or even the Lovecraft mythology, where, the wiki pages can be so short because, like, we seriously have no idea what's going on with some of these things. But that makes Kirkbride's wiggle room for making weird fiction in a franchise that's not built to have weird fiction. It'd be like if Kirkbride started writing Star Wars stories and he started adding time travel and, a bunch of stuff. It's like, no, stop. Like, no, that's like, you got to make your own franchise for that sort of shit. Like, we've established how this works. If he started making a pantheon of gods for Star Wars, like the Star Wars universe came into being because
I think if anyone,
AGX4.
I think if anyone was to write about intricacies of time travel, it would probably be him, because he's been so involved in getting that to work in the series, and I'm pretty sure he would just make up some weird thing. God, I mean, it's a lot more involved. I think I would trust him to get time travel right, but something that I think that I will concede is that he does it way too much, like way too much, and like and even like maybe 3 times would be too big of a deal. I mean,
You do it once and it's cool. Otherwise, you're
Maybe-
just like, is this Doctor Who or is this?
yeah,
you know.
because it does kind of like lose its shine after a while. You need to have like a really good reason to do it, I think, but it's not. But like if you're doing it just to be weird, that's more off. I mean, at this point, the only time, or at least the time where I'm most interested in time travel is when you do the classic cause and effect stuff like Doctor Who does. I mean, the reason I got into Doctor Who was watching The Big Bang 2.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or they just called it The Big Bang, I forgot. But that episode with like the cause and effect shit, I was like, I'm addicted to this. This is really fun.
There is a point though where the more time travel stories you do, opens up like what happened with the MCU, where oops,
Well,
now
yeah.
you've contradicted yourself on the mechanics because now you've done one where it's like, oh, the bootstrap paradox exists, and then you've done another one where, oh no, it actually just makes a different universe every time you change something, and it's like, well, which is it? Am I making new
Yes.
universes, or
Yes.
can I change the past through my actions?
If you do it too much, you I mean, like at some point it's like you probably should have stayed simple because it gets a little bit too complex if you're not
Well,
careful.
just don't do it that often, or be consistent.
I think that in my opinion, Elder Scrolls is best with an understandable, relatable first glance and an in-depth, thought-provoking second glance. However, I think if Kirkbride was still at the helm, he really enjoys making it a complex, thought-provoking first glance. And one, that's not really approachable for a lot of players. Just if we're going like marketing wise, if I was a suit like marketing a game, I would be like, it's too complex. But I think that Elder Scrolls needs that cool complexity and but the thing is, though, you can't put it in the forefront or it becomes oversaturated, like with like doing time travel stuff all the time. It loses its luster. So I think making it just something that's fun and comprehensive at the start, and it can get more and more complex. If you want to look into it, then that's cool. And ESO's done a pretty good job of that, where it's like here's the general plot, and it's like, okay, the general plot is kind of easy to understand, and then you'll find some like bits of stuff that might drop some cool lore drops that, if you're interested in it, you'll find out what that means. Blackwood, I guess, is a prime example where they bring in the Doom Vaults, which seems like a Daedric invention, where it's like, okay, the Daedra
Doom Slayer.
The Daedra just made these vaults where they put mortals in them, and these mortals are like basically aging like wine and gaining more power, and they have fragments of Dagon inside of them, where their ambition and potential begins to just get stronger as they're in there, and it just seems like, okay, it's like, okay, that's just what Doom Vaults are. And then, but like, in my opinion, I think there's more to it than that, because if you had read the commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes, it talks about Dagon's origins, which talks about, obviously very vaguely, it's very hard to understand this book, to be honest, but it basically talks about Dagon being placed in like a prison and beginning to gain power over time until he breaks free, which is exactly what happens with these mortals in the Blackwood chapter. It's pretty much the exact thing, but the Doom Vaults are like almost like Dagon's trying to create his own little mini Dagons, pretty much. He's beginning to he like knows how he was born, and he's trying to birth new versions of him. Or I don't know if it's
like
a great idea, but
Frankenstein trying to build a man.
basically, I mean, that's how I see it. But like at first glance, you're just like, okay, you find these guys in vaults, and that's a good like at first glance, it's comprehensive, it's fun, it's fantasy. But as you start to go deeper into it, you start seeing what, in my opinion, is a deep, like, you're getting your hands deep in that lore, and you're starting to see like a potential deeper reference to potentially Dagon's origins and what happened there. Another good example is later on in that year, where you begin to kind of delve deeper into potential truths for Dagon's creation, and you end up finding a Meridia's, Meridia's beacon. Everyone knows Meridia's beacon, right? Like the weird little the weird little sphere thing. You find one of those, in a pan, and the only purpose it serves is that you click on it so that you can get a vision of the past. That's all. That's the only purpose it really.
A
serves.
new mouse clicks on the beacon.
A new yes, a new mouse clicks the beacon. That's pretty much the purpose it serves. However, as someone that has read a lot, Meridia has a link with the Star Orphans, the Magna Gi, who were those that made the stars. They left Mundus and tore the holes in the void, like we were talking about.
They littered
unconsiderately. I guess I would see it more of as like property damage, but
yeah.
But the thing is, Meridia has links to the Magna Gi. At least I don't know if it's fully confirmed, but it's pretty much, you see that referenced everywhere. And so you see one of her beacons, you click on it, and you get like a vision. They're basically talking about like Dagon's creation and stuff, and the Magna Gi are involved in that. So it can't be a coincidence that they're literally using one of Meridia's beacons that seems to be potentially connected to those Star Orphans. In the way that she probably was one. But to the most part, it just looks like a rock that you're clicking on. But that was probably there on purpose because it's a very particular asset that hadn't been used probably since Depths of Malatar. I don't know, 2019. But it was like, it's like that had to be put there for a reason because of her connection with the Magna Gi that were potentially involved in the creation of Dagon, or at least the evolution of Dagon. They were involved. So maybe Meridia herself was involved. I don't know, but that's definitely her beacon that you select to get that vision, even if they don't actually mention what it is. They don't do that. They don't like straight up just tell you what the connection is. It's just you get this feeling of, I'm putting this together in my mind. This had to be put here on purpose, and I like that a lot better than having my hand held, all the time. Which is cool, and it's all very like, is it true? Is it not? But I think it was there for a reason. Personally, so that's cool. But the thing is, though, again, that's not necessary, right? As a player just playing ESO, you just click on the thing, you get the vision, you move on. You can enjoy the story without knowing that little bit of extra detail. But if you do know it, I think it makes it really fun, and that just happens constantly in this game, really.
What is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort?
I'm gonna call it Parthenax.
I have a sounder Deem where I took his I thought you were playing Skyrim. No, I have his "Is it better to be born good" line as a sounder Deem on my Twitch.
Well, when does that
Olivia,
play?
how you doing? It's when you're at some conversation when you're talking to him, he says, "Is it better to be boring?"
No. I know when it plays in the game. When does it play on your Twitch? Like, what has to happen to trigger that?
It's a sound redeem. Someone has to redeem channel points to get it. So it's like 500 channel points. I got like a bunch of different sound redeems, but suddenly
you
really
could just find that
later.
soundbite online for free.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think it's he's the only one that has this. I don't own the rights to Parthenax. I'm sorry, but
you could. I think it was Jason on Film Cow bought the
GLaDOS too.
The entire Hanna-Barbera sound effect library, like all the Foley sound effects, like the classic.
Yeah, the good old.
And I think it was he said it was like $215, and so on his Twitch stream he can just play classic Hanna-Barbera sound effects and all he's talking about. Like, this is legal. I'm legally he turned the notification for people subscribing is the Jetsons doorbell, the ding 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 ding.
Okay.
For the theme song, and it plays and he's like, legal. That's legal. I own the rights. I own the rights to the Jetsons doorbell. And so apparently you could just go and get the Hanna-Barbera soundtrack library and just drop, a couple $100 and then just play them on your stream.
Yeah, I'd like the Hanna-Barbera running sound effects. Be great.
Yep, little
that'd be great.
He'd play them and I was like, I've heard a lot of these in classic point and click computer games too. So I guess the Foley artists for Hanna-Barbera got a lot of money from licensing those sound effects to a ton of different things.
No charge for have a look.
It's classic stuff. Oops. Oh, was that stealing? No, I guess not. I'm not in trouble. Oop, I just did it again. I can just take this stuff?
There we go, stealing again.
What?
You discovering free samples. I was grabbing. Oh, was that stealing? Oh, I guess not. No one's mad. Oh, I did it again.
I stole a balloon on Free Balloon Day.
for Evil Noon Day.
I gotta get rid of this stuff. I just took stuff right next to her and then sold it right to her. I was like, I'm gonna take this, and I just sold it to her. So a thing that they talked about at the because my friends were interviewing the lore master on Twitch and I was watching on Thursday while at work. The they discussed some of Necrom, and I mean a lot of it was Apocrypha. To be honest, if you ask me, I'm mostly interested in Necrom, like the Tavani Peninsula as a whole. And
sure.
And let's not argue. I mean, like again, the Telvanni Peninsula is the whole thing from the base to the tip. Maybe at least at this point in time. Maybe it changes later on. Who knows? But that's how it is. I don't want to hear anyone saying anything otherwise, because we all know the Telvanni Peninsula definitely goes to the tip, because Port Telvannis is up there.
Like I said, otherwise it's not a peninsula.
Yeah. So I mean, like, but the zone itself does not cover that entire area. But you do get to go to the. It's like going to Cyrodiil in the ESO. It's like you go to a portion of Cyrodiil. You have the Gold Coast and Blackwood are also portions of Cyrodiil. They just call them Cyrodiil, you know. So
sorry, just a second. I'm sorry. I found something that you'd be interested in from watching Rebels. I was going through our.
Wait, I mean, I'm not finished with Rebels.
It's not a spoiler. I mean, have you seen Ezra's painted Scout Trooper helmet?
Oh, I don't think. Maybe I've seen it. I don't know if I've seen it painted yet.
Okay, well.
I don't know if I've seen it painted, but I know he likes that helmet.
Yeah, his Scout Trooper helmet, at some point he paints it. I was going through our Galaxy's Edge photos, and I found in Doc Arendar's Den of Antiquities, one of the helmets on the wall is Ezra Bridger's painted Scout Trooper helmet, which also was in the Ahsoka trailer in Ezra's room on Lothal.
Does he have it by the... Let's see, what was the last episode I watched?
I know he has it on the Mandalore arc when they go to Mandalore.
Yeah, I have. I'm like right before that, I think.
Okay.
I've just gotten to the Night Sisters ghost stuff is where I.
Oh
was,
the Maul stuff.
The Maul stuff. The good old Maul stuff. He just keeps showing up. You think that he's never gonna show up again, and he just shows up again. It's like, God, he's still here. It's like I thought you were going. I thought you were gone. Already. Oh yeah, that is pretty cool. I mean, like. I think there was a lot of Ezra hate at the very beginning, but now everyone's just begging to see Ezra in live action.
Space Aladdin was...
Space Aladdin, yeah.
The same joke over and over.
Yeah, everyone wanted the actor who played Aladdin to play him, but the actor they got...
now they did.
The actor they got is just spectacular. His eyebrows are just like he was designed to play Ezra. He's got the eyebrows. Anyways.
Yeah, it's like the Pelion.
Yes,
cast.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know who they have getting these casts, but they know what they're doing. So, They talked about at the Twitch stream concerning Necrom. They talked about how Necrom itself, you know, we all know it predates the Tribunal, and that's been lore for a really long time. That it's older than the Tribunal, which I think makes it cooler because it's more related to Chimer stuff than it is Dunmer stuff, and I think I'm more interested in seeing Chimer stuff, and really getting, because I mean, like, let's be honest, Tribunal stuff is fun, but we've had a lot of it. The Tribunal can show up and we can talk about them, and you really can't avoid them when you're doing Dunmer stuff. But I like to get a little bit into other Dunmer things, right? There's other parts of their culture, right? Like, because here's the thing about the Tribunal: the Tribunal really started to move away from the original like traditions of the Chimer. They started making it more about themselves than about what the Dunmer what the Chimer were interested in. Like, ancestor worship was a huge thing with the Chimer. They were big on like making like reverence of their ancestors, and they even saw the Daedra as their ancestors, despite the fact that Daedra literally means not us or not ancestors. They saw Daedra as the greatest version of themselves, basically. The House of Troubles being like the most the testing ones, but the good ones were like, you know, Azura and all that. So the Necrom in itself is all about, you know, it's all about the dead, and I'm guessing a whole lot about ancestors and ancestor worship, and because of that, the lore master even confirmed that there's not a huge, overwhelming Tribunal presence. You know, it's not all about the Tribunal there. I don't think he means to say that there's no Tribunal, because we already know that there's like, you can see a lot of Tribunal motifs, and there's a huge statue of Vivek, but he says that, you know, the traditions are are beyond the tribunal. They're ancient. Like, for the tribunal became a thing, you know, around the 700th year of the First Era. We're in like 582 of the Second Era, and the First Era is almost 3,000 years long. So the tribunal's been around for a long time, and this is older than that. So we really get to get deep into before the tribunal took up the public consciousness and all that. So they've got ancient traditions and motifs, I'm sure, that we can delve into, and so I think I've seen some people kind of respond negatively towards Necrom, and I think that might be why, is because they got annoyed with the idea that the Dunmer could revere something beyond the tribunal. But Necrom is, like, I'm sure, incredibly conservative, like, as a whole. I'm sure there's I mean, like, when you start to lose focus on ancestor worship as a whole, I think that it makes sense that there would be a point where you just say, except for Necrom, because like Necrom is the place for the necropolis where we put our dead. That is the place where we revere our ancestors. That would be like the strongest place to hold your more conservative beliefs.
Sure.
I don't know if they. Am I breaking up? I just saw my internet.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, well, give me a second.
I can still hear you though.
Yeah, I just went down to 0, and then I'm going back to 10,000, and now 9,000. Okay, 7,000. So I mean, like, I know the storm is probably supposed to start in an hour or so, but
Oh, good.
I think so, from what I understand. But yeah, so I definitely think that the tribunal is going to be a big thing. I just think that you should not be surprised if you go in there and you see people talking about stuff that's definitely beyond the tribunal and like before then. And I don't really know what the limit would be. I don't, like, when interviewed the last Loremaster's Archive, someone asked Devaith Fear, like, what does Vivek think about, like, the Tavani and other people that might not really care that much about his divine power or the tribunal's reach. And he was just kind of like, Vivek doesn't lose sleep over it, you know? Like, Vivek cares a lot about his image, but it's kind of like being George Lucas and knowing that you have people that hate certain parts of Star Wars, and it's like, you're George fucking Lucas, you know?
Yeah,
it's
they're
like
insects.
Yeah,
to you.
I guess you could kind of see it that way. I don't really think that having the Dunmer focus more on something that is before the tribunal would really affect the tribunal all that much. I don't know how Almalexia would feel about it. I honestly don't have. Almalexia is kind of a wild card sometimes. I don't really understand her as much as the other ones. I'm kind of hoping that she shows up more in this DLC. I don't know if she will. She's got a Tales of Tribute deck, I guess. That's confirmed. You get a card
representation.
deck. Her representation is a new card game deck, I guess.
The first you can define her, split her entire personality down to a card game deck.
I mean, she's in base game, but she just doesn't do much. If anything, she's kind of immature, if I remember correctly. It's really upsetting. I'm trying to remember the story behind Deshawn, but if I remember correctly, because it was years ago, probably like 3 years or something. But if I recall correctly, like, there's this. I think she works at the temple like a priestess. She works at the Mournhold Temple, and I think her son, like, turned away from the tribunal or something. And as punishment, I'm pretty sure the tribunal, like, had him executed. I'm trying to remember properly. But it was some punishment where I was like, that's a bit much, I think, to, like, react this way. But I don't remember. So this priest just went rogue and hated the tribunal as well and started causing a lot of doing horribly villainous things, and you end up having to kill her. But you just can't. I mean, like, but like I remember at one point in the story, I'm trying to remember the specifics. At one point in the story, you're just sitting there. I remember sitting there thinking, like, this is a little bit much, you know, from the tribunal. Let me see if I can really quick. 'Cause again, it's been years, but it was a pretty good story. Let's see. Her name was Mistress Vox, I remember, which is an interesting name for a Dunmer, or Magistrix Vox. Let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. Is there like a lore page? Do we not have a lore page for Vox? Okay, yeah, so here we go. Here's at least like the earliest style I can get, I think. She's saying, like, you mustn't do this, my son. Define the tribunal as a death sentence. And so her son's like, enough, mother. Your faith in false gods blinds you to the truth. So he follows the Daedric princes. You know, he's more of an Acklander type. He's more of a conservative in the way that he'll revere the Daedric princes. And so they consider that a death sentence. Let's see what happens here. Okay, actually, well, it seems here that while he does follow the Daedric princes, he might follow more like House of Trouble princes, because it sounds like he does kill people. Sounds like he does kill people.
It does sound like he kills
because people. In the next memory, Almalexia is saying you've spilled innocent blood, and therefore he does get executed.
He's the cause of people dying.
But I mean here, Mistress Vox just says straight up, define the tribunal as a death sentence. Like, they kill people who do that, even if they don't kill innocents. She doesn't say killing innocents is a death sentence. She says define the tribunal as a death sentence. So it's like, I don't know. Sense. But again, like I said, they don't lose sleep over everyone who just says, I don't care about you. You know, they don't. But Almalexia is a wild card. I think she would care. I think she would probably care a bit more. She can get kind of... But I don't know. I mean, Vivek definitely wouldn't just straight up stab someone for defying him, but then there's not really seeing them as gods, and then there's like spreading rumors about them like not being like gods, and like, oh, they killed Nerevar to get this divine power and stuff like that. Doing that will get you in trouble, I think, because there's this group called the Dissonant Priests that would go around and write books about this, and they're like, this is what the tribunal did, and like, they're not actually great people, and so Dissonant Priests would start getting imprisoned and interrogated and probably killed. But I don't think straight up, like, if some random farmer didn't really care about the tribunal, I don't think like they would track them down and go, love the tribunal. And okay, it's connected again. It's interesting that it tells me the attempts. That's kind of nice that it tells me how many attempts it's taking. But yeah, I got booted from the game at that point.
Oof.
Anyway, so like, then there's Vivek, who writes a story about himself, basically creating that crown despite the fact that it existed maybe even before he was born. You know, he writes that in his sermons. In Sermon 34, he writes a story about how he slayed a monster.
You have that memorized, like you went to Awanas.
In the sermons.
In Sermon 34 specifically, you just know that off the top of your head.
I know a lot more probably about the sermons than I do the Bible. Probably.
It will probably serve you better.
I mean, it has. It's made the game so much more fun. But yeah, I mean, so basically this is
the Bible MMO.
The Bible MMO. And there we go again. I'm at 0 again.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, so yeah, the sermon pretty much talks about how he slayed a beast that ended up becoming the foundation for the city, despite the fact that the city predates his godhood, you know. There's a lot of stuff in the sermons that obviously don't
contradictions in a holy text.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's definitely.
Michaela says, "Does Bible Man mean nothing to you?"
Does Bible Man mean nothing?
Michaela, did Bible Man have an MMO?
I hope not.
Oh, the Bible Man video game. Yes, everyone knows that. I didn't even know Bible Man had a video game, but I should not have been surprised.
I should not know this. I shouldn't know this knowledge.
That's right. Yeah, Ian reviewed that, where you had to memorize Bible scripture to defeat your enemies in the Bible Man video game.
Too hard for me. So I mean, a lot of. I think the sermons are fun because again they're written like the Bible, and I think that's fun because it's fun to.
That's
think,
fun.
It's
the
fun,
Bible is fun.
Well, it's fun. Well, for one, a little side point is that it's fun to think that we can literally just basically write holy text in the modern day and just show people and go like, look, we can do that now. You know, just like we did.
Oh
it
yeah,
then.
everyone's like,
But,
this sounds so weird. What's the
Yeah.
deeper meaning? It's like it's just weird. There's
just
no
weird.
deeper meaning.
But it looks like there's there's probably going to be a deeper meaning to this text because it has been referenced a couple times. But obviously it's like, well, what could it mean? Because there's just a bunch of questions. They're probably not going to straight up answer it. But let's see here. What do we got here? There is a glaring error in Sermon 34. However, I don't know if they're going to try to explain it this year or if they're going to just ignore it. But at the at the USP we have a correction for the error because we think it is a typo.
A Bible typo.
Bible typo. Basically, they describe Necron, but they use the term Narcissus instead, which is a different city. But they both start with N, so I'm assuming
Well, that's
they
not
probably meant
a
Necron.
typo. A typo is usually like a misstroke on a key. That sounds more like just
Confusion?
they incorrectly put. Yeah, they didn't mean that. They meant something else.
Vivek had a few too many drinks, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like, if you gave me, like, an hour, I could think of a way to around it by, like, making Narcissus some kind of Dunmerry term for Necropolis, and then having it be, like, a reference to the ancient Dunmerry term, and then Necrom obviously being a name based on the term Necropolis in a more contemporary language. I just thought of a you could just write a thing there, but they probably didn't. And therefore, the city of Narcissus would be just a different necropolis. You could say, like, you know, Narcissus was made to be a place where they bury the dead or something like that. Because Necrom is not the only necropolis. At least there's mention of other places where they bury the dead, and I can think of some other places where they bury a lot of dead people, like in Deshaun. There's one.
Like graveyards.
Yeah, graveyards. Except they don't really have graveyards. It's more like big tombs, I guess, with a lot of bodies.
Well, that's common in ancient cultures. Necropolises exist in more than one location.
So here's
in real life.
Here's Sermon 34 of the 36 lessons of Vivek. Then Vivek left the Ministry of Truth and went back to the space that was not a space, obviously. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the eighth and final and mightiest monster, called Golga Morgil, and more. The wise must look elsewhere for the string of power. Vivek called to his side the Hordador, and this was the first time that Nerevar had been to the provisional house. He had the same vision that Vivek had so many years ago, that of the two-headed ruling king. Who is that, he wondered. Vivek said, the red jewel of conquest. I think this might be a reference to Talos or Tiger Septim. Yeah, that's what the USP is saying. Nerevar, perhaps because he was frightened, became vexed at his lord's answer. Why are you always so evasive? Vivek told the Hordador that to be otherwise was to betray his nature. Together, they moved into the middle world to a village near where Vivek had been found.
Why are you so evasive? Gives evasive answers.
Basically.
Why are you always talking in riddles? He who talks in riddles is...
I mean, otherwise would be to betray his nature. So yeah, it holds up.
What does that mean, though? That's further evasive talk.
Together, they moved into the middle world to a village near where Vivek had been found by Aeom and Set, that being Almalexia and saw the Sil. The eighth monster was there. Yeah, that's what Aeom is. Almalexia.
Set's an Egyptian.
Set. It's S-E-H-T, which is how you spell.
Put an H in there.
It's how you spell. It's how you say S, right? So S, the Daedric letter S is Set, right? The Daedric letter A is Aeom. That's so they go by. It's basically just saying. It's basically calling him S and calling Almalexia A. You ever heard Vivek called Vec before? That's because that's
initials.
the V. Yeah.
I see.
Vec is V. That's why they say Vec. The eighth monster was there, but he did not act much like a monster. He sat with his legs in the ocean, with a troubled look on his face. When he saw his mother's
legs in there.
he asked, why he should have to die and return to oblivion. Vivek told the 8th monster that to be otherwise was to betray his nature. Since this is
Which became Vivek's catchprise for that day. It's all he told
this
anybody.
Is obviously the theme of the lesson, alright?
Do you want fries with that? Betray my nature.
To order otherwise would be to
Cut it
betray
out.
my nature. Cut it out!
Which quickly became Vivek's thing for that day.
But I mean, obviously the monster's like, why do I have to die? And Vivek's like, because to do otherwise would be the opposite of what you're meant to do. Since this did not seem to satisfy the monster, and Vivek still had a touch of Aem's mercy, he said, "The fire is mine, let it consume thee, and make a secret door at the altar of Padhome in the house of Boethia, where we become safe and looked after." The monster accepted Muatra with a peaceful look, and his bones became the foundation for the city of the dead, Aenon Narsis, obviously meaning Necron. Muatra being Vivek's spear, so essentially it means that Vivek just stabbed him. Nerevar put away his axe, which he had at the ready, and frowned. "Why," he said, "did you ask me to come if you knew the 8th monster would give in so easily?" Vivek looked at the Hordador for a long time. Nerevar understood.
I don't know.
"Do not betray your nature. Answer as you will." Vivek said, "I brought you here because I knew the mightiest of my issue would succumb to Muatra without argument, if only I gave him consolation first." Nerevar looked at Vivek for a long time. Vivek understood. "Say the words, Hordador." Nerevar said, "Now I'm the mightiest of your children. Let the sermon be consolation to those who read it that are destined to die." The ending of the words is Sivi. That's how all of them end, obviously. So the main theme is, like the nature of things and also death. Making sense that it's related to Necrom because it's the city of the dead, so it's a reoccurring theme. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot to deconstruct here. The UESP obviously has had, over 20 years at this point to deconstruct these texts, and there's a lot of people studying them. And
Are they really that old?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And so now there's a lot of, like we have like things, sometimes things are referenced and like we link them to other pages. So it's like, they'll say like, for example, the two-headed ruling king, you can click on it and it brings you to Talos. So that kind of stuff. Obviously though, I mean, I've never studied these to the point where I can understand completely everything. But I do, everything that I found in these deconstructions where they link to stuff that they're talking about seems to make sense to me. But yeah. But I mean, to be honest though, it's not like the actual text in the game says they're talking about this here. So I guess it's a little bit presumptuous to actually assume that you know what the texts are talking about, but it's pretty, again, over 20 years of deconstruction, and I think it's pretty accurate of a deconstruction. But yeah, I read all of these sermons in one night once, and it turned my brain to mush. I remember it's basically like reading Finnegan's Wake before going to bed.
You should have gone to seminar.
You should have gone to seminar. Again, though, it's great. You read any lesson of Vivek, pacing back and forth and shouting it with a southern accent, and it's just straight up,
Yeah.
Straight up a
It's
sermon.
just southern accents with saying random.
It just
Then he
works.
became a door that was not a door, and it's like, can we pause?
Well, then
you know what you just said.
Then you gotta pause it and explain what it means.
They usually don't do that, though, do they?
They try sometimes.
Do they ever pause and then they're like, by door within not a door.
Religion is a
German
fandom.
scholar so and so thought that might mean.
Well, no, because then you're bringing up a mortal scholar, and you're like, I mean, I don't think you can just straight up say what it means, but. But I mean, like, I'm pretty sure Kirkbride wrote all of these. There's a 37th lesson that they added for ESO, and I think they got Kirkbride to write that. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure it does, because it has secret messages in it that leads to its fanfiction. So, Yeah. But
It
the
might
thing,
just be a coincidence.
no, yeah. I think the thing you should know about the sermons though is that it's got a not terribly hidden secret message in it. The 36 lessons, I really don't like it when people take them straight up literally, because Vivek is literally known
You should never take
as the
verses
warrior
literally.
poet, right? The tribunal, for one, is incredibly heavily, indoctrinating everybody all the time. And Vivek's literally a poet, so it's just indoctrination mixed with poetry, right? Though there are some things that are referenced and characters in it that are like real. Like he'll mention a Daedra in there, and it's like, okay, that Daedra actually does exist, and we've never seen them referenced anywhere else with these texts. But let's see here. So here's a note. Reading the first letter of each paragraph of Sermon 36. Okay, so Sermon 36 is the one that actually has the secret message to it. Oh, okay, no, actually there's a couple. There's a few here, it seems. Okay, so reading the first letter of each paragraph of Sermon 36 forms a hidden message that says foul murder. Obviously, probably referring to the murder of Nerevar. Additionally, if you take Sermon 29, associate each of the 35 listed numbers with a word in its respective sermon, another hidden message is revealed, which is a little bit more complicated, I guess. I mean, like Sermon 29 and associate each of the 35 listed numbers with a word of its respective sermon is a little bit detailed, but here's the message. He was not born a god. His destiny did not lead him to his crime. He chose this path of his own free will. He stole the godhood, murdered the Hodor. Vivek wrote this.
Hodor.
Lastly, Sermon 37 is a website URL.
I thought that was part of the verse.
No.
He's still going on. Lastly, Sermon 37 is a website you can follow.
And the website goes to TeePublic.
Hostopia.com.
If you use the code ALMCV, you can get 30% off.
Today's sponsor. This verse is sponsored. Audible.com.
Lastly, Sermon 37 Sermon 37, a website URL is hidden in this line from Satha Sil. Go here.
He hit a URL.
World without wheel, charting 0 deaths and echoes singing. This pointed towards the now defunct URL coda.es. More information is available here. So yeah, he literally has like a link to his thing there, but.
I just realized
that
there is a potential for sponsored church sermons.
This sermon brought to you by Chick-fil-A.
Coca-Cola.
No, not
actually. I guess there is already
Coca-Cola,
sponsored.
Which is too secular.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Chick-fil-A.
Which carries Coke products.
We won't talk about that. So what's been pretty cool is trying to translate like the most ancient of languages in the Elder Scrolls would be Elno Effects. It's like the base of things like Daedra speak it. You'll hear Daedra say it and stuff. And
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think it's you could call it Daedric. I just think that the Daedric say it because it's like the ancient language.
Well, I mean, like
language you can think of.
A lot of stuff. A lot of words we use are derived from Latin, but Latin's not an American language.
Yes.
We just speak words that use Latin.
So Elno Effects as a whole, like, we know some words. We don't know a whole bunch. But, like, some of them aren't just said flat out, but, like, you can deconstruct what, like, some words mean and the context of some words, and that over time has led us to learning what some words mean. But personally, I have actually been able to deconstruct some words based on context, and I was like, hey, I can translate this now just based on my own observances. And then I go onto Google, and people have already done it like 15 years ago. But I mean, like, hey, I did it by myself.
Yeah, I mean, it has existed for a while.
But it's the thrilling feeling of like, oh my god, I can read this now, like, just by my own observance, and I didn't really need the guy on Reddit to tell me. Then again, I don't really just trust anyone on Reddit. I would need reasons for it. But, like, I put together that, like, when you're seeing stuff being written in Elnofex or whatever, which is always in caps, by the way, like all the time.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, like it makes it seem powerful. It makes it seem ancient.
Does it?
Yeah. It's got to be all in caps.
Okay.
It's got so basically, ancient the ancients of ancients always had caps lock on. That's why.
They just didn't invent lowercase letters.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, like, you could you read like a sentence and it has AE in it. It's like, how do you translate AE? You know, like, what does that mean? It's just as a word in itself. And then you begin to like read some text and you're like, okay, well, it says here that the ancient, like, Aedra as a term means our ancestors, right? And so that's, if knowing that, and then you're reading another text that uses a term discussing ancient things, potentially ancestors, and it uses the term Dra, and you're like, okay, so that probably means ancestors. So it means that Dra, which is the AE plus Dra, could mean is or is similar to or is the same as our ancestors. That being said, Daedra being not our ancestors probably means that the D in front of the AE or DAE as a whole might mean not like or is not the same as us. So in doing so, you can read stuff like here you can read this part of Sermon 1, which has Aeon, A Seti, A Vec, which would basically mean, you know, Almalexia is the same as Set, is the same as Vec, because they're all the tribunal, right? So it basically can mean is. And it's just fun to be able to translate those things. There's not much, we don't have much in the term of Elnofex words, but I think it kind of keeps it mysterious. But you'll see some stuff like Padhome, which is obviously Sithis Padme, like, you know, like from Star Wars. No, and then you'll see.
I mean, it does sound oddly similar.
It's Padhome, which I think might have been a thing before episode 1. I think it might be in
episode 1 came out, for reference,
1999.
episode 1 came out in 1999.
Yes, I think it might have been in
What was
Daggerfall,
Elder Scrolls
which was
before 1999?
1996. I think it might have been in Daggerfall, but I could be wrong. It might. I mean, like, it might. If it
I guess I always forget how
If it was
old
in
the Elder
Morrowind, then I guess
Scrolls
it makes sense because Elder Scrolls Morrowind came out in 2002. But yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know when the first time the term Padhome came up. But it's spelled P-A-D. I mean, there's Padhome, Padhome, you know, Fadomai. There's different versions to say it. Sithis being the most different, but the descriptions of Sithis are the same basically as Padhome. What are you doing?
Typing?
It's like a mechanical keyboard.
Well, my keyboard's like a typewriter, so it sounds like a typewriter.
Yeah. So here, okay. So I forgot. Here's the is this a Yokudan or? I think this is a Yokudan term. Yeah, pretty sure. So you have Padome, Sithis, the Darkness, Akel, Fadomai. Padme is personification of primordial force of chaos and change. Dwells in the void. Blah blah blah. Let's see, because Fadomai is Khajiit. Sithis is in several different places. I don't know if Sithis originates in the Argonian culture, but it would make sense, I guess, if I did.
They do talk about it a lot.
They do talk about Sithis a lot, and they would probably use like their more, I don't know, they might just be. I'm pretty sure I've heard them say Sithis when speaking Gel, so it might originate.
Yeah,
it might originate from
I've definitely
Gel.
heard Sithis said in an Argonian
And it
voice.
does have a TH, which is super common in Gel, having a TH together.
Yeah.
So it literally could be a Gel term, Sithis in general. I don't really know when the earliest mention of the name Sithis would be, but the Dark Brotherhood as a whole really only came into being post like, it really probably wasn't as early as a lot of people think, because it was like post the assassination of the potentates, I think.
Wow.
And that would be, let me go back. Let me see if I can get this right, because I don't want to say it wrong. But I know the Dark Brotherhood didn't exist as long as I assumed they did when I first, you know, you hear about them, you think that they're like really incredibly old. Let's see here. Let's read history. The Dark Brotherhood's origins are connected with the Morag Tong, though how is a topic still debated by scholars, but it is widely believed that in the year First Era 2920, the Morag Tong assassinated Emperor Riemann III, likely at the behest of the potentate, or the soon-to-be potentate, Versailles, his successor. Okay, so they eventually assassinated the Versailles himself, setting off a frenzy among nobles across Tamriel. The Morag Tong soon outlawed across the continent. One popular theory holds that the Brotherhood split away for religious reasons. It posits that during the backlash, the Morag Tong appealed to the tribunal, the highest power in Morrowind at the time, to ensure their existence. Okay, so yeah, that would put it about where I said it would be, where the Morag Tong assassinates the potentates, and then the Morag Tong became outlawed because of all the chaos, and then the Dark Brotherhood came from that. I mean, we're talking, that's the second freaking era. I mean, we're in, that's the second era, 200, or 324. We're in 582. That's not terribly long. Like, Dark Brotherhood is still super recent, like, which is weird to think about, but it's still pretty dang recent as a VSO. And so, that being said, like, because their conception is so vague, I don't know when the term Sithis is really first used, because that's super recent. So it could be that, God, what if the Dark Brotherhood's like actual conception was linked to like a shadow scale? A shadow scale being like Argonians that are born under like the shadow, I think, because that would make sense, end up becoming like shadow scales, which are Dark Brotherhood assassins. What if the Dark Brotherhood was started by one? I mean, it's all just a theory. But if that was the case, it would make sense where this Argonian would bring the term Sithis to this organization, because it would be started by an Argonian. But again, all just a big theory. But yeah, the Dark Brotherhood is pretty new as a VSO. I think the Dark Brotherhood...
do they still have the mother in the sarcophagus?
I'm not the best on... The thing about the Dark Brotherhood is that the Night Mother is kind of a vague thing where they're like, it's one person, and then it seems like, oh, it's been multiple people, and all that. So it's always super not quite understood to me. I never quite fully understood it, because it's like, who really is the Night Mother as a whole? There was a story about this lady who ended up killing all of her children and became the Night Mother. I'm not very well versed in it. I'm going to see what the USP has. At the head of the Dark Brotherhood hierarchy is the Night Mother. An immortal spirit who is revered and worshipped by the Brotherhood. She is only met face-to-face in very exceptional circumstances and is seen as a phantom-like form. When a person prays for the death of another, the Night Mother hears and passes on the details of the prayer to her listener. At this point, the listener informs the speaker, who then goes to meet the hiring party in order to draw up a contract. According to the Dark Brotherhood's beliefs, she is the wife of Sithis and bore 5 children. It is unclear who the Night Mother is exactly. In the book Fire and Darkness, the Brotherhoods of Death, the Night Mother is identified as the Daedra Prince Mephala, which is a very strong theory, if you ask me. In another book, entitled Sacred Witness, the Night Mother is identified as a former Thieves Guild member. In the well-known 2920 series of books, she is seen as the head of the Morag Tong, because the Dark Brotherhood only split well into the Second Era. Another woman claimed to be the Night Mother. She's likely to have lived during the Second Era, although the women represented by the statue in Bravo lived in the First Era, which suggests the two are not the same person. Furthermore, Severa Magaya of the Dark Brotherhood's Morrowind chapter claimed the title of Night Mother for herself in the Third Era, although she did not hold the position for long, being killed in the Brotherhood's ongoing feud with the Morag Tong. So it just seems really, like, out there and not just, like, one concrete person. Crap. I think someone grabbed the nerd loot I wanted to go for. Wait, no, I still hear it. Nice. Here it is. Which obviously always confused me a bit. Though I was never as interested in the Night Mother as, like, Sithis in general. But yeah, here's the Mephala portion. It is believed that by some sources that the Night Mother is in fact the Daedric Prince Mephala. Before the founding of the Dark Brotherhood, Mephala was involved in the founding of the infamous cult society known as the Morag Tong, and they claim to murder in the Daedra's glory. Some scholars also argue that when the Morag Tong was banished from the rest of Tamriel, they were allowed to continue to operate... Was that you? Wait, who am I talking to? Did we lose internet? Did I finally bore someone? Oh god. Did he just lose internet or what? Or is he, maybe he's restarting his computer or something. He's just gone. Do you guys want to hear about the potential theory about Mephala being the Night Mother, or? Hold on, I'm getting personal message. Are you okay? I'll text him.
Hi, I'm back. Are you still here? Kyle? Kyle, are you still here? Hello? Kyle? Kyle? Kyle, are you here? I can hear you.
Where'd you go?
I was trying to play Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it kept telling me to sign into my Xbox account, and whenever I clicked sign in, nothing happened, so I closed my Xbox game bar, and when I did that, it closed Discord as well as the streamer to my VR headset.
I
had to reconnect
texted
everything.
I texted you. I'm like, did you lose internet? And then just no response. Like nothing. Like.
It was only for a little while.
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here thinking like, what would cause you just to straight up leave the call and then not text me back? I left the room.
Technical difficulties, obviously.
I left the room. And I'm like, is something going on? So I left because I'm like, and then I'm like,
yes, there's an EMP.
No, I thought like, is there an emergency or something? I'm like, okay, no, nothing's going on.
No, I do have a problem though because I am currently signed into my Xbox account. So why is every time I try to play Flight Simulator, it says, let's get you signed in. And then I click sign in, and it just sits and loads forever.
Yeah, Microsoft account things can be annoying. But
Well, unfortunately, Flight Simulator is called Microsoft Flight Simulator.
unfortunately, it's Microsoft. But yeah, no, I was basically just talking about the theory that Mafala was the Night Mother, and
Yeah, I heard that.
yeah. So it's like, I mean, it's just a thing that we just don't know. You know, it's like, oh man, what happened there? I tabbed out. It's like it's one of those Elder Scrolls mysteries. It's like we just don't know who the Night Mother is, and it's like that corpse that you meet, you know, in even though I've not done the Dark Brotherhood thing in Skyrim, I've never done that, but the like corpse that you are looking at and all that, it's like, who is that? You know, it's all very mysterious.
Honestly, it could just be a random corpse.
It could just be a random corpse. The Dark Brotherhood,
I mean, that's
as a
common
whole,
in...
I haven't spent a lot of time with. I'm doing my first Dark Brotherhood quest ever in ESO, actually, and it's actually pretty good. It's pretty. I feel a lot of camaraderie with this group of assassins, which is weird that I feel like I have such a family-like connection to people who just stab people. But I don't know. It's interesting. But obviously, I'm not doing that on my main. I'm doing it on my newer character.
Out of the orrery?
It's pretty fun. It adds a different layer to the game. It's a whole different part of
Yeah,
ESO,
I mean,
really.
I certainly didn't join them on my first playthrough, but on a second playthrough, I mean, that's what subsequent playthroughs are for, is to take paths that you didn't normally do the first time.
I mean, like, the Dark Brotherhood iteration of Sithis is very different from what you will get from going into standard Argonian cultures. What happened?
I just realized that the she can't just be a random corpse, because she does have, like, there's some abilities.
She does speak and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. And is what you're getting the Daedric Prince Mafala, or is it something beyond that? And I mean, she's not just. I don't think she's like literally just a body. I think that there's definitely some weird magic at play, be it Daedric or what. But I don't know. It's just like we just don't know who that is. Maybe even it's just a standard person's corpse, and Mafala is like speaking to you while you're staring at a dead person. I don't know. But again, I've never done the quest.
That I do remember that particular part in the quest squigged me out really bad. It's just like you're already uncomfortable in that position, and then it starts talking. Yeah. You're like, no, don't start talking.
Why wouldn't you prefer to be with a living person than a dead person?
No, just save the talking for later.
You
just crawl into a coffin with a corpse. You're just sitting there awkwardly, and the corpse is just, hey.
But yeah, the Dark Brotherhood's perception of Sithis is very different from like what you'll get with classic Argonians, who are just kind of like, you know, Sithis and the ancient Argonian version of Sithis is kind of more similar to the Dark Brotherhood version, which God kind of lines up like, well, I mean, I don't know, because it's like, it makes you wonder if an Argonian did start the Dark Brotherhood, which is a wild theory, completely out of the left field. There's
not even any Argonians in the Dark Brotherhood.
No, there are plenty. Well, maybe not in Skyrim.
No, in Skyrim. I don't remember one in that troop.
But I mean, I told you about Shadow Scales, right? So, Shadow Scales are like super popular with the fandom. Everyone loves Shadow Scales, and I think even they imply heavily in the new Meet the Character for the Argonian companion. I think they imply that he used to be a Shadow Scale. And I think it'd be cool if, like, Shadow Scales are so important to the Dark Brotherhood that they might have been even involved in the formation, because Sithis might actually be a gel term, and I've never really thought about that until now. Let me see if I can find the term Sithis being used in any ancient gel at all. But, yeah, so Argonians had two perceptions of Sithis back in the old days. Before they had a cultural change of mind, for the most part. They saw Sithis as something to be scared of. Sithis was death and destruction, they were like they tried. That's why they built the big Zanmirs, you know, the big fortresses, because they were afraid of everything Sithis had to offer. You know, like storms and violence and anything. It's like they built these huge castles because they were afraid of Sithis coming for them, and so they also did sacrifices. Right, sacrifices were also a big deal. Like feed the void, you know, Sithis' death, and we had to fight against it, but we also had to appease it. Kind of a vibe was the ancient Argonians. And then they went through a complete cultural deconstruction. Like everything completely changed for them. We don't know when. I've tried to figure out when it was, but due to the fact that Argonians don't really focus that much on the past these days, we don't have any way. We don't have like a date. But I've been trying to narrow it down. But this period of change was called the Dusk Fall, and all these Argonians just instead were apparently enlightened. They became aware that Sithis was not something to build big castles to be afraid of. Zanmirs no longer became a thing. They were done with Zanmirs. They were done building them because they were like, instead they were like, Sithis is not something to be scared of. Sithis is something to just embrace. If something happens, then something happens. That's change, right? Change is not something to be just scared of all the time. So that's why they live in mud huts and thatch houses now, because they try to embrace, like, if the wind knocks down my house, then that was what was supposed to happen, is kind of their vibe. And
so yeah.
It's just kind of like the past, let the past just be the past, and that's why they don't really keep written documents all that much, is because it's just change. And so the Dark Brotherhood, though, kind of focuses more on the whole death, feed the void thing that ancient Argonians did. And so if it was started by an Argonian, it would be an Argonian that would have preferred to keep more in line with the dusk or the pre-Duskfall sort of society, which is interesting. You know, like stay hidden and protected, and offer death is exactly how ancient Argonians acted. So, I mean, there's a lot of similarities between the Dark Brotherhood and ancient Argonians. And I think, I mean, this whole like Argonian culture thing is one of the coolest things that has been added in the Elder Scrolls recently, and a lot of people who don't really know about it because it's not talked about in any of the main games, because it came out after Skyrim. The Gregory Keyes novels covered it a bit, I think, and then ESO really ran with it. It wasn't until Murkmire that we really got to focus on it, because base game Argonians were very much just kind of basic, praise the Hist, we love the Hist, and they didn't really focus all that much on the Duskfall, because they mention it once, though, I think, so, you know, they did reference it, but it wasn't until Murkmire that they really focused on Sithis, and I think it's because Murkmire is supposed to be hyper isolated. It's like this. It's like rural cities in Alabama that are hyper religious, you know, because you know the further Argonians are from society, the more they're going to focus on this ancient Sithis revering culture, and that's why I think that if we get another chapter in Black Marsh, being like deep in the marsh or whatnot, Archon and all that stuff, Hellstrom, we could get more of that, you know. It could be because it's further away from society, and so you could focus more on that. I just always like the idea of the Duskfall. A lot of people don't know about it. I mean, like, Khajiit and Argonians, for the most part, in the main series, Elder Scrolls 1 through 5, have gotten a total, like, they're just in the background. You know, like, think about, I mean, Skyrim is like, you're lucky to find a Khajiit or Argonian, because they just aren't really there much. And even if you find them, they don't really... You can talk to a Khajiit about elsewhere or whatever, but, like, there's not much about their culture or whatnot. Morrowind did a whole bunch. I don't know what game added Varieties of Faith. I don't know if it was Redguard or Morrowind, but it was one of those. But that was pretty good. But even Varieties of Faith, which is pretty much like the baseline for religious beliefs that Elder Scrolls goes off of, it's like the go-to if you want to know what a certain race probably believes. You go to Varieties of Faith. But for the Argonians, it was pretty much just kind of like, the fuck if I know? Literally, it was just kind of like, we don't know much. We just know that they revere Sithis is really all it said. It was like, we revere Sithis as change or something, and that was all that's all they really wrote in the old days. And so ESO and Gregory Keyes, they took it and ran with it. I think actually the novels might have been a little bit before Skyrim came out. I think it might have been before. It might have been before Skyrim and after Oblivion. But even so, they don't really discuss it much in Skyrim. I mean, like, it's such a cool, like, I haven't read the actual novels, but it's such a cool idea. You got a big floating city that's, like, incinerating things. It's pretty wild, I guess. They don't really talk about it, though, in Skyrim, even though I think it happened, like, I forget how long ago it was. A couple hundred years or something? I don't remember. But...
I think might disconnect here again, just a second.
Oh, no. I'm going to assume the worst.
Well, I noticed my mouse froze up, which is what it did when it disconnected the first time. This time it's because I'm trying to check for updates.
Do you want me to wait, or...
Well, I just want you to understand what's happening. If
I understand nothing.
I still have audio. Why did everything just freeze up?
Yeah, it said it was. Yeah, it says it was in 4th era 48, so it would be like a little under 200 years, I guess. Right? I think so.
What happens if I just go to air car? I just wanted to play a game.
I just wanted to play Flight Simulator.
Anytime I decide to do something, that is when the thing will break.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not even gonna run air car now.
It's weird how I'm getting these massive spikes.
Just a second.
Oh, I should probably go to the Impresario. I'm full on tickets. That's right. I haven't even checked. So yeah, there's a new personality. Like, I stand there with my hands together. That's kind of nice. And I can also play, like, a lute and stuff. But the walk is a hyper-exaggerated prissy walk. Like, I have my hands to my sides. Like, I'm trying way too hard to make fun of anyone that acts feminine. But that's what it is. So I don't really know of anyone that... Oh, God, I boomeranged so bad just now. Did my voice just glitch out or something? Can you hear me? Ah. That might not be good. Jared, he said his headset lost battery. His headset lost battery, guys. Everything's happening. Man, I was gonna start talking about Umbriel. I wonder if he's gonna come back. I haven't taken the White Strix Mayhem quest yet, though. I do have the scroll.
Treat with me, look over my goods, and give me a good story. I dare you.
Okay, so here's a new style, the Gloam Sedge style. Oh, hey, it covers one shoulder. That's kind of cool. The Velta can't really see. Boots also can't see. Let's get to the good stuff. The jack and the helmet. Which, it's so dark, you really can't see the detail very well, honestly, but it makes sense, I guess, because it's I'm assuming nocturnally. Oh my god, that's actually pretty sweet. What do you guys think? That's pretty cool. The new collectible is this skin. I'm not super hyped about this skin, but it does look kind of cool with my body paint, I guess. Like, the colors are really... It's so Christmassy, man. It's so incredibly Christmassy. Look at that. But, I don't really know. Well, actually, come to think of it, what is happening here? This... Okay, so the skin... I'm confused. The red is my body paint, right? The leaves are the skin, but why do I still look like I'm wearing Arctic Rime? Because I am wearing Arctic Rime. My default. I mean, even if you take away my default like speckles that I have, I don't look this pale. It's almost like I still have Arctic Rime on, but I don't. It doesn't make you pale, does it? I'm not really that big on these new rewards, but I've kind of got FOMO. No, the outfit style is amazing though. The outfit style I think is really cool. I'm talking about like the quarterly rewards. I was never a huge fan of like the skins that are kind of like body paints. I was kind of disappointed with the Akatosh one because it kind of looked like a skin condition. I think it looks pretty, but it's basically a body paint. You know, it's basically a body paint. Let's be real. It's basically going to be like a 30 ticket body paint. I don't really know how I feel, but I'm too FOMO to miss on it, so.
Arena season! Nothing quite like being decorated in the front row.
That was definitely for a reason. She said arena season for a reason.
I just plugged in my wireless headset and got on the VR. Hi.
Did you hear anything I said?
I heard thunder outside.
I'm just kidding. Did you? Well, it's about time.
Just now, yeah. Also, I figured out my Xbox issue with Flight Simulator. It's trying to do an update, which I am graciously going to spare you from having to sit through. I'll update that.
I mean,
later.
How bad do you think it'll be? You think it's like huge?
This update is 9.5 gigabytes.
Oh god.
So I will do that.
Okay.
I guess not overnight. Maybe I'll run it while we're at Ground Post tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, my internet I just went to 0 again.
It can wait. I mean, again, my headset died anyway, so I'm not gonna fly a plane on a flat screen.
Guys, if the stream cuts, I'll try my best to get it back. But I mean, like, one, our internet's been pretty bad, and it's gonna start storming. And it doesn't. Usually, we don't have issues when it storms. But the internet's been bad lately, and so it might be too weak to hold up. I don't know, but we'll see. I'm checking out the new style they have in the store. It's called Gloam's Edge, and it looks pretty awesome. It's like nocturnally. The helmet, I think, is the coolest part. It's definitely very cultish looking. It's like cloth mixed with some metal. I think it's kind of nice. But, I'm not really that hyped about the new skin that they're having us collect as part of the... Like, it's like, oh, get this new skin as part of a quarterly reward. Our past quarterly reward was the personality that I'm currently using. The skin is basically a body paint, but they call it a skin, so I'm kind of, about it. I don't know, it doesn't look bad, but it's like 30 tickets for a body paint. I don't know how I feel, but... that being said, they are being pretty cool this year with rewards because they're listening to fans, and they're focusing more on rewards for playing the game, which is good because everyone's tired of the rewards being... Okay, well, the crowds are pretty much you can get for playing the game because you get endeavors, but let's be real. People want to do a thing and then get something in return. That's cool, right? So you want to, like, achieve something and get a reward. So, for example, they're adding that Dwemer's Fear pet that I talked about. It's got a different paint job. It's got like a cool black mark design, if I recall. You have to do the new world events. You have to do an achievement or something. Probably, I don't know, making it off the top of my head, 50 of those world events or something, and you get that achievement and you get that pet. That's a good step forward, because once again, it shows that Zos wants you to do stuff that is manageable, but not like trial. You don't have to do a trial or something. There's also going to be a mount that you can earn in zone. So basically, it's like, I think it might be related to quests. So it's like, I don't know. Let's just say, just off the top of my head, do 30 quests and you get a mount, and it's like, okay, that's cool. You know, you have something to earn, but you also don't have to feel like you can't achieve it because you don't do trials or something, which is annoying. Because there's so many mounts that I can't get, or probably 2 that I can't get because I don't really do hard trials. There is going to be a mount that is locked behind doing hard mode, I think, in the new trial, but it's like, I feel more comfortable with that because there's other stuff that I can get that doesn't involve that, you know? Like, you know when we started playing ESO for the first time, and we did the Scarlet Judge, and we got that costume at the end of the quest? You know, that classic Scarlet Judge costume that looked kind of knightly, very interesting design. That's kind of like a very early noob reward in ESO, but that's what the Morrowind DLC had a lot of. It was like you get a personality for doing Sadrith Mora. You get a costume for doing Sauron. That was cool. We need more of that. Like, where did that go? You don't really get that as much these days. Like, a personality for doing a super long quest line is incredible, and we need more of that kind of stuff. And so this is a step in the right direction. It's not the same level as Morrowind back in 2017, but is a step in the right direction. So I think that if there's a really positive reaction to Necrom, which there already is so far, that we can expect more of this in the future. I don't know why they strayed away from it. It just kind of seems a little bit silly if they did, but you know, I know everything about Necrom I'm looking at is pretty hype. The class seems pretty cool. The premise is pretty neat. I know I got that massive spoiler, but I'm looking forward to seeing more details on it because I'm pretty bare bones. And mostly what I'm looking forward to is just seeing how Zos handles parts of the Dunmer culture that we haven't seen, because in my opinion, it's probably Morrowind's one of the most legendary experiences. Probably, in my opinion, Morrowind's like the most impactful. It's immersive, detailed RPG of all time, pretty much, and I don't really know if it can be replicated because it came so early in gaming compared to where we are now, and it was really just unprecedented at the time. Daggerfall was like, Arena was good. Daggerfall was like, we're gonna expand on this and make it better. Like, they took the Arena concept and really improved it. And then Morrowind was like instead of taking another step up the stairs, we like grew wings and flew to the top, pretty much. That's kind of what it was like. And so for Zos to take the Dunmer culture, to take Morrowind and attempt to expand on that is like so bold. I would be shaking in my boots if I was told that would be my job. They did a great job in the actual DLC for Morrowind, you know, but this is something new, and everything I hear from them, from Zenki, the lore master, and everyone else, they seem to, the way that they're describing Morrowind is pretty much the exact way I would describe it. Like, if you asked me to describe what the essence of Morrowind would be, they seem to really understand it, and so I'm pretty optimistic about how it's being presented. Just overall, I'm just overall obsessed with the city of Necrom. Like, when I saw it, it was like one of those things where it's like, I feel like I've always looked at Necrom. Like, I feel like this is just how it should look. It just could not look better than the way it does. So, I mean, they continue on with their really cool design idea of, you've ever heard, like, when people are designing characters they say like you need to have a silhouette that people can recognize, and you know that you've
Well,
made a cool character.
George Lucas said that with Starship designs and Star Wars.
Yeah, and that's something that you should really go by for locations as well. And ESO's, I think they've really like, I don't know if they're thinking that, but they've kept that like if you gave me a silhouette of Gonfalon, you would include the Colossus in the back, and it's like, you know, that would be there, and so I would know that's Gonfalon. Rimmen has that massive aqueduct, right? That's super identifiable. And Solitude, but they didn't design Solitude, but just in terms of Elder Scrolls cities, you could totally tell, like, what's, like, you're just like, that's the city of Solitude. For Necrom, exact same thing. You've got, like, these huge, like, spiked teeth or almost, like, rib cage, like, rocks going over these domed, almost like Star Wars, like, buildings, and it's just like, this is already something that just looks incredibly iconic and recognizable. I mean, like, I have Necrom as, like, my wallpapers, or at least I had it, like, I have, I've been rotating wallpapers on my phone and my monitors. I'm definitely more interested in seeing how they handle Morrowind than I am Apocrypha. But I am pretty pleased with how they're handling Apocrypha because, as they've explained many times, the Apocrypha that you go to in Skyrim is the same realm, obviously, but you go to a very isolated portion of it where you're just kind of going through hallways over water, kind of. You're in platforms, you know. It's very definitely just level designy, but we're doing open world in an MMO, so they know they have to go more all out. So you're like actually on the ground and stuff, which makes sense. Oblivion is a huge, like, Oblivion's just maybe even infinite. I don't know. So all you need to do to get Oblivion right is to understand, in terms of Planes of Oblivion that have a Daedric Prince, you need to understand the Daedric Prince in general, and you need to make that realm the extension of that Daedric Prince. You know, like, they did a really good job with Deadlands because Zos, these designers understand that Marin's Dagon is not the Daedric Prince of lava and volcanoes. They didn't decide to just make more of the zone just be Elder Scrolls Mustafar, because that would have been really easy to do. They decided, well, we need to make it more diverse for one, cool playable reasons, because you can't have the whole zone be fire. We've had enough of that. So but they're also thinking, what is Marin's Dagon? He's the Daedric Prince of destruction and cataclysm. He's not just fire, you know. That's only one portion of it. So they decided to focus on a more post-apocalyptic disaster motif. So they went with tornadoes and you know, like high winds and lightning and all these destructive forces, and it makes sense. And so using this idea when designing portions of Oblivion is just the best way to go about it, being as they're extensions of their princes. And so they're doing the same with Hermaeus Mora. That's why they've got a bunch of fossils everywhere. It's because their vibe is kind of going to be memory and stuff, ancients. So they've got fossils everywhere, giant ammonite fossils. I've seen a bunch of those, and skeletons, and mixed with an ocean motif, which the ocean motif in general is something they talked about very recently in a book they released with Necrom that they showed a preview of. I didn't fully understand, but I appreciated the book. Which is good. If I don't understand a book first reading, then it's like I just need to take time. It means that it's pretty deep, and I need to take time to reread it. It was about Hermaeus Mora's association with water, because we all know why he has tentacles. It's because Lovecraft, you know, just straight up. We all know that's why he has tentacles. But that's the cool thing about Elder Scrolls is that it's like we know why this exists, but we're going to take this time to do something with that. We're gonna like twist it and bend it and actually have an in-universe version of why this exists, and then just make it work so well that you might not even think about Lovecraft. I kind of want them to do that.
Why wouldn't you want to?
Well, I'm just saying, like, make it work in a way where you don't just sit. Your first thought is not Lovecraft reference, right? You in universe, you think this is why. These are the reoccurring themes of why he has an oceanic vibe, maybe why he presents himself this way. I'm just saying it, like, if they decide to do Battlespire and they add the mock turtle, which is which is what I really want more than any. That's my I want the most in ESO is to have the Mock Turtle show up, preferably voiced by.
Well, then that's going to be
some
a Stephen
celebrity
King reference.
Well, it's going to be an Alice in Wonderland reference because that's what the Mock Turtle is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So the Mock Turtle is
a Lewis Carroll reference.
Yes, is an Alice in Wonderland reference, but
I keep forgetting that.
They can definitely make him his own thing. You know, like he's a reference first, just like tentacles were a reference to Lovecraft first. But you can do
that's
something.
Cool. You're taking cool elements of other stuff.
Yeah, but like, so it's like, what is the Mock Turtle, and how can we just like, here's another example. A book I was reading today on the USP stream that I've talked about before.
It sounds like it's raining.
It talks about the term chimera in the Elder Scrolls universe, because we talked about the chimera before. Like you saw a picture of it. They're going to have one in the trial.
Now, there's different arrangements of creatures that comprise a chimera. I will say, typically a chimera is the head of a lion, the head of a goat, and then the tail is a snake. And that's historically.
That's how My Little Pony did it. Yeah, they were pretty accurate. I'm pretty sure that's how they did it. But for ESO, for the Elder Scrolls, what they do is they do a griffin head, a Wamasu head, and a lion head, right? So that's how they do it.
And the tail's nothing.
And the tail's just a tail. But not just chimeras as a whole. The book is about the term chimera, right? It's about just like, where does the term chimera come from in the Elder Scrolls? And it's like, well, it's just a term that we use. You know, you can probably follow the real life etymology, but the book goes out of its way to add layers to it that it didn't need to make it feel more interesting. And so here's what they expertly did. They took the term chimera and they decided to go, hey, what does that sound like? That sounds like the Chimer, being the elves that the Dunmer were before. So here's what Chimer has meant in the lore, like, as far back as I can remember. It means the changed folk, even though the fact that, they're called the changed folk because of their exodus from Somerset. They're a different people.
It feels kind of weird that they're taking an actual word from, I don't know, what is it, Greek? You know, wherever chimeras actually originate, and then they're coming up with their own, like, it's like the thing where people having champagne in fantasy universes where France doesn't exist, and they come up with a different reason of like, oh, well, it's called champagne because a guy named Sham, whose last name was Payne, invented this.
This is a little bit more interesting than Mr. Payne.
It just feels weird.
The term Chimer we've known has been Elven in origin, right? And it means changed folk, being probably changed is CHI, and then Mer being folk. So, or just people, I guess, also works. So chimera, it follows the etymology, is to it meaning changed beast, and the scholar writing the book theorizes that maybe the term was meant to reference Bretons in general, like Bretons, because it was used by a Durrani member back in the day. Like that was when they first. That's when this person claims it was used to reference a changed. A beast of some kind, but he said it would make sense if it lined up with Bretons in general. And then the Bretons would have taken the term to name their changed beasts that they would end up making later on. But obviously it having its origins in an Elvish term being CHI probably means change. I don't want to delve into if that somehow has anything to do with Chim, but I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm not going to go there. Chim. I just think it was interesting because it was like they didn't let the opportunity pass. They were like, okay, we can explain why we use that term in the Elder Scrolls.
What about all the other terms that they don't explain why they use?
Well, then maybe you can write books for those. But this was just one book.
They sort of have guillotines, which that's French.
I actually know where. I don't know where the term guillotine came from, but I do know. I don't know if they even say guillotine. But I do know where guillotines came from in the Elder Scrolls in general. At least, so there's some dialogue in the Fang Lair dungeon where, if you're lucky to get it, you can hear some of the bad guys talking as they look at a guillotine, and one of them says, "What is this device? It doesn't look Dwemer," because they're in a Dwemer ruin. Someone obviously brought it in there because it literally is not Dwemer. And then the other one goes like, I believe they used it during the Riemann purges, which means that it's probably an Akaviri invention, because when the Akaviri potentates came into power, they started executing anyone that didn't agree with them and were more aligned with Riemann who came before. I'm assuming that's what it means. So that would mean that it was probably an Akaviri invention brought over from Akavir or something. So it's definitely outside of Tamriel. But I don't know why they would come up. I mean, like, it probably doesn't take a lot to come up with the idea of dropping a blade on someone's head. But yeah,
no,
at
but
least
the
it's something.
exact look.
At least it's something.
Make it look different.
But I mean, also it's like you've got the calendar, you got the 12 months and stuff, and it's like some stuff is just like you don't think too terribly much about it, but where you can put fun detail, it's fun to find fun detail. And so I kind of appreciated that book. Now, what's interesting, though, about this reference to chimeras, let me see if I can find the book really quick. I know Phrastus wrote it. Wait, no, there's no way. Hold on. Why can't it find it? I have this book on this character. I definitely do. There's no way. This is my main. Yeah, why did it only come up? Does it never actually... Oh, it's because I capitalized it, I guess? I guess it's because I capitalized it. I gotta patch this then. So, let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. When was the first time this was used? I think he mentions it.